The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Perennial powerhouses are facing off at the American Cup in St. Louis. With potential elimination on the line, these ferocious competitors brought their A-game. The only perfect result so far belongs to #1 seed Carissa, who followed up a rocky day one with a brilliant performance to notch her second win. After two classical games, the open section remained just that, with draws forcing dramatic playoffs, advancing the four victors to the champions bracket. Winners can rest easier, but the fight for redemption is just beginning. Day 3 of exciting chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to day 3 of the American Cup. What an amazing start to this tournament with the first couple of days of classical chess, but today it is for the first time that we have the elimination bracket in rapid chess. Who's going to get eliminated and who's going to go on to continue in the competition? Only time will tell. Let's go to the studio and start day 3 action.
The American Cup is now 2 tournaments in one, the Champions and the Elimination Brackets. Classical and rapid chess takes center stage as day 3, live from the St. Louis Chess Club, starts right now. Hello everyone, I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova and I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Grandmaster Cristian Chirila.
Okay,
hello guys.
Day 3 coming up. Wow, Cristian, wow. Hello everyone, welcome to the American Cup. I tell you, day 3, can't wait to get started because yesterday we saw a playoff between Hikaru and Mishra that was simply epic. Had us on the edge of our seats the entire way. Whew, more action coming up. Kate, tell us about the brackets.
Yes, let's take a look and we will start in the women's section. In the champions bracket, it was Carissa who is continuing in the champions bracket. Tatev, Abrahamyan, Irina Krush, and Alice Lee, they all won their matches yesterday.
And in the women's elimination bracket?
And in the women's elimination, it is Talia Cervantes who is going to be playing Anna Zatonsky today, and Atusa Purkashian who is going to be playing Nazi Paikidze, and their match in rapid will finish today, so 2 of these players will be eliminated completely from the tournament.
Okay, and in the open champions bracket?
Here in the champions bracket, it is Hikaru Nakamura who continues, and Leinier Dominguez and Levon Aronian against Fabiano Caruana, and these players will play 1 classical chess game today.
And tell us about the Open's elimination bracket.
In the elimination bracket, it is now Wesley So who is going to be playing white against Abhimanyu Mishra, Sevian against Robson, and again they will be playing a rapid match, and 2 of these players will be going home.
Amazing that Mishra, who is on the verge of victory, is on the precipice of going home. Tell us about the format, Kate.
So this is a very unique format. We have 2 8-player double elimination bracket style tournaments. There are no draw offers allowed in any of the games. And we have the champions bracket. Players here play a 2 classical game match, 90 minutes plus 30-second increment. If there is a tie, they continue to blitz playoff, which is 3 minutes plus 2-second increment. If this is tied again, they repeat it with reversed colors. And if it's a draw again, they continue to Armageddon, like yesterday, Leinier Dominguez against Wesley So. And whoever loses the match goes into the elimination bracket. The matches are there all about rapid games. 2 rapid games, 25 minutes plus 10-second increment, and the playoff is the same as in the champions bracket.
And the schedule for this year's American Cup.
So this year American Cup has 10 days of play. Today we are at day 3. And let's take a look at what brackets we'll be playing today. because today we will be playing both. In Champions Bracket, 1 classical game, and in the Elimination Bracket there will be 2 rapid games, and the whole match will be decided in playoff if necessary.
Lovely, thank you, Kate. And Cristian, some of the matchups today are really going to be great. I just know it. Tell us about
Absolutely. I'm very excited about day 3 because this is the first elimination day of the tournament. And the path to the championship in the Champions Bracket is getting more and more narrow. Let's take a look at the head-to-head in the Champions Bracket, and we're going to start with the ladies section. And this is a big matchup. Carissa versus Tatev Abrahamyan. It almost feels like a clash of generations. But as you can see, Carissa is definitely having the upper hand in this particular matchup. 3 victories, 1 loss, and 1 draw. And she's bringing a lot of energy to the table, especially after she didn't get checkmated in 3 moves 2 days ago. Just an incredible escape. Will be a fun match. Next one that I have for you is this big clash. We've seen this one repeat every single year of the American Cup. 8 wins for Alice Lee, 8 losses, and 9 draws against the only Grandmaster in the event, Grandmaster Irina Krush. And Alice Lee, she will be looking to continue to defend her championship in the Champions Bracket. Very excited about this one. In the open section, well, we have a bunch of clashes in this one. The one survivor, Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura. Yesterday, you mentioned that particular matchup, Yasser against Abhimanyu. He was on the brink of defeat, but managed to stay in the Champions Bracket. 2 victories against Leinier, 1 loss, and 14 draws. And Leinier dispatched Wesley So in the Armageddon. That was a very highly contested matchup between himself and Wesley So. And of course, the big match that we have for today, and we've seen this one in almost every edition of the American Cup, is this one. Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana against the defending champion, Levon Aronian. A bit of an upper hand for Fabi, 13 victories, 11 losses, and 37 draws. These 2 players know each other so well. They've played against each other, they train with each other, they're teammates on the Olympic team. I have to say, to be honest, I don't know what to expect from this one. But in the American Cup, it feels like Levon has a bit of the upper hand. I believe he defeated Fabiano in both 2023 and 2024. So we'll see if Fabiano can bounce back from that.
Thank you, Cristian. And let's take a look at the pairings with the black. Who gets black? Who gets white? Kate?
So in the women's section, we will have Carissa is going to have white against Tatev Abrahamyan, and Alice Lee will start with white against Irina Krush. And in the elimination bracket, we have Anna Zatonsky with white pieces against Talia Cervantes, and Atusa Prukashian starting with white pieces against Nazi Paikidze.
And the pairings for the open.
In the open section, we will have Hikaru Nakamura with white pieces playing Leinier Dominguez, and Fabiano Caruana white against Levon Aronian.
The elimination bracket pairings?
Here it is Wesley So with white against Abhimanyu Mishra, and Sevian white against Ray Robson.
I feel the players have fought very hard through 2 days of competition. What are they fighting for, Kate?
They're fighting for a very generous prize fund. In the women's section, it's $150,000. First place, $40,000. Second place, $30,000. Third place, $20,000. And all players receive prize money, and there's a Champions Bracket bonus, $9,000.
And very generous prize fund. And in the open?
In the open section, the total prize fund is $250,000. First place, $75,000. That is incredible. Second place, $55,000, and third place, $30,000. And here the Champions Bracket bonus is $15,000.
Fantastic. Again, thank you, St. Louis Chess Club. As we go to the World Chess Hall of Fame, the players taking their seats, getting ready for this day 3. Again, we've got these classical games and rapid games going on. Here we see 2 Olympic teammates sitting down.
All surviving yesterday's playoffs, and all actually both capturing rooks, because Hikaru captured the rooks of Abhimanyu Mishra with that fork, and Leinier Dominguez when Wesley dropped it.
95 captures C4, absolutely right. You said it very well there, that Fabi, who's winning everything, comes to the American Cup, and he's not that not the clear favorite that he's been in these other competitions.
Well, he
In
won
fact,
it in 2022. The American Cup has had 3 distinct victors in 3 editions. Fabiano 2022, Hikaru in 2023, and Levon Aronian, the defending champion, in 2024. So it's, as you can see, a very, very contested tournament, and anything can happen in this matchup format.
Exactly, but the fact that Levon eliminated or defeated Fabi,
Yes.
I should say,
Yes.
in the previous 2 editions.
And I remember in 2023, he was on the brink of defeat in must-win situations. Levon, that is, twice in his match against Fabiano, managed to win on demand, and in fact won the Armageddon
as well
to defeat Fabiano. So this one, I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of fireworks.
Excellent stuff. And Kate, for you, I mean, you didn't mention it, but Carissa Yip was the only player to win her match 2-0. She's very
That's
impressive.
true. I mean, she was very lucky to win the first game, but
Yes.
she did manage to turn it around, and she won a brilliant game in the second round.
She
in the
certainly
second
did. As
game of the
we
match.
see these two, Alice Lee with the white pieces, Irina Krush with the black pieces. These 2 ladies have been in the finals for every American Cup. Here they are in the semifinals. So somebody's going to go down into the elimination bracket after this match. Again,
Yeah, they
they'll
just
be
know each
playing
other
classical.
very, very well.
Exactly, and they will be playing classical chess today.
So do we think it's going to be Nimzo or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, E7, E6. I would think so. And for Alice Lee, that's a good question. I think she'll go with some kind of a Catalan. Play knight f3, g3. Yeah, that is becoming increasingly popular. I'm just looking around the boards, and I do see in the game of Hikaru versus Leinier on your analysis board already, we do have a Catalan by Hikaru versus Leinier, and maybe Arena will be... No, Arena goes for bishop b4 check. Let me just go to that game. I'll bring that up on my screen. Carissa, yeah. Ooh.
And we do have a Najdorf in the Wesley versus Abhimanyu. Let's not forget, the elimination bracket starts at the same time with rapid chess.
Right. That's strange. I'm having a...
Just go in active games.
Active games? Go ahead. Thank you. Your slightest touch brought me right to bishop b4 check. The Bogo Indian. There was the German player Efim Bogolyubov. With a name like Bogolyubov, you can understand why it was called the Bogo Indian. The idea of bishop b4 check, very interesting idea, was that, for example, let's say I play bishop to d2. Notice that the pawn structure of the pawns on d7 and e6 limit the activity of the light square bishop. The idea of the Bogo Indian, funnily enough, is that you want to change the structure, that after bishop takes, knight takes. How do we activate this bishop? We get to play d6 followed by e5. And it's not that it was so revolutionary or something of that nature, but when you do see the d7 pawn and the e6 pawn, you automatically assume that you are going to fianchetto the bishop on the queen side. So that is the nuance.
And it's a very solid kind of continuation for black. I played it a few times, and
it's been a big
kind of
part
easy.
of my,
you know how to set up the pieces.
Yeah, it's been a big part of my repertoire as well as black. Here, 2 major moves: knight b1 to d2, as well as bishop d2. Bishop d2, I think, is the more popular of the 2, but okay, we'll keep this one in mind. I'm going to go to the elimination match game for a moment, and I'm going to just take a look at the game between Anna Zatonsky and Talia Cervantes, because we're seeing something that's rather unusual. d4, knight f6, knight f3. Anna is not interested in going into some kind of a King's Indian type of game. So with the move knight d2, she's saying, do you want to play a perk defense? Do you want to allow me to play? No, I don't want you to play a perk defense. Well, in that case, let me expand on the queen side. I'm just going to play e3, b4. And
stopping any kind of c5 in the future.
Precisely. Okay, now that you've put your pawn on d5, how are you going to break in the center? You're going to break with e5? Well, at the moment, I'm going to have that very well protected. You're not breaking with c5, and white is saying, I'm the one who has the only break. So what are you going to do about it? Talia says, well, I'm going to attack your pawn. I'll play d5, and I'm going to artificially isolate the pawn with the move a4. Well, good for you, says Anna. The bishop.
It's a nice diagonal for the bishop.
Very nice. Very nice. Castles. And for Anna Zatansky, a player who enjoys getting the time trouble, I've got to say she's played it very quickly. Something tells me that she got very, very fortunate in terms of her preparation, because she's got something on the board that she's played very well. Very quickly, again, these two ladies are in the elimination bracket. They will be playing 2 rapid games, the first of which you're watching right now. They'll switch colors as soon as this game is over, and player wins the match, goes on in the elimination bracket. Player loses, they're out of the tournament. We'll have 2 players being eliminated in both the women's and the open. Where would you like to take
Let's
this
just
game?
go around in the women's section just to see what are the openings there, and then go to the men's
I'm going to
section.
go to the elimination. Again, the other game in the elimination is between Atusa and Nasi. Karo Khan with g6. Okay, d5 takes. And this one with bishop f5, I know very well. I think it's a risky play. Let me be very clear. After bishop takes f5, g takes f5, a lot of very, I want to say turbulent differences has occurred. These double pawns are actually not a target so much as where does black put her king, right? Now that you've doubled pawns, you're rather reluctant to put your king on the king side. In fact, you want to use the half-open g-file. So the idea is that you're going to launch an attack, but what did white do wrong? You know, the likelihood is your attack's not going to succeed. And if you put your king on the queen side, well, you have lesser pawn shield, and it's very clear that white wants to go a4, a5, b4, and get going. So I'm saying it's a very big strategic risk that Nasi is taking. This is a great line if you need to win with black. At all costs, you got to win with black.
And we see that Atusa is capturing this bishop, so she is going for this imbalanced position. Probably continuing with some bishop f4, knight e5.
Yeah, bishop f4, very standard. Rook to e1. Those are the 2 most likely moves. I'm just thinking bishop f4 is probably the most consistent. Cristian, take it over to you, sir.
Absolutely. Let's go to the open section, because we do have some big matchups. We're going to start with this one before we go to the elimination bracket and see what's happening in that one. Fabiano versus Levon. We have an Italian, and they've played the Italian so many times, and I believe this move bishop to e7 is called the Hungarian approach, or something along those lines.
The Hungarian defense.
Right. Keeping the bishop behind the pawn chain after, of course, d6 is going to come, not on c5. Now, this is considered to be more of a defensive approach, because what you do is guard this diagonal, which is very often exploited by white by going bishop to g5, and then black has to go h6, g5, and you'll get all those crazy looking positions. With the bishop on e7, you don't have to worry about that. Whenever white lands the bishop on g5, you can even just simply move the knight away and trade the dark square bishops. It's a more defensive approach because the bishop is not as active either. Knight to c3 and a3. This has been seen before, not one of the main lines, but it has been seen before. a3 castle. And bishop to a2, and at this point, This is definitely something that Levon should have been surprised by, because it has only been played 7 times in my database, and everything else hundreds of times, such as castle or h3, the very typical moves. But he responds instantaneously with a move bishop to e6. Sure, it makes a lot of sense. Knight to d5. And we see this very often, either with the pawn on h3, either with castle, and very often we see these trades. Bishop takes d5, followed by knight to d4, and we get this type of structure. You can take on d4, then black is going to go knight d7, bishop to f6, and everything is going to happen down the e file. Right now, sure, it looks like white has 2 bishops, but the bishop on a2 is not that powerful, right? It has potential, especially if black goes something like c6 or c5 to try to defend the pawn on d4. But for the moment, it doesn't really do much. If black manages to solidify the position, especially the pawn on d4, knight d7, bishop f6, defend that, then he should be fine. Now, after knight to d5, bishop a2, bishop e6, knight to d5, Levon made what I believe is, let me make sure, yes, it is a novelty, a5. And this sort of stopped Fabi for a second. He played the move bishop to e3. And this is what we have right now. I believe that was the last move. Yes. Bishop to e3 was the last move. Still an hour and 31 minutes against an hour and 28. A move that I'm seeing flash all the time on my screen is bishop to c8 back. Don't ask me why. Bishop to c8, bishop to d7. You want to take with a knight on d5. But that's just simply too much. I mean, you already played bishop to e6. You sort of committed, at least with normal play, to bishop takes d5. The problem is with the bishop on e3, there is no more knight to d4 now. So you take, you commit to knight to b8 instead of knight to d4, which is a much different approach. Not bad, you're not completely losing by any stretch of the imagination, but it's not as active. I don't think this is what Levon wants. What I think he wants, and I do believe we do have a move, a4.
Yeah. I'm more familiar with Paul Carissa's games, and Carissa liked to play a5, a4, and put a knight on a5, not necessarily on b8.
Yes, the problem is, you know, maybe I will go c3 and then knight a5. You cannot do that because of queen takes a4, right? So what I'm seeing also is something like knight to b8. You need to deal with that knight on d5 at some point. You need to force it to do something, either take on e7 or take on f6, some sort of trades. We need to see. The knight cannot live forever on d5.
And is there,
going to be such an unpleasant
is there an opportunity for rook a5? Just
kind of, yes. Well, first of all,
let's say you castle.
Let's say I castle, yeah?
Yes, and I go rook a5, just forcing kind of
Can I go
you
c4?
To decide what you want with that bishop on a2.
Yeah.
Bishop.
The engine doesn't like it.
c2.
Yeah, the engine doesn't like it.
Does not like c4.
At all. No. It says bishop to g4, and it seems like black is doing fine. So maybe c4 is a bit too much. But I can maybe go bishop to d2. You have to go back, right?
Do I?
I think so.
If I go rook b5?
You could do that.
I admire the stubborn.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I think you're going to lose something here, yeah?
Okay.
You're losing the exchange. It's too much.
Too much.
So you would probably have to
try.
I like the ambition, Kate.
You probably could go back and ask me, hey, do I have any better squares than e3, right?
But the move I'm used to from the games of Carissa is in this position after castles.
Sure.
Knight a5.
Knight a5.
Okay, so ideas of b5, ideas of c5.
Yeah, take. And can I go something like c3? You go knight b3 probably.
Probably.
b4 seems to be a very strong move here.
A strong move?
Very strong move.
I thought I was trying to play en passant and knight to c6. And I feel like I've studied too many games of Ding Liren where he played knight d4 and he never lost the game.
I think what he wants to do right now is say that I'm going to go queen to b3 and then I'm going to start shifting my attention to the queen side. Rook c1, a4, a5, b5, and then maybe I'll get the passed pawn.
Yeah.
If I can get the passed pawn before you do something on this side, because that's what you're going to try to do as black.
Right.
Move the bishop away, sacrifice if you can on f3, try to checkmate me. But that's easier said than done, to be honest. You don't have enough pieces. You don't have enough firepower. Guys, maybe you
original game for sure going on there.
Wesley versus Abhimanyu. That one is an interesting one. So perhaps you guys can get your attention to that.
I will bring it up on my screen. Let me see, where is Wesley? There you are. Wesley, okay, this is Najdorf with a kind of a Boleslavsky knight. Okay, knight f3. John Vanderveel, top grandmaster from Holland, used to really play this system for white because he liked playing for the control over the d5 square. Bishop c4, a Bobby Fischer favorite. Bishop e6, castles. Bishop g5. Well,
we want to attack the knight that is guarding actually that d5 square.
Precisely. And Mishra says, I don't want you capturing the knight and occupying d5. Let's trade the bishops. And Wesley said, well, aren't I happy? I have
Control
a good bishop.
Over that d5. Also, white's going to be putting pressure on that pawn exactly on d6.
Exactly. From Mishra's point of view, if ever he can engineer d5, he will then be threatening to play e5, e4. Knight a5. Well, the bishop is the good piece. And I think we're still in theory. I just don't know how many
We see Wesley So having 5 minutes advantage, which is a good advantage in rapid game.
Yes. Yes. Knight a5. Okay, very directly what Mishra is trying to do is capture this bishop so that he could then follow it up with the move d6, d5. Now the question...
So we probably cannot save the bishop because if I go bishop a4, you're going to go b5.
That is
right?
clear.
Immediately.
The move that kind of comes to my mind is bishop to d5. I'm trying to get you to give up this knight so that I would make the argument that you've kind of put your knight off sides. But I understand you're not going to do that. You're just going to move your rook. I would probably have to play a move like, rook c8, c3. I would probably have to make a move like c3.
And now maybe I'm going to take the bishop.
Exactly.
So I can follow with knight c4.
Yes, that's precisely.
Or even rook c5, but knight c4 first.
It looks, and we have this kind of very typical Sicilian imbalance going on. I'm going to go to the game between Sam, Sevian, Ray Robson. They're in the elimination bracket as well. So one of these two players is going home, and I think both Sam and Ray have a right to feel like, oh my gosh, I could have been in the champions bracket.
I mean, Ray had a great position yesterday against Fabiano, who said he was about to resign.
Indeed.
And then decided not to.
Exactly. You just heard a moment ago Cristian talking about the Joko piano. What oftentimes happens that black plays the move bishop c5, followed by bishop e7. And in the Hungarian defense that Levon is employing today, the bishop just goes to e7 and says, I'm anticipating that you will play bishop to g5. And you can see why the Hungarian variation is favored by a number of players. Interesting that Sam wanted the imbalance and gave up the bishop. I think a lot of players, myself included, would have dropped the bishop back and just maintained that. But okay, Sam is going for a very specific imbalance. Knight e7, Ray defends the d5 square. Ray's about to play c6, perhaps follow it up with bishop e6. I would call the game
So we probably are expecting castle for white.
Exactly. Castles for white.
I mean, g4 is too ambitious, right?
I don't know. I mean...
if I don't... I mean, that's the only option that the white can try because the knights are kind of ready there.
Yeah.
And g4 is protected by that knight on e3.
Yeah.
And I want to follow with h4, g5.
Yeah, you're definitely in aggression mode here. g4, it's a little bit double-edged because you do take a strategic risk that if black gets control of the f4 square, but I like the double-edged feel to this game. Again, these two will be playing two rapid games. I'm going to go check in on Fabi because after a4, surprising. Levon just said, you know what? I'm going to
switch to Breyer. Just move the knight back and then to d7, maybe c5.
And you've got the two bishops, but your bishop on a2 is not scaring me. So let me try this. an intriguing moment. Again, I'm just going to check in on Hikaru. When we left it, it was also a Catalan. Knight c3. Still a closed Catalan. And the position, it looks like one of those Tigran Petrosian Nimzo Indians, but in those cases I have the pawn on a3 and the queen is on c2. Let's see how, and very typical of Nimzo Indians, white occupies the center with his pawns and black controls the center with his pieces. Dynamically balanced. Cristian, I'm going to send it to you.
Yeah,
Where's
absolutely.
the
And it's a bit problematic for Hikaru because Leinier has blitzed out his moves so far. You would have expected Hikaru to create a surprise with his knight c3, queen to d3, a bit of an offbeat line. But it does seem like Leinier knows exactly what he's doing. And the position objectively is very close to equality because what black is going to do is going to go c5. We're going to eliminate a lot of the tension in the center, open up the c file. A lot of exchanges usually happen in this position. In fact, knight e5 is the main move in the position. Even further exchanges after bishop takes g2 and c5 and so on and so forth. You can try to keep more tension in the position with bishop g5, but still after bishop to e4, and I'm sure he knows this as well, because again, this has been played before and he's blitzing out his moves. c6, at some point you will have to go knight to e5. And then I'm seeing even something like this potentially happening in the position. You take, I can even take with the knight if I want. Of course, c takes d5 with the action down the c file. It doesn't seem like white has enough, right? Enough imbalance in the position for an advantage. So this one, we'll see. Could simplify very quickly. That's all I'm going to say for the moment.
Well, we'll come back to you in that case when you're ready to share more.
It might simplify very quickly.
Exactly. Yes. Where would you like to take
Let's
this
go
game?
to see Carissa's Yips game against Tatev Abrahamyan. So in the women's section.
And
because Tatev already took like a 15-minute dive into thinking.
It feels like the day of the Catalan because quite a number of games are featuring white fianchettoing on the king side. And in the Catalan proper, the pawn is often on d4. But as you saw in the playoff games between Hikaru and Nakamura, Mishra yesterday, Hikaru was going for the b3, and we were seeing Mishra playing this d5, d4, and the next thing you know, it felt like that they were in a Benoni defense with the reverse colors. b2, b3 by Carissa. Sorry, I just had to, castles, b3. a5, also a rather standard move by Tatev, as she's actually looking to play a4, a takes b3.
And open that as a file.
It's funny, in a certain way, the bishop on c8 is a passive spectator. And you would like to develop and get the bishop into the game. In another way, the bishop is actually okay. You would rather have your knight, for example, on b4. Let the bishop stay.
That would be a beautiful spot.
Stay on c8 for the moment. But the problem with the bishop on c8 is the rook on a8 wants to get in the game. So if you can trade rooks, it means that you don't actually have to develop your bishop. So a6, a7, a5, very standard. And now this is actually a cheeky move by Carissa, knight c3, because she's actually saying, you know, if you want to grab the center with d4, I'm going to let you do it with the tempo. Yeah? d4, knight to b5, right? Give me the pawn. And then what Carissa is saying is, I'll give you the center. In return, I've got a square for my knight. You can't.
Yeah, that's a great outpost for the knight because it's guarding that d6 square, so the bishop cannot go there.
And then after, for example, a move like e6, if you get a situation like this, Carissa can make an argument that she's ready to play a Benoni with active knight on b5. So knight c3, trying to hold up a5, a4, as well as kind of like, hey, do you want to play tag and go for d4. Provocative. That's. But now a question for you, Kate. If Tatev said, "Look, I played a5 with a purpose. I want to play a4." What do you think about that move? Knight takes.
If I take with the knight, yes, knight takes a4.
Right. Pawn takes, right?
And by the way, still thinking about your move d4. I want to go back to it afterwards. But,
Okay.
Okay. Here, okay, I capture back, pawn takes c4.
Right. Capture back, and let's say I go knight to e4. So what I want to do is, in a funny way, I want to play bishop to d7 and say the knight on a4 has got a
It's on the
strange
edge,
life.
that's, yeah.
And also thinking about bishop f6.
Yeah, this looks good. But if we go back for a second,
Yep.
and instead of a4,
Yep.
what if I go d4?
Yep. Knight b5.
You go knight b5, I go d3.
D3.
And my idea is that I want to play c6, but I don't want to give you the pawn on d4. So I push it forward.
I see. So I'll munch.
Okay, and c6.
And c6. So your queen's going to end up on d3 at the end of all of this. I'll drop back. You'll
I
take,
capture.
I presume. I don't like your queen so aggressively placed in my camp. I will tickle your queen away.
I will go to probably back. f5 is kind of awkward, right?
Queen f5, d4, yeah? Something like that.
Okay, so let's start. Queen f5, d4, rook d8.
Queen f5, d4, rook to d8. And now you've got ideas of c5. Time for is b6. Can I exploit b6? I'm not sure, Kate. This I'm trying to plant my
And if I go knight d7,
knight to
because I feel that
d7.
you're a little bit stretched out with your
Agreed.
white pieces and the pawns, right? So if I
Agreed.
get
Yeah.
something quickly, oh, that's a. You're not worried about any g5 stuff?
G5, I would again. One of the things I notice about myself in my style, as I review my games on occasion, I find that I really played provocative chess.
Okay, I take the bishop. Give me the bishop.
Exactly, and. I didn't always, my provocation suddenly, sometimes turned south on me, but I did like playing and provoking my opponent to.
I mean, you do have a great
taking
square
risks.
on that b6 for the
I
knight.
do, yeah, and
Okay.
And once again, let's remind everybody about today's schedule.
Because today we play both brackets, the Champions bracket where they do one classical game and the Elimination bracket where they play the whole match. They start with 2 rapid games, and if the match is tight, then they go to Blitz playoff and maybe even to Armageddon.
Nice. So 4 players, apologies, are going to be eliminated today. I noticed that Tatev has actually gone into
She's still thinking because this a4 looks very tempting,
Yeah,
as well as maybe some d4 stuff.
a bit of a tank. She
just made the move,
she
c6.
just decided to play, okay, c7, c6. And after the move d2, d4, which is very typical, of course, now we're kind of back in
Because if you don't do d4, then I can play as black d4. Because that pawn on c6 is guarding that important b5 square.
Yeah.
I don't think she's going to go d4.
I don't think so either. I'm thinking...
No, as white. I think she wants to go bishop b2, keep the pawn on d2.
Allowing
Or,
d4?
I was about to say, I think you're taking a page out of Hikaru's book yesterday against Mishra. Hikaru was playing e3, queen e2, bishop b2, and delaying d4. I'm just saying that if I play d4, I am back into the crystal clear waters of closed Catalan. And I remember looking at these positions as black, d7, b7, b6, idea of bishop a6, idea of knight d7. And I remember I was only afraid of one move in this position. And it's a very strange looking move. You would think that knight e5 is a decent move, but I wasn't afraid of knight e5 because of knight d7, but I was afraid of knight d2. Mm-hmm. I mean, I really, as white, I really want to play the move e2, e4, and the strange thing is I can't stop e2, e.
There's a lot of power.
No matter what I do,
that square e4.
Exactly. So c7, c6. We're going to keep an eye on this one. What have you got for us, Cristian?
Let's go back in the open section just to see the updates in that Fabi versus Levon game, because some things have changed. So he played the move h3 after a4, not hurrying with the short castle, and immediately he took on d5. Levon took on d5. This is what he wanted, it seems. Put the pawn first on a4 so that white cannot get any more space on that side with a4 or maybe b4 potentially, and then go into this transition. With the knight on b8, as we mentioned already, with the bishop on e3, unfortunately for you, you cannot go knight d4, which might be preferable in other cases. Knight to b8, castle, and knight to d7. This is what we have right now. And I was looking through some lines. This one can explode very, very easily because I'm going to go d4. And if you try to go e4, of course, I don't think this is not what you want, right? No. Because finally, I have something to do with this bishop right now. Later on, I will maybe transfer it on d3. I have everything I want. I have space advantage. I have the two bishops. I have the rooks coming on the central files. It just looks good for white. So you generally want to go e4 in this position. But then knight d2, and now you're pretty much forced to try to eliminate this pawn on d5 as fast as possible. If you don't, then you will have some very, very big difficulties down the f file, as we will see in just a second. So let's say you go rook to e8, right? I immediately go f3, and now you're in trouble. If you take, I take with a queen like this, and guess what? g4, g5 is coming. g4, g5 is coming, and you simply don't have a lot of space on this side to maneuver your pieces. You go bishop f8, but then what? Where do you put the knight on d7? With the pawn on d4, I control everything, right? You would love to eliminate that and get the knight in the center with knight e5. That's not possible. So you have to start with c6. And I'm sure Levon, by the way, knows all of these ins and outs of this position. He analyzed this at home. And if you do analyze it, you know that you need to go c6 very quickly. c6, take, and now I can go f3, take, and now you still have to continue blocking my bishop with the move d5. Now, you have more space compared to the previous position where there was a white pawn on d5. And you also have this very important square for the bishop, bishop to d6. That's going to allow you to free up your pieces. So this is what I'm seeing in this one. And if you try to go something like c6, take, rook to e8, this is what I was looking at previously. Queen to e2 is a very, very good move. E2. Queen to e2, yes, a bit counterintuitive. Right.
Yes.
And I wanted to recapture on d4 maybe with the queen.
Right, but now bishop to d4 seems to be fine. But even more so, I was looking through this line with e4, knight to d2, and now c6. And with the rook on e8 is much worse than without the rook on e8, with the rook on f8, as we've seen previously, because now you go f3, and this position, despite the fact that you are a pawn up, after the move g4, you're in big trouble. Wow. So these are the type of ideas that I'm seeing. h6, h4, d5, and this position goes absolutely insane in the next few moves. This bishop will get alive, and you have huge problems with the pawn on f7. So this is what I'm envisioning from these players in the next few moves.
Clear my cobwebs. If you go back a moment in that analysis of the previous line, the whole d4 business with the rook on e8.
With the rook on e8.
Yeah, it went e4,
queen to e2.
And then yes. And you went c6. I spotted a pawn. You go c6.
Yes.
I take it on c6.
You want to take on c6.
Yeah, you take it. And I go queen c4.
Yes,
I'm hardwired. Come on.
Yes,
Clear the cobwebs. Why can't I win a pawn?
I'll let you take that pawn on f7, it seems like.
Really?
Wow.
Yes. Is it my birthday?
I guess so. I guess so.
Am I trapped?
And well, you can always go back, right? But apparently this is enough compensation after knight f8.
My goodness, I live for these positions and the computer laughs at me.
Because now the black is really quick. Knight g6, knight f4.
Knight g6, yeah.
Pile-ons.
Now I understand it.
It's about the lack of activity of this bishop on
A2.
A2, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you
So
spent 4
even
moves
winning
capturing
the
that
F7 pawn, I'm a hero. I won that.
But this is something that we only
Wow.
know because we have the engine in front of us.
Exactly.
Right? So these players need to have analyzed this type of ideas because you see this queen c4, you're never playing c6.
Exactly.
Right?
I'd
You're
be-
losing a pawn like that.
I'd be scared, yeah.
From a practical perspective, this is a very good question that you just asked.
But
D4
I think,
was played.
But I think that goes to show that there's a danger in the position for Fabi that the bishop on A2 could end up just being a passive,
For both players.
a passive spectator in the position.
White has these f3 ideas that black needs to be worried about. And of course, as you just mentioned, white really needs to be careful about not allowing that bishop to stay completely entombed on A2.
Another quick question for you. In this position after D4,
Yes.
You mentioned that, well, you don't want to do it, but I didn't understand why it was bad. E5 takes D4.
Oh, you want to take? Okay.
Knight takes D4, I assume.
I'll go queen takes
Let's
D4.
take
That's fine. Rook E8. I'll tell you what my setup is going to be. I'm just going to play bishop F8, pawn to G6, and bishop to G7.
So I need to do something against
And the
that.
bishop on A2 stands passively.
So let's start rook d1.
Queen C4.
Queen c4 seems to be a very decent move.
Bishop
What's the
F8.
idea?
Okay, I go.
G6.
I guess is that you're going to try to get that knight on that side. G6, now bishop G5.
Ooh, that's a little awkward. Rook
It
E-
is because rook takes c8 and you have the c7s where,
Rook-
and that's why the queen on c4 stands so well.
Rook E1, Rook E1, H6.
Yes. But now this seems to be already pretty decent advantage.
I like White's
Yes.
play
I mean,
as well.
the thing is the rook is
I'm
stuck
tied
to the
down a
defense
little bit.
of this pawn on a4, yes.
Did
The
you-
queen is stuck to the defense of the pawn on c7. It just feels like you're sitting and waiting for the next blow to come from white.
Yeah,
right?
I thought I was solid. Thank you.
You're definitely solid. Like you're
But,
not losing, but you're going
I
to
don't
suffer.
like the passivity. I just wanted to jump into the game of Alice Lee in an arena crush for a moment because it was a Bogo Indian, but it's now kind of reverted to a Queen's Indian. Again, after bishop b4 check and knight d2, the move that I'm really, if you're going to try to punish black for playing bishop b4, you usually try to induce the captures. Now I've got the two bishops, and for example, after bishop b7, e2, e3, the idea is to play b4 and bishop b2. Alice did not do that. Instead, she took her time, just brought out her pieces, castle, and after d5, Irina said, I am not going to give you my two bishops. And in fact, what I have done by playing bishop b4 check, normally speaking, the knight's most natural aggressive square is the c3 square.
Because you always want to target the center
Exactly. And
as much as you can.
the knight on d2 is a little bit more passively placed. Let me just make sure I'm up to date with the players. No, Alice decided that she did want to capture. She has played c takes d5. Is Irina thinking about this?
Date. Yes.
I would assume that the recapture e6 takes d5 would have come instantly, but Irina's thinking, I'm not going to take with a piece in that position and allow e4. Anyway, the idea for Irina after e6 takes d5 will be to occupy the e4 square. And Kate, where would you like to take us?
I want to go to the elimination bracket because
Okay.
Nazi Paikidze maybe has some attack on that open G file we talked about.
You're right. This was that very strategically gambling, I want to say, Nazi is doing with the black side. Takes, knight d2, rook g8, what you were just saying.
Black is wasting no time, like just quickly getting the G file and thinking how we can put more pressure there and thinking in the future, I'm going to long castle.
Now, bishop takes f6. That's not the move that I would immediately come to mind. What Atusa is saying is like I want to eliminate the attackers, and there is the potential for the move knight g4. So she eliminated the knight, but in my mind's eye, I know that black is going to castle queenside. So I would like to launch either c3, c4 in anticipation of black going long, or a4. Bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, knight f3, castles. Well, Nasi said, I'm looking for safety for my king. Knight e5, and I don't know, this may have given Nasi the time that she needs.
And also the pawn structure now. We do have that open g file. The pawn on e5 is a weakness.
As well as the g file, you start to think to yourself, okay, I can make some checkmating threats. And even rook takes g2 can be one of those, ooh, look at this, queen e7.
Okay, that's a nice move, going after that pawn on
queen
f7.
Takes e5, queen takes f7, we're up to date. But I'm looking at rook g7.
Luckily, it's not a queen trap. I still have queen h5.
Lucky you.
But you can double the rooks if you want.
I'm a pawn grabber.
Queen e2.
Queen e2. Give me the pawn. I didn't say I was a checkmate grabber either, but I am threatening checkmate. I'm assuming you want to play g3?
Yes.
Okay.
Because at least I'm eliminating the target on g2 forever.
And I kind of crossed myself up a little bit. On the one hand, I did want to attack you. On the other hand...
You're also opening a file for me, so...
But I've got...
If I start with queen h6 here, because I'm also doing a double attack.
Yep, I caught that. I like that pawn. I like the pawn on e6. It's a good central pawn.
Probably queen f6, because I want to guard that pawn on c3 before I try to chase your queen away.
Exactly. Now, how are you going to chase my queen away?
That's the thing. I don't want to give that a 2-pawn.
And you know I'm going to take it. The moment you reach for your rook on b1.
And also, here we see that...
I don't know.
You know, white has 7 minutes only now.
What?
White has 7 minutes. Atusa only 7 minutes and Nazi 9 minutes. So they don't have that much time for making decisions and calculating variations.
And Nasi's just played the move rook g7. And she, well, there's no choice. Atusa.
Yeah, Atusa is thinking, maybe f4 she can be considering?
She can't.
Because f4 forces a queen trade.
Yeah, but a moment ago you were telling me there was a weak pawn on e5. Guess what? It's back. That pawn on e5 is still the potential target.
But rook f4.
Rook f4, rook g8.
I mean, I understand why she's calculating this endgame, because rook endgames are more often draw. And as you played in the game against me, that black queen is kind of dangerous in the center.
I think so. So you think that it could be f4. And f4, I could suicide my queen with a move like queen takes c3.
But now I take on e6.
Exactly.
And I think that's an important pawn for you.
And again, I'm still in my pawn grabbing mode.
Okay, I'll go g3.
Not exactly the move that you wanted. But okay, f5 is hanging, d5 is hanging.
And I think she did play f4.
Yeah, it looked like the moment she was playing f4, somebody walked right by our screen. But yes, I see the move f4 on the board.
So Atusa is saying, I prefer slightly worse rook endgame than that complicated queens on the board position.
And Nasi, because Atusa had stopped, she said, okay, what are you thinking about? It's got to be f4. So she was ready for this, and she's keeping a time edge, right? Is Nasi in this one?
I believe so. 2 minutes. 2 minutes difference.
Okay. We'll keep an eye on this one.
And we have one more elimination game, and that's Anna Zatonsky against Talia Cervantes. And I think that was very interesting too.
I liked Anna's opening. I thought that she had put her bishop on a3, and I thought she had played it very clever. Let's see what happened after bishop a3. Castles, bishop e2, bishop f5, castles, knight e4. Good play by Talia. These ideas of knight f6, e4, again, those ideas you should also hardwire into your mind, because the bishop on g7 isn't just a defensive piece doing a good job at defending black's king, but it also is laying an ambush ready to capture a rook on a1. Bishop trade, knight d2, c4, captures.
I mean, I really like that bishop on e3, on a3 that white has, because it's just controlling so many squares, and now it's clear that Anna has a big space advantage.
And Talia didn't like that bishop on a3 at all either. She worked hard to eliminate it, and now with the dark squared bishop off the board, Anna is thinking the black king is more vulnerable, so she decided to keep the queens on the board. h4, and I think we just caught up with the players. Queen
and now the queen
g5.
on g5 is very solid. You don't have queen e7 to try to chase me away.
Right.
And white is going to try to continue with knight e5, just maybe rerouting the knight, and also g4 can be a potential kind of break.
Exactly.
Not even saying that we cannot bring the rook to the king side, maybe rook c3 and rook f3, and just targeting that f7 square.
I really like the idea of rook c3. It's one of those dual purpose moves, because you could also double the rooks on the c file, as well as eyeball rook to c3, knight e5, and rook on c3 to f3, just what you're saying.
And black has to be also very careful about some tactics. Let's say black goes something like queen g7,
Okay.
with the idea to play maybe f6, chase the queen away.
Okay.
I have rook captures c7.
Oh dear, that's an easy
Easy miss,
oversight
yeah.
to make, because the rook looks so well protected, but it's an overloaded rook. The rook has to defend d8 as well as defend c7, and Talia played the move rook d6, and I just saw, like, almost from the moment she released it, an orange bubble appeared just above the rook. The computer,
The engine doesn't like it.
our Silicon friend, says not good, not good. Is there a way of exploiting it right away? Only because of the engine's question mark do I start to look for a refutation. I'm not saying that this is a good move. You just start to think that Talia's pawn shield could get eliminated at the cost of a pawn, mind you, but probably it's just something very simple. Rook to c3.
I even
Rook
like
to
that
c1.
g4 move still.
G4. Okay. You know what Victor Korchnoi would say to me? Yasser, pawns don't move backwards. That's your own king, right? Yeah, I understand that you
No.
want to get at my king.
I don't want to recapture immediately.
Oh, you don't? I apologize.
I want to go knight e5.
Knight to e5.
I want to recapture with the knight, and then park the knight on f6, and that's no good for black.
That's not a pleasure, that is for sure. Even at the cost of a pawn, I would
Gift me a pawn.
but I want to trade queens. I'm just saying that even like I agree that I've lost a pawn. It's not the worst pawn in the world I've ever lost.
But you do have to be worried about that pawn on c7.
I do. That is the problem. I'd probably end up playing a move like c6 to just to try to get counterplay. But I agree. If g4 leads by force to an endgame where you're pawn up, you got to think about it. So g4.
But Anna decided to play rook d2.
Rook to d2.
To
Okay.
double the rook? So rook c2 probably, yeah. Double on the c file.
That's an interesting. It's a funny way of doubling the rooks, because you'd almost think, okay, go knight e5, go rook c3. So start with rook c3, double the rooks. So rook to d2. Either that's a very crafty move, or she's being a little bit too fancy. And,
If I go something like, okay, queen d8.
Queen David 8?
Yeah, queen David 8.
Okay.
And if you capture, let's just put it on the board. So
Okay.
queen captures, rook captures from, d6.
Okay.
You double the rooks.
I do.
What if I go knight a8?
You're-
I know it's a horrible knight.
You're
but
crying. You're crying because the knight on a8 had a purpose, which was to defend the pawn on
yeah,
a4.
so that a4 is a problem.
And then the funny part is if you go a3, I just kind of, I'm gonna hunt you down
And just your knight is defending the pawn on d4, so that's just not enough.
that is just not.
So I have to play some rook d7, but
And that's
black
just
is
too
definitely
passive.
passive. Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want to have such a position.
Is time a factor in this one?
It is, because Anna has 4 minutes, and Talia actually also 4 minutes. So they're both a little bit under 5 minutes.
And by the way, we do have some moves. After rook d6, rook to d2, Talia said the pawn on c7 is just too big a liability. Let me play the move c6. Now, this has consequences as well, because you're also Talia is also weakening the control of the knight, the defense of the knight, right? So rook on d2 to c2, and right now I must say that Anna's playing a very good control game. It's like, yes, you're welcome to capture my pawn, but if you do that, remember what I said just a moment ago, the knight starts to be vulnerable, right? I can take on b7.
I mean, white is controlling the c file, the queen is extremely active, white has the center. There has to be a cumulative advantage of all these little advantages.
If I were to transport the a pawn all the way back to a7, I think I'm really improving black's position, and yet I still would prefer white. I like Anna's space advantage. I'm going to go to the other elimination game. Let me bring that up on my screen. Oops, I was supposed to just click there. It's the game of a two-set.
I think we've seen this one. Should we go to the open section as well, the elimination bracket?
It was the double rook ending. And has Nazi got anything here?
Rook g4, some pressure.
I was thinking h4. Idea h3, rook g2. I think Nazi's for choice.
I think she is, even after, h4 on the board, by the way.
Exactly. Okay, and I'm going to go...
But computer didn't like it, Yasser.
I
have
loved
to point
it.
that out.
I loved it. What a great move. I'm going to go to the game between Wesley So and Mishra. When we left it, we were in this Sicilian structure, and we had just seen the move knight a5. Let's get caught up with the players. The knights got traded. Now, Bobby Fischer basically made a living off of these positions with the white pieces. He always felt that the bishop was stronger than the knight to begin with, and then the very fact that you have a backward pawn, he would just say, two-result game. Now, maybe that's being too simplified. I don't think today's chess engines would necessarily agree with him, but I do prefer Wesley's position.
A two-result game.
Is it? Okay, good.
And we see how Wesley is pushing on the king side, because he's controlling the center, now he's controlling the king side, and he's going to be switching back and forth between the targets.
Exactly. And oftentimes, you would put the queen back on d1 so you could play a4 and create what Nimzovich would call the second
What is
weakness.
Mishra thinking about? I mean,
There's only one move, right?
Queen f8.
Queen f8.
Maybe g5?
No way. No.
G6?
If you go g6, then this is basically what white wants. I mean, finally, I got another weakness to work with.
Wow, that is... I would have said you can't do that. You
shouldn't.
You can't.
But this is where psychology starts playing a large part into this game, because Mishra has been on defensive for a long time.
Yes,
he wants to do something active, and that's why he played this move g6.
I just think it's
not a good move.
In the words of Johnny Walker, black's cruising for a bruising. I mean, I don't like that move. You're just exposing your king. I think queen f8 was actually mandatory.
So if I capture now with the pawn, right? If I capture with the rook, I feel like the file, everything is...
Okay, gift me the pawn.
No. King h7.
h7, g7.
Which one?
Doesn't really matter.
Okay, yeah, g7. Actually, that looks more natural.
Okay, king g7.
He took with the pawn. Wow.
Wow, gift me the pawn.
He's
I'm
really
trying
trying
to-
to create some weaknesses there.
G5?
That's precisely
Let's
right.
go.
It's so strange.
G5.
I mean, now I have to go this way.
Okay.
And Queen G6.
Right, and rook.
Look at that shake. I mean, Mishra is really feeling the pressure right now.
Yes, he is.
From-
Wesley looks as calm as can be.
Well, he has a lot more time than Mishra, so he has...
Yeah, Mishra has less than 2 minutes, by the way. And Wesley has 5 minutes.
Great. I'm
So
just gonna
5 minutes against 2.
I'm just gonna check in on the other elimination game that is going on.
Between Sam Sevian and Ray Robson.
But I think we haven't really gotten too much of a chance to check that one out. Okay, this was this
Joko Piano.
with Bishop G5 takes F6, right? And I'm just
Knight
sorry.
H7. That's a
that's
very
a-
nice.
That's a visual. Sam Sevian finds the move Knight H7, forking the rook as well as the bishop, and recapturing the queen.
I think we still have the Wesley So Abhimanyu on the main screen.
I
so
switched to
we
the game
switched to
between
Ray Robson.
Sam and Ray Robson.
There we go.
Is time a factor in this one? Usually,
So Ray has 1 minute 16 seconds. So
of course.
he has extra 1 minute 14 seconds than he needs for his move.
but he's not getting the 30-second increment.
That's true. He's
this
getting only
time.
2 seconds, and that's very little.
No, it's 10.
10 in the
Oh,
in
10
the
seconds?
rapid,
Okay,
yes, in
actually
the
it's rapid. It's not a blitz.
Yeah, it's not blitz yet. Well, I'm assuming the queen's dropping back. Queen, I guess Sam is
Or
actually
G5 as well. I mean, why not
Is
keep
it-
it closer to the king? Maybe ideas of G4. Of course, not immediately, because you could also get your queen trapped. So let's go Queen G5. Why not?
Queen G5?
Why not?
Okay. Queen to G5. Now, the question I'm having for Ray is how frightened is he of this lurking white queen? Can he essay the move Bishop E6? I mean, I
like it
sure
because-
would love to play Queen takes C3.
And also there can be other rook coming to B2, and then with the rook on F8, let's say we capture. This rook is attacking F2, and this rook can go to B2 and then attacks F2 as well.
Kind of
Suddenly it's black who's attacking.
Yeah.
Because the knight on E3 doesn't really have good squares.
Exactly. And again, the clock times, I apologize.
Both have 1 minute 16 seconds.
Sam is taking a long time on this move. Queen F3 or Queen G5. He decides on Queen F3.
That would have been my choice originally. I'm liking the fact that this pawn on a C3 can be a bit of a weakness. So I'm looking at an opportunity like of jumping with my knight to D5, and then I'm protecting C3.
And also, let's say black plays here F5, which is probably just a suicide. The bishop can capture the knight on G8
Yeah.
and just
Sure
kind
about
of break in.
Exactly.
Stay as compact as you can on that side, because that's what I'm trying to mate you.
F5. I just had this electrical bolt that went down my spine. Wait a minute. I mean, that violates all of the coaching lessons I've received.
So probably bishop E6, right? That's
Probably Bishop E6.
that's like a very natural move to
on
go
the board.
just develop
It's
the
on
bishop.
the board. Now, I'm really not attracted to the move Bishop takes. I would play
Rook A4 on the board.
in order to defend the bishop. And this knight, you just mentioned a moment ago, the knight's really not doing great, but I would love to trade the bishops so that the knight could come to D5.
I
That's
love
a
that move, Rook
perfect
to
square
A4.
for that knight.
And you're also
Rook to
trying to double up on the
A4.
A file. I mean, the pawn on A5 is becoming a weakness right now.
And Ray has just played the move Bishop to D7, which I think is a good move.
Rook A3.
Rook A3 in order to defend the pawn. Again, White needs to just make a few preparatory moves like Queen E2 and Knight D5. If Sam can get his positional hooks.
And Sam has 55 seconds, Ray only 24.
After Rook A3, he wants to go A4 for sure.
Yeah,
Yes.
and he's done it
Yes, he does.
in a tempo-like fashion. Okay, you given me a target. Bishop to D3, to C2, Knight to D5.
Rook B3, let's say.
Rook to B3, Knight to D5, makes sense, right?
I think putting the knight on d5, that's an accomplishment.
Queen
It is.
b7, let's say.
Queen to b7.
You still
Makes
need,
sense.
the finishing touches, right? Where are the finishing touches is my
I'm
question.
not sure.
Rook to A1.
Okay, let me just refresh my board. Rook to A1.
35 seconds against 27 and counting.
Ooh. Now again, this is the first rapid game. The players will be playing 2 rapid
And
games.
15 seconds. Robson. But
Looking
he made a move.
at that pawn on h4 right there.
After this game, the players will have an hour break in between, switch colors, and queen to g3.
So
Defending
targeting
pawn.
that pawn on e5.
Just before I could say g2, g3, automatic, let's go, queen to g3. That says to me that Sam really wants to play the move. Whoa.
Wait, knight d5 now.
I mean, that would be an automatic, and I would play that in a nanosecond.
I think he's looking at putting that queen on g7, fianchettoing the queen.
But wow, inducing me to play knight to d5 with a tempo.
Yep.
That
Knight
really
d5, queen
takes,
g7 played.
takes nerves of steel. That is just an amazing move.
D takes e5.
D takes e5. And again, I'm thinking that the bishop is going to redirect itself to capture that pawn.
D takes
Ray
e5.
is just munch.
Let's refresh the board.
And I'm thinking bishop to d3, bishop c2.
He played it.
You bet.
It's on the board.
You know, it's a time-honored tradition. Thousands of years ago, they were trying to win pawns.
I really don't like, if you compare the pieces with the
Right?
counterpart.
Activity.
The knight on d5 is much better than knight on g8, queen on g3, queen on g7. You can sense the difference.
So rook b2, trying to be active.
But here was the difference. I had played bishop e2 in order to play bishop d1.
No.
Bishop d3 says, I want to play bishop c2. And Ray says, no, you don't.
Yes.
Rook to b2, stopping bishop c2, getting some activity of his own.
Knight to e3, still looking at that potential knight to c4 as well as bishop to c2, always creating threats in the position, Sam Sevian.
Notice that the knight on g8 cannot go to f6.
Rook to e8, defending that pawn on e5, specifically for that reason.
Exactly.
Knight to c4.
Knight to c4. Now remember, knights move backwards. It does attack the rook.
Rook b8 back and bishop to c2.
Finally,
I'm getting to that pawn.
The target is in sight.
And
Ray's been outplayed.
5 seconds.
Ray has been outplayed.
Knight f6.
Here it comes, knight f6. And now it's nerves and hand-eye coordination.
That's a good move, by the way, because if you take on e5, I take on e4, we reestablish the material balance. If you take on a4, I take on e4. So that's a very good defensive move by Ray.
And Sam Sevian also 10 seconds to go.
Here he's done.
A4.
He's gone for the trade that you mentioned. You take on a4, I can take on e4.
I could take on a4 first, and I think that's what he's going for.
He
and
has
now
done
take
it.
on e4. Knight takes e4.
Rook takes e4. But wasn't that trade beneficial for Ray?
It feels like it. It feels like it. But he had to do something.
Did
Queen
Sam?
to f3. Yes, Sam had to do something. Queen f3. Now he's saying that, you know what, I still have that f7 potential with
Pawn.
rook to a7, followed by knight d6. Everything is set up to go for that
I
f7
still have
pawn.
the more active and coordinated pieces. As it turned out, the queen on g7.
You can go f5 if you want. And
Oh.
he goes for it.
Okay. That's really playing with fire.
He really wants that knight on e4 so that you control knight d6. Knight d6 was a big problem, in fact.
You know, it was the weirdest thing because I thought after knight e4 I was going to go queen to e3, not because I ever expected f5, but now that the queen is on f3.
5 seconds for Sam Sevian.
Ooh, he has played queen e3. He's looking at rook a7.
Probably rook e7 we can expect.
And then he wants to play f3 and drive that knight away so he can win the pawn on e5.
Rook e7.
Rook e7 happened.
Rook e7. By the way, we know that Nasi drew against Tusa. They will be playing with reverse colors in an hour's time. How
Another
much time
rapid
is on the clock? This is
5 seconds
right now.
seconds.
3,
2.
Rook to b1 check.
Check.
I like this move. Rook takes b1, rook takes a7.
But
and
now
now
knight
knight
takes
takes
e5.
e5.
Knight takes e5, and the queen is overloaded. He's done it.
That's what they call a peshki.
Because
Rook to c7.
if you go rook e7, I have f4.
No, he's going to go rook e7. Rook c7.
Rook, and
Yes.
he's done
Rook
that.
c7.
He's going for that c3 pawn.
But at the end of the day, isn't this king a lot weaker?
100%.
Like if I just go knight back to f3
But that
and
knight
say,
on e4 is protecting the g5 square, which is your only entry square to attack my king. You need
So
to
what
play
do
f3
we do?
at the
Rook
right
b5?
moment. Maybe rook b5.
No,
Knight
knight
f3.
f3.
no,
Can we go queen takes c3 also?
I don't think so.
Rook takes c3.
Rook
Okay.
takes Rook takes c3, queen f4. Let's go.
He's going for it.
Okay, so I'm keeping ideas of rook to
Queen c7. Let's try to exchange that queen.
good move. Queen c7. Just when I was about to go knight to g5 check and drop my rook in on a b6, queen c7.
I think this might be very close to equality.
Wow. And
You
Sam's
cannot
got
go
the
knight
feeling.
e5. I mean, you can, but rook c5 is
No.
going to force the trade of the queens.
Yeah, Sam's going to have the feeling that he's let his advantage slip away here. It was elusive, let's say. I still think Sam is better, but the reduced material is too great.
Because he's
But
trying
this
to
was-
go rook b6 and attack the pawn on g6 now.
Yes.
To be honest, this whole transition was very much because Ray just found once again the best defensive moves. That knight takes, knight f6, knight takes c4, f5.
Right. F5 was that was
F5
quite the
really
shock.
good. F5
Yeah,
was really good.
It really was.
And a big decision, dangerous decision to be making with 2 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
Perhaps we'll see a repetition, rook c7, rook e7, rook d7.
Rook d7. Rook d7.
All you have to do is put the king on g7, knight on f6 if you really have to.
F3.
Are you going to g3?
I
Are you getting
Be
active?
careful about that
Are you
knight.
getting active and excited?
Even king
don't
f2.
think so.
He's like, no.
No, I'm not getting active.
Just don't play rook c1 now.
No, yeah.
That's a
That
no-go.
would be the Mishra Hikaru Nakamura fork.
Speaking of Mishra, right now, maybe this one is too easy. Let's
Yeah,
go
this
let's go to
one is
Wesley
petered
versus Abhimanyu right now.
Oh,
And by the way, Anna Zatonsky just won her game against Talia Cervantes.
Okay, I'm going to switch over to the Wesley So.
Oh,
Whoa,
wow.
Big
there's
missed
a black
opportunity.
pawn
Yes.
on F2.
Yes, there is. It's a pawn
Where-
race.
But we cannot go g4, right? Because there is queen d5.
D5 check. Okay, this is threatens. Wesley is threatening to win the game on the spot with queen h1.
If you go, don't go g4. G4, queen d8, queen d5 is winning on the spot. Queen to a2.
By the way, move with 2 seconds on the
But
clock.
there's still check,
And check
That's a
on
lot of
h3.
checks.
h3, and
Oh.
check on f3.
Check
He's
all
done
the
it.
way. Yeah.
He's picking up the pawn on f2
I
with.
don't think that's enough.
Yeah,
Or
I
is it
do.
enough?
That-
You go
there
king
is a C5
e5,
pawn.
It is
I go
enough.
queen f5
It is
check.
enough. Very nicely calculated.
King e5, queen f5 check wins the game on the spot. That's the winner.
He found it.
Wow.
Wesley found the
Very
winning
precise
queen,
Queen
takes
takes
f2.
series of moves.
Yes, he's done it.
Nicely spotted by Wesley So. And this one is in the back.
Now you
Oh,
cannot
shoot.
capture the pawn because the other pawn is just running.
King g3,
Yeah, for Mishra,
king g4.
he must
king
be
takes g5.
wondering, am I living a horror movie? 24 hours ago, he was winning a match against the number 1 seed. 24 hours later, he's looking at the exit. What have I done wrong? Wesley, congratulations. You were saying that Anna Zatonsky won?
She already won.
And
So do we have
Nasi
one more?
drew.
So let's go back to the Sam Sevian. They
Sam
are
is
playing
still
just
playing.
on
Yes.
Okay.
few seconds.
Sam and Ray are still playing.
They are in a rook
Not sure
and
why
knight
they're
and 3
still playing.
pawns versus rook, knight, and 3, because they can't
Big-
offer a draw.
Exactly.
No draw offers.
And I guess there's still a little bit of an imbalance in the position. Maybe I can get the knight on f4, rook on the 6th rank.
There's always the dream of what you've just described. Getting the knight on f4, getting the rook on the 6th rank,
And at least
pressing.
ice that knight on f6 if you decide to defend that way.
Some pressing.
Rook a5.
By the way, this is what top-level chess has become. You get a small edge, and you just nurse it and nurse it and nurse it, and you never, ever let your opponent get out of the difficulties. If they find all the right moves, bravo.
And Sam will also think about improving his king. King g3. Okay, now we can go knight f4.
So
that is an improvement for white's position.
Exactly. But you were about to say you're going to go king to g3 to f4 to g5 and find yourself checkmated. I don't know. Okay, well, you got to go king g3.
King g3 is a good move.
Oh, wait. Okay. Knight is on f4. It's now going to g5. Okay.
Rook d4.
King, don't blame.
Maybe I can throw in a check. Rook a7, rook d7. That would be the problem.
No, it's king g3.
King g3.
Yeah, let's activate that king.
I thought the knight was very well placed on f4, and Sam is thinking, you know what? It's actually even better on g5.
Because it allows the king maybe to go to f4 and e5.
That's exactly what he's thinking, that the f4 square is the transit square for his pieces.
Okay, but we cannot go there right now because
Why not?
Ray is ready for rook b4.
Let's make sure that's true. I'm a pawn grubber. I don't like sacrificing pawns, but I do if I can get a very active pieces. Like, for example, you take, and this feels like you're falling into some deathly kind of a trap.
Yeah, because now your king can go to f6 and just...
Precisely. I take no risks with this pawn sacrifice, and it might actually just be a winner. So we'll see if
no, Sam retreated with that knight and transferred it back to f4.
He didn't feel the same. He didn't
feel it was... It's a very passive position, but it's not enough. It's just simply not enough, at least not yet.
Right.
Rook b7, you're just going to swing that rook on the 7th rank, rook c7, rook b7. Stay with the knight on f8, defending the only weakness. And the question is, how do you increase the pressure as white?
I have to, at a certain moment, bring my king
Where
to e5.
But now we are setting traps. Like, you cannot do rook c7 now back. You have to be a little careful because we can capture that knight on f8.
That's a nice little trap, yeah.
Yeah.
Rook d7,
rook d7
does not fall in it.
It's like there are certain squares on the chessboard that there's a mine. Don't step on this. Quick question for you. If you had to win, would you have thought about rook takes f8, knight takes g6, and knight back?
But I will still try to improve my king. Like, I like what Sam did with the knight on g5, but he didn't continue with the king improvement.
Right.
So I would try with the king going to the center, see what's up in there.
Right.
And if there was nothing, then yeah, I think I would just try. If you
give
have
it a
to
shot.
win, you have to go for it.
Yeah, and here we go. Knight to e5 as opposed to f4, because as you've been saying, you kind of need to centralize your king.
But whenever you go king f4, you also have to be careful.
Rook takes f8, but rook takes e5.
I was about to say, rook takes f8. Don't take the rook. That would be knight takes g6. But take the knight, and everything is safe.
Somehow Ray is playing with fire.
A little bit. A little bit.
Feels like he is.
A little bit. Rook e7 by Ray.
But Sam, only 8 seconds.
Knight d3.
Knight d3. Kind of recharging.
But that allows our knight to go back to play. Maybe knight d6. Yeah, knight e6, pardon me.
I like that move. First of all, it does defend the f4 square, and it kind of prevents either king or knight going there. Okay, king f6, king f7.
I don't know if you want to go put yourself into a pin.
I hate doing that. I hate being pinned. Okay.
Oh, that knight is going to e2.
Ray is defending quite well. I'm used to scholastics players doing that, you know, keeping their finger on the fees.
Just checking, it's not going to be attacked there.
Knight e6. Okay. The reason we're staying with this game and not going into the classical games is because these two players are in a rapid and they're playing on their increments.
I wonder how many moves they made before they got to this position without moving any pawn and without trading. But
I'm sure the last pawn move was White's f2, f3.
And that was move 49. And now they're on move 73. Okay, 24 moves. So 24 moves more to survive.
By the way, just one other landmine square. You might think the rook on c7 is safe because there's no knight e6 check. You get the cold shower after this captures and
another
knight
powerful
e6.
fork.
So Ray has to navigate all of these.
But he doesn't need to be going into these squares.
Yeah, exactly.
He's
Why
really
is he keeping
playing with the fire.
That's right. That is absolutely
It's a real
right.
thing.
Okay. Sam just brought his king back to f2, intimating that he would love to cross the e file and go to e3 and d4. Knight to d3.
Maybe just waiting for, yes, that file to be blocked, but we don't want to go there with the king immediately. So maybe knight, if we go knight e5, okay, king g3, first guarding that f4 square because black could have jumped there with his knight.
Should the knight have gotten, that's right.
And now
are
maybe
we
white is
getting
thinking
close?
about knight e5.
If Ray plays knight f8, are we getting close to 3-move repetition territory?
I'm not sure.
I don't think they even think about that.
Whoa,
Wait,
whoa. Ray, he keeps playing with danger.
He
What
really loves
is
it.
that
He's
move?
addicted to it, I guess.
What is that move? My goodness. Okay.
To the adrenaline.
So if I go rook takes e6, you
Yes.
go rook takes d3,
Yes.
and I have king f4, threatening to win the game.
Just go queen.
I have king f7, no?
King h6.
King h6.
H6.
95, rook e7, only move.
Yes, only move. Okay. Oh,
F4.
f4.
Okay, that is a committing move.
Oh, that really is a great relief for Ray. Now he can play knight f8 without ever worrying about the king coming to f4 and g5. I think that decision has helped Ray secure the draw.
Was he playing for a draw? I don't know.
I don't know
No idea.
what was going on there. It looked like he was just...
But now white can start marching with the king. King f3, king e3.
But where do you go? Because that's some
Where's
point
the
I'm going to
march?
start
So
taking your pawns as well.
so I go check.
Okay, king f3.
I give you another check.
Oh, you're going to capture my pawn on g2.
I'm that greedy.
Probably.
Yeah, the moment we see the move f3, f4, I think White's chances of win just disappear.
And I think Sam knows it as well.
Yes, yes. We got to give Ray credit. This was not that easy a hold, and he did it impressively well.
Yeah, some quite precise moves,
Yes.
right, in the critical situations.
And a draw. Where would you like to take us, Kate?
Maybe the champions bracket in the men's. So
Let's go to Hikaru.
Fabiano, how is he doing?
Okay.
Or Hikaru.
It was a 50-50, and I went with the wrong 50. Fabi versus Levon. When we left it in a position where we made this understanding that Fabi's enjoying the two bishops. Yay! Except the downside is the bishop on a2 could be a passive.
Could be locked.
Yeah, a passive spectator. And we saw the move c6 as Cristian explained it. c4, d5, rook c1, queen b8, gift beat the pawn, rook c2, rook a7, again preparing, queen e2, rook to d8.
I know Cristian was saying something about f3 being played,
Knight
right?
c3.
But
Cristian, what's caught your eye?
Well, actually, let's do take a look at this one and see what's happening since we last saw it. I think we left it off after like c4 round here. Knight to d2, c6, take c4. Obviously, you're looking at forcing d5, otherwise I'm going to go d5 myself. And then also, after the move c4, you have ideas of bishop to b1. Try target the pawn on e4, especially after the move f3 with this diagonal lengthening, the b1 h7 diagonal. Rook to c1, queen to b8, rook to c2, rook to a7, queen e2, rook d8, and knight to b1. I like this move. I like this move because you're telegraphing the attack against the pawn on a4. And that is the big weakness in black's position. The pawn on a4 as well as the pawn on d5. So knight c3 is going to come at the right moment. How do you defend against that? In fact, the bigger question is, how do you reciprocate this type of attacks and with your own attacks? And the answer is most likely knight to f8. You're trying to go to e6. Go to e6, target the pawn on d4 in the center, reshuffle the pieces as they are. And I think this is the way Levon needs to play this one. But looking at it, and with the potential of the position exploding and opening up, I see the two bishops as being preferred in this one. I think white has obtained a light advantage. Not
Light.
big, light. Just a light advantage given the fact that you have the light square bishop. So this is the way I'm seeing it right now.
Thank you, Cristian. We reached that stage in our show that we'd like to go and ask Ben Underwood, our resident statistician, who
has the highest chances to win the tournament.
Absolutely, Kate. Let's
So
take it
let's
from
take
the
a
top.
look. So this is the pre-tournament chances to win the tournament. In the women's section, it is Carissa leading with 36.8%. Second, Alice Lee, the defending champion, 28.3%. And Irina Krush, who already won it 2 times, only 19.4%.
And now, with one match under our belts, this is after round 1.
So after round 1, which is the first match, it is Carissa who is leading again. She's increasing the lead, 42.2%. Alice Lee still second, 29%. And Irina Krush, 22.3%.
The favorites have become more favoritor. And after yesterday.
And after yesterday, it is Carissa 40.8%, so she lost a little bit of lead despite winning the match. Alice Lee 28.1%, and Irina Krush 21.7%.
I want to put a lot of money on Anna Zatonski. I don't believe in those odds. And in the open section?
Let's take a look. In the open section, pre-29.2%, not such a big lead. Second, Hikaru Nakamura 24.8%, and third, Wesley So 14.6%.
Okay.
And then after day 1, the first round, Fabiano Caruana still in the lead, 29.3, Hikaru Nakamura 25.3, and Wesley So 14.7.
But now that Wesley So lost his game to Leinier Dominguez.
He got replaced by Levon Aronian. So Fabiano increased his lead to 35.5%, Hikaru second, 32.0%, and Levon Aronian third as a defending champion with 17.5%.
As we prepare to go to break, tell us about the results in the elimination bracket, reminding everybody they are playing 2 games of rapids.
Yeah, so in the first game, Sevian drew against Robson. Wesley So just queen endgame, really interesting game, but he managed to win against Abhimanyu Mishra. Anna Zatonski won against Talia Cervantes, and Atusa Purkashian made a draw with Nazi Paikidze.
And in the... That's it. That's it.
All the games so far is finished.
And let's take a look
some Cupid for us.
Yes, exactly. I want to see what today's specials is. This is from the World Chess Hall of Fame, a women's jacket. This is the newest edition of the World Chess Hall of Fame jacket, and it is not to be missed. The jackets are 95% polyester, 5% spandex, and feature an outstanding, durable, hot-pressed logo of the World Chess Hall of Fame on the front, available in men's and women's style, available at QBoutique.stl.com for all your chess shopping needs. And as we go on break, what can the viewers expect?
The viewers can expect a discussion that Cristian had with Abhimanyu Mishra. Enjoy everyone.
You chose your victim well, huh?
Abhimanyu, first of all, welcome back to St. Louis. Welcome to the American Cup. This is your first participation. You're among the best chess players in the United States. Great opportunity. How are you feeling about this event, about your chances, and about facing these incredible players?
I'm feeling great to be back in St. Louis again. It's like a second home to me at this point. And yeah, for this tournament, I've played many of these strong participants before. And the first real new one would be against Hikaru. And it's a very great opportunity for me to showcase my skills, and I hope to be in top form and give it my all.
Obviously, it's a very intriguing format as well. Did you get to do any specific preparation going into this event? You have to sometimes combine classical, rapid, blitz. Did you touch on all of those subjects?
Yeah, I'll be focusing mainly on classical and at rapid and blitz, I've also worked a bit in the last couple of months, but classical is the main focus for me.
Is this also a psychological reason why you do this? Because you don't want to get out of the champions bracket? You just want to stay there? You don't want to go into the rapid format?
Definitely. I mean, first of all, classical is, for the last many years, I've been prioritizing classical, and here I think it's also, I have a feeling most of the matches will be decided in the first two games, and if you have, let's say, blitz preparation, you won't be able to use it very often, for example.
Speaking of this upcoming match against Hikaru, you've faced him before, but not in such a focused setting. How are you seeing this match unfold?
He's a very strong player who's currently like world number 2 as of now, and it's going to be a very tough match for me. But I have a feeling that when I'm able to play to my potential, I don't think there's a player I cannot really beat. For example, when I was playing in the BL Chess Festival a few months ago, the first round actually I was black against Prague, and I managed to win a very crazy attacking game. So I have a feeling, if I'm in top form, then these games could get very interesting.
And just that game that you mentioned, it already tells me that you've been facing these extremely strong players for a very long time, despite your extremely young age as well. How are you feeling about being the youngest competitor? Do you feel there's a target on your back at all?
Yeah, definitely. This is also another nice thing when you play higher rated, is that generally, for example, if I was playing, let's say, some open tournament, I would have to worry about players forcing a draw because of rating and so on. And here, these guys will be out to kill me for every single game, every single move. And this is where I get my own chances.
Speaking of that, how are you going to make use of that? How are you going to, without revealing too much? Of course, we don't want to give anything away, but how are you going to use that to your advantage?
Sure, at this level, if you need to win a game, you need to take some chances. And this is where I have a feeling that in these double-edged, complicated positions is where I get my chance to strike. I've done this in many games. I think like another prime example of this was my 2023 US Championship. I've had this game against Robson. He came up with this extremely sharp line in the semi-slabs 5.g3, and we were both prepared like 20-25 moves, and it was absolute chaos on the board, and I managed to prevail in the end.
Now, you've competed in this type of very strong events quite a few times. You've garnered a lot of experience throughout the years. What do you feel separates players of your level to players of 2700, and what do you need? Because this is one of your main goals. As stated many times, you want to reach 2700 as fast as possible. What do you feel you need to do in order to achieve that?
I think my main issue is consistency. I'll have some of these great events, like in BL I had 2860 performance rating after the first 5 rounds, but at the same time I've had tournaments where I have played quite poorly, and I've dropped a lot of points in these tournaments, and that's what's holding me back.
How do you adjust consistency? How do you work on that?
It also varies from tournament to tournament, like what is necessarily needed, and I have a feeling I'm more suited to playing higher rated opponents, as I don't really have to have this fear of, let's say, people forcing draws. And also, I feel a lot more comfortable, let's say, playing and holding my opponent against higher rateds than, let's say, consistently beating, let's say, 2500s. Of course, everything is needed to go up to the next level. And for consistency, I guess it's always just being in your top form. You'd always need to be ready to play against, let's say, everything and everything. And as of now, I have a very, let's say, narrow repertoire, and I've been working on the last few months to widen things so that people cannot prepare as deeply.
And we should expect a lot of those weapons being unleashed in this competition, in
Definitely.
the American Cup?
Definitely.
Abhimanyu, thank you very much for your time and good luck in the games.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm International Master Eric Rosen, and I'm going to be doing in-person commentary for the American Cup at the St. Louis Chess Club, so feel free to come and join me here along with the Grandmaster in residence. We'll be taking on questions and watching the top players across the country battle it out for a lot of prize money, so hope to see you here.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Do you want to know more about great female players in chess history? Throughout all of March, the World Chess Hall of Fame is offering free pamphlets to guests exploring the rich history of women in chess. Learn about legendary greats like Vera Menchik and Nona Gaprichta-Vili, modern stars like Irina Krush and Carissa Yip, and so many more. This Women's History Month, discover the real queens of the game at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
We just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats vs. Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a wood-burn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
Mark your calendar. The 2025 Strategy Across the Board Gala is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. Enjoy fine dining and world-class entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame. To learn more and to purchase tickets and sponsorships, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
I'm Justin King. I'm a sculptor here in St. Louis, and I tend to make a lot of work with recycled materials, and especially cardboard. I make a lot of animals. It's one of my favorite things to make. So the World Chess Hall of Fame, they're doing an exhibit called Pawns and Paws, and it's showing off all the animals that are influenced within chess. And so we got this crazy idea to make a T-Rex. It's a wonderful opportunity to work with the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I've had the pleasure of working with the Chess Hall of Fame before. We got together during Chess the Musical at the Muni, and they were promoting that, and so we made a knight chess piece out of other chess pieces. And as people stood in line, they were able to sign and draw all over these chess pieces. Then I was able to collect those and reconstruct it. And then when I got the email and phone call to come back and make something, we decided to go big, and we made this big T-Rex, and we're excited to put it where it's going to be and seen by so many people from all over, so I'm super pumped about it.
At the World Chess Hall of Fame, we love highlighting the talent of the St. Louis art community. And when I was curating Paws and Pawns, Justin King was a natural fit with his fun and whimsical animal sculptures. We're looking forward to seeing how our visitors react to this oversized T-Rex that'll be popping out of the wall, enlivening the space.
It was nice to get back together to create something new, and hopefully this relationship continues into the future. I hope you get a chance to come down to the World Chess Hall of Fame, check out the exhibit, see this monumental T-Rex we've installed, how we've used these materials and tied it all back together into the world of chess. We hope to see you there.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 3 of the American Cup, and let's take a look at the results of the games that just finished.
Elimination bracket.
So the elimination bracket, Sevian drew against Robson, Wesley So won against Abhimanyu Mishra, Anna Zatonsky won against Talia Cervantes, and Atusa Prokashian made a draw with Nazi Paikidze.
The players will be flipping colors and playing shortly their second game. Tell us about the schedule for today.
So today we play both brackets. In the champions bracket, we play one classical game, and only tomorrow they're going to play the next one. But in the elimination bracket, they play the whole match. They play the 2 rapid games, and if there will be a tie, they will continue with the blitz playoff. And some of the players will go home after today.
Absolutely. 2 players will be eliminated in the women's section. 2 players will be eliminated in the open section. I wanted to jump to our game between Carissa and Tatev because, in my view, Carissa, who has gone from an E4 to a D4 player, I mean, it's very, very hard. You want to be ambidextrous and be able to play E4 and D4 as white, but sometimes you don't have all the nuances for the many defenses that black has. So Tatev had played this Catalan defense, close Catalan with A5, B6, bishop B2, bishop A6, and knight e5. And I was saying that the one thing you really don't want to do as white is play this move knight e5. Rather, you want to play knight d2 and e4, something I mentioned in our earlier
And knight e5 looks like a very natural move. You are centralizing the knight, you are putting pressure on the opponent c6. But in fact, your idea should be continuing the pressure in the center.
And playing for the move e2, e4. As a result, Tatev played the move knight d7. Now it's the usual prescription is to kind of admit that you made a mistake, capture
Which,
the
by the way,
knight.
is a very strong move, right? That Tatev played this
Exactly.
knight fd7.
And in my estimation, Carissa has ended up in exactly the position that you don't want to be in as white. If you play the move c takes d5, then after c takes d5, this bishop is actually a lot better, a lot more active than this bishop. The pawn on e5 is now suddenly weak. By the way, the pawn on e5 interferes with the bishop on b2. And I'm just thinking the errors are being compounded here by Carissa. I don't like the move f2, f4 either. And here, I think everybody would have just played the move rook c8 for Tatev, intending, of course, to capture twice on c4. Tatev played okay. I would have preferred rook c8. She's played the move b5, and I think she's going to come out of this opening saying, hey, look at here, I have an
everything
advantage.
she wants. She's now putting pressure on that pawn c4 because
Exactly.
it's targeted by 2 pawns and a bishop.
Right.
So Carissa has to figure out what she's going to do about it. And once she captures one of the pawns, now the c file is open for black. Also, the pawn on b5 in the future can be pushed forward.
Right.
And all black pieces are doing really well.
Exactly, and I'm thinking that one of the things that you kind of don't want to do is suddenly leave your, make double attacks against the rook and the knight possible. So I was reaching for the rook on f1 to go to c1 so that actually you can move your queen away. And I think Carissa's going to be on the back foot for a little while.
Queen b6, looking at that diagonal.
Yeah, I think it's going to be on Carissa's mind that, hey, I should be trying to equalize the position. I don't have an advantage as white any longer. Cristian, what's caught your eye?
Not only not an advantage, but I think
A
really
disadvantage.
on the back foot in that one. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not easy to equalize with white.
Exactly.
Let's take a look at the open section and see what happened in this one. I was saying at the beginning that, you know what, Leinier seems to be knowing what he's doing. This one is probably going to simplify very quickly and maybe even finish in a draw very quickly. I don't think that's the case anymore. Take a look at this. So it did simplify. We exchanged the queens on f3, rook to c8. It feels very equal, right? Knight to d5. But you have to be a bit careful. h4, take on g5, and I really like that move, h4, forcing the trades, but this is on white's turn. And right now on the h file, you might have some difficulties. If you want to make luft for your king with h6, well, first of all, you really don't want to play g6.
No.
Because with a pawn on g5, a knight will land on f6, and you're going to have tremendous problems on that side. So maybe h6 at the right moment, but rook to d2 perhaps not the best move. I was looking at ideas of a4, and maybe black would have continued with his whole idea of simplifications, with knight to c6. And now we start seeing this hero king. Hey, let's go, let's push forward. And take a look at this pawn on g5, really shielding everything, really shielding the king in the center. And this is when things could get complicated for black. I mean, you start going rook to c2, rook to c1, you take my pawn on f2, but how do you stop my d pawn, right? And things are becoming really dangerous for black if they would have went this way. Imagine something like this, rook to e8. Guess what? I'm going forward with my king. Rook to c7, king to c6, and the d pawn is pushing. That's how things can go wrong for black. So after rook to d2, even this position, it feels like there's something. Maybe not a lot, but there's something, and you really need to be precise. As black, Leinier needs to be precise. The pressure will be increasing on him to find the best moves, and I see some chances for Hikaru.
Absolutely. Thank you, Cristian. King f4, king takes e5.
The hero king.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
A good general leads his army into battle. I'm going to turn our attention to our perennial finalists in the American Women's Championship Cup. Alice Lee versus Irina Krush, and the last move, rook on a8 to e8, completing the development. You know, chess coaches around the world are so pleased to see Irina bringing all of her pieces into play before launching her attack. She's looking at this knight on e4. And she's going, oh, this is very nice, you know. Want to play knight takes f2, want to play queen takes e3, want to leverage my knight in the center of the board. And this move rook on e8, it's a kind of a prelude to f6. I think that from Irina's point of view, she would like her bishop to be open. And again, from Irina's point of view, she would like this bishop to be open, as in, you know, do me a really good favor, captures my knight, and like, again, I'm just going to make some very, very bad moves for Alice. And this,
Just
again,
opening both bishops.
Both bishops, like, so, you know, do not do this, Alice. This is not what you need to do, is capturing the pieces and capturing the knight on e4. So rook on e8. Now, from White's point of view, imagine that the rook was on c2 and the queen was on c1. Yes and yes, I am thinking about sacrificing
On
the
C7.
exchange all the time on the c7 square. There's one weakness in the position, and that is the c7 pawn. But for the moment, it's defended very nicely by the bishop on d6. It's defended very nicely by the bishop on d6. Wouldn't it be great if I could trade dark square bishops? How could I do that? I'd have to play b5, a4, and bishop a3. So how am I going to do that? Which makes this position kind of crucial. If I was going to play for bishop a3, I would be playing b5.
Because you prefer that rook to be on a1.
a1, so I could
guarding
play
that square on a3.
So if I were to play b5, and if Irina were to play a4, now you would see how I would look to trade the bishops. So rook to c1, and now Alice is asking herself, okay, didn't I do everything right?
I wonder if
What
she's
should I
thinking
do?
about playing rook e1, just
Rook
guarding
F1,
that
E1.
fe1, yeah.
Yep, okay.
Guarding that pawn on e3. So as you mentioned, some knight takes f2. I want to make sure that pawn on e3 is defended.
Okay.
And what are you going to do? f6?
Okay, I'll fall for it. By the way, we do
sure.
have
Queen
queen
e2. So she's attacking that pawn on a6.
Our chess engine, our Silicon friend, didn't seem to like the move queen e2 very much. Forgive me, Kate. We'll come back to rook e1 for a moment. Queen e2. One of the things that I would say is the knight on e5 is going to capture on d7. That's very clear. If there's no knight to capture, what is the knight going to do on e5? You might just get yourself a little bit worried that
Yeah,
the
you have
knight
to be careful because exactly after f6, knight moving to g4, then there is
so I
even
make a
some...
bad move. Yep, f6, you continue. Knight moves to g4.
Then there is some h5, just trapping the knight.
Oops, no squares to return to. The knight is trapped. So queen e2, even though it does come with a threat of bishop takes a6, you have to think about this. And then the other thing you might want to think about if you're black is we mentioned that the half-open c-file is a source of play for white. If Irina could play knight to b6 to c4, she shut down the c-file, and there's no play in the position for white. So two ways of answering queen e2, knight b8 as well as b5. And again, your move rook e1, I would probably find myself drawn to this move nonetheless, knight b5, because I want to play f6 and I really want to open up this bishop. It's not that easy for Alice to find active play.
This move rook c1 is a normal developmental move,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure where white is actually heading with that.
Yeah, it almost like you go down a dead alley, so to speak. There's no further road. Another thing that I haven't spoken about, which was knight c6. Great. The knight looks really, really, really powerful on c6 until you see moves like queen e6 and queen h6. And then you start asking yourself, well, what exactly is the knight doing on c6? You're not playing knight takes a7. You're not playing knight a5.
You're maybe helping the dark square bishop for black just to be developed and to be attacking on that diagonal.
And again, these two ladies have been playing for 3 years in a row in the finals. Here they're meeting in the semifinal in the champions bracket. But I think Arena's going to feel like she came out of this opening in a good shape. And I think she's two tempting choices, b6, b5, as well as knight b8. She's looking at. What are you looking at, Cristian?
Catching up with the marquee matchup in the open section.
Yes.
The one between Fabiano and Levon. We left it off after knight to b1. And I was saying that the knight is coming to c3. It feels like that knight is going to be attacking these two very important weaknesses, a4 and d5. Black needs to do some reshuffling of his own as well. And he started doing that with the move knight to f8. I was recommending this knight to land on e6. He understood that. Knight c3, knight e6, take, take. Now we have the weakness to work against. And a very crafty move. I really like this move by Fabi, f4. Because right now you have a big choice. I mean, you can leave that pawn on f4 or take on f3. If you take on f3, after queen takes f3, we've been seeing this pressure down the f-file. It's very unpleasant. And guess what? g4, g5 is still coming in the position. So this would have been bad. With the queen on f3, I'm also increasing the pressure on d5. You don't want to do that.
Right.
So he didn't. And this is some good news for Levon. He's playing really fast. He's putting a lot of pressure on Fabiano's clock. Queen to b6, but I'm looking at this position. Let's see if we have any moves. We don't have any moves. King h1 is the best move by the engine. Let's say you don't do that, because it's a bit unusual, right? You're allowing knight takes d4. You don't want to calculate that, even though it doesn't work. Like king h1, you really cannot take, because I can just simply take and go knight b5. I can also just probably go queen to f2. Oops. This might be even more problematic. So let's say I just defend that pawn with rook to d2, a very simple move. I'm not seeing black's moves. I'm not seeing black's plan. And I know exactly what I'm going to do as white. I'm going to go f5. I'm going to go g4, g5. I'm not stopping on this side.
Right.
So what are you doing in return? And the best moves that I'm seeing flash on the screen are, okay, knight c7, going backwards. I go g4, knight e8. This is not natural play.
No.
And it's just going to become increasingly harder for black to find the right moves. Like, what are some natural moves in this position after rook to d8? You see this position for the first time. What do you play?
I apologize. I would not have played queen b6. I thought,
you played it very fast.
Yeah. If you put the queen back on b8 for just a moment, in my opinion, this comes right out of a game between Lajos Portis. I played with Lajos Portis. I was black. G7, G6 was my automatic.
Yes, G7, G6 is already really bad after queen f2 followed by f5.
Knight to G7.
G4.
And H5.
You got a losing position.
Yeah, I know. H takes G, and
so
I was
quickly. But you see how things can go wrong.
But
right?
am I losing? H takes G.
Yes, apparently
G
you
takes.
are. Yes.
Takes.
Bishop f4, bishop b5. You're going to, like, everything opens up, right?
Is this?
It's really bad. It's
so what happened in my game? What happened in my game with Lajos is I ended up controlling the f5 square. Why am I losing? I moved my queen.
Where do you put it?
Okay, queen b6.
Queen b6. Now I just simply take. You cannot really take, right? Because of knight takes d5.
I can't really.
It's tough. These bishops get activated. That's the problem. Especially this light square bishop on a2 gets activated.
Yeah. I get it.
And these are natural moves, by the way. These are truly natural moves. Not the ones that the engine is saying, you know, like
queen b6,
knight c7, knight e8.
No, those are not natural.
You don't play like that.
Do you think Levon maybe think about exchanging queens? So queen b6 with the idea after rook d2, queen a6?
But I'm not exchanging.
So where do you go?
F2.
Well, it's saying that you better exchange, but I don't want to exchange. I just want to go
follow with
f2.
f5.
Apparently right now black is better after knight c7.
What?
I don't understand why. My guess is that you want to go knight to b5. If you manage to exchange the knight, then it does seem like a lot of pressure is alleviated from black's position.
Because then bishop on a2 is kind of locked, right? It doesn't have the target on d5.
You need
and
the
other
pressure on
diagonal
d5.
is blocked.
You need this idea of g4, g5 to hit the pawn on d5. That's basically what you need as white. And then just open up things on the king side. Again, very good news for Levon is that Fabi's thinking, burning a lot of the clock. And at some point, there will be complications. You will be opening up the position as white. There will be complications. So you will need time to calculate everything precisely.
All right. That's strategically some real key questions going on. Turning our attention back to the game of Alice Lee in Arena. Crush, for just a moment. When we left it, we'd seen the move Queen E2. Arena did go for that knight B8. She's defended the pawn on A6. And she said to Alice, you know what, Alice, I want to trap your knight that's nicely positioned in the center of the board. Alice said, I hear you. Alice has just played the move bishop on D3 back to C2, making
Creating
room.
a square, for that knight. So the knight can retreat to D3.
Okay, but great. I always had this feeling whenever you're going backwards, keep going as far away backwards as you can. Again, from Arena's point of view, she wants to leverage this knight on E4 to a kind of a kingside attack. So I would find the move F6 and G5 kind of a very natural.
Especially if you look at the dark square bishops, right? The bishop on D6 is fantastic, but that bishop on B2, that is not a very happy bishop.
No, it's stuck. Bishop on C2 doesn't make a real great impression either. I mean, yes, you could probably tickle me. I don't necessarily want to move the rook from E8. Maybe I would play knight to D7. But I'm just saying that I can see Arena's building up for a kingside attack. And in the other game, Carissa Yip, I think Tatev has achieved a significant advantage as black right out of the opening. And from Carissa's point of view, she better think, wait a minute, you know, I started really well, two out of two, but I don't like my position. What are the clock times between these two?
So Carissa 34 minutes and Tatev 45 minutes.
45.
Yeah.
So Tatev is enjoying not only an advantage on the board,
Carissa is
but
struggling
on the
here, figuring out what she wants to do.
Right.
Because as we see, black is getting more
Whoa.
space. Whoa, F5.
Carissa is not one to back down. I mean, wow.
Okay,
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. F5.
But why not? I mean, you have to do something, right?
But that's just leaving the E5 pawn up for grabs.
So I can start with queen b6 if I need to. I don't think I need to.
Check.
Because it's just a check and I can keep that diagonal open for my bishop.
Well, let's ask a salient question. What does the rook... Okay, if I'm in Carissa's...
I love F5.
You do?
I do, yes.
Okay, if I'm in Carissa's shoes, I'm thinking I can take on D5, I could take with a check, and I could take a rook. So let me clear the diagonal just to take away that. And let me threaten the move D4 or B4. Queen David 2?
Sure.
Queen David 2. Okay.
Maybe, I mean, I have to go somewhere on the D file.
Yes, you just got to clear. You got to clear.
I don't want to go on D3 because you take on E5 with a tempo. Maybe D1 better than D2, but let's just put it on D2. This is the most natural for the moment.
So let's just see if I usually whenever
Can I take on D5?
Yeah, whenever I'm given these positions, I look at the most forcing things first. Most forcings are the most forced moves are checks and captures.
So let's take on D5.
Let's take on D5. Let's check. Most forcing.
Check. I'll hide.
And let's just look at the most forcing moves first. So I want to take the knight. I want to win an exchange.
Let's go Queen F4.
Okay, but what about F6 also? Is there kind of...
F6.
Queen F4 for the moment.
Queen F4 for the moment. And no forcing.
Let me see if I can set something up for Yasser. I have some ideas for Yasser.
No forcing moves. I don't... This, I'm a little bit reluctant.
Ooh.
I'm just defending the knight.
You're a brave man. You're a brave man.
I'm not
if I go h3, what's your idea?
Why don't we play f6? F6 is just...
F6 is a question as well, yes. But
okay,
I do want to attack that knight.
And if I take a knight?
At some point, you still have to go.
And I take on g7?
F7. Excuse me.
You might be in
for
trouble,
sure.
Yasser.
Okay. Well, again, no. I'm saying the way I break the position down is I look at the most forcing moves first.
Yes.
And then I go, okay, if they don't work, if I can't take the knight on e5, if I can't take the pawn on e5, let me get rid of this knight. How about that?
I like that.
And by the way, as we'll just pause our analysis here because the second elimination matches are about to start.
Yeah, they are just starting. We see the first moves.
Joining us late, we have results.
So let's review the results of the first rapid match. So Sam Sevian drew with Ray Robson. Wesley So won against Abhimanyu Mishra. So Abhimanyu Mishra is in a must-win situation, otherwise he's eliminated from the tournament. The same applies to Talia Cervantes. She lost her first game against Anna Zatonsky, and now with white pieces, she has to win. Atusa Purkashan made a draw with Nazi Paikidze, and that match is still open.
In the game of Talia and Anna, I noticed that Talia has opened up with knight f3, d4. She knew that she was going to be facing a Queen's Gambit declined, because that's Anna's #1 go-to defense as black. And I'm a little bit surprised by Talia's decision to play a London bishop f4. I'm not a big fan of the London. I know it's very, very popular at different levels, but I always felt that it was a soft bishop f4. And immediately Anna said, okay, your bishop is very good on f4, let's trade. So she's just played bishop dd6, e2, e3 by Talia.
Offering to have similar pawn structure to, actually no, it was different with Nazi Paikidze game, but just kind of this double pawn idea that we have two pawns doubled early, but they are also guarding important squares.
Yes, so if we capture on f4, then the idea is that the newly minted double pawn on f4 does attack g5 and
Anna
e5.
took that bishop, so we have this pawn structure, which is quite actually interesting for white. I was analyzing it when I was playing London.
Right.
And you know, you want to play bishop d3, we're going to see.
And Anna's just played the move b7, b6, as she's anticipating
bishop
bishop d3, bishop a6. Probably we'll see a move like c3. Don't play bishop a6 right away because I'll trade
double attack
and check and pick up on a6. So we'll keep an eye on this one.
But the idea is for white to kind of put rook on e1 and then think about pushing that f4 pawn up to f5.
Exactly. Use it as a battering ram. I'm going to go to the game, the second game between Nasi and Atusa. These two ladies drew their first game, so the stakes cannot be higher for this match. For this game, the winner of this game stays in the elimination group. The loser is out of the tournament. And we have a reversed Perks defense. I was always reluctant to play c4 in this position because I never really liked this structure as white. I was not a happy camper in this setup. So I would always preface the move c4 with the move b3. I would play b3, bishop b2, and then I would play c4. But c4 on the board, Nasi to play. Let's go to the other elimination, and I'm going to toss it over to you, Cristian, as Wesley So and Mishra are underway.
Well, absolutely, and that seems to be somewhat of we're still in the theory right now. Let's take a look. Obviously, Mishra is trying to complicate matters.
He must win.
It's so difficult to win against Wesley. I would go as far as calling it one of the most difficult things to do in chess. To win on demand against Wesley So, because his repertoire is so solid, right? And we've seen that against Leinier. I mean, 6 draws.
The best in the world.
And then barely beat him with an extra minute in the blitz, in the Armageddon. So Mishra immediately sacrifices a pawn, d4 followed by c3, bishop to e7, take on d4, b5, bishop to b3, and knight to c3. Still played, still in theory. Bishop to b7 was played before, knight to a5 as well, try target bishop on b3, maybe force it on a different diagonal, but he chose bishop f6, and quite quickly bishop f6 came, rook to e1. It seems to be something that the players know. And bishop f6 is the best move by the engine, followed by knight to f5, focusing on that pawn on d4. What are you going to do next? How are you going to defend that? What I think Mishra wants is not to push, is not to go bishop to e3, is to activate the rook as fast as possible. Rook to e4. Get going on this side. Get going on this side and try to go rook to g4, maybe h4 as well. You need to do something. You need to create an imbalance in the position, and I think this is what he's gunning for right now. I like the style. I like the time situation for Mishra, 25 minutes and 50 seconds, winning some time. So definitely something that he's analyzed at home, something that potentially his coaches have told him, hey, this will be something that will give Wesley a task. And this is the best you can do.
Right.
The best you can do. Hey, you only have 20 minutes. Solve this task.
Right.
Let's see if Wesley manages to solve it.
Rook e4. So right now it's a single pawn he's gambited.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Rook e4.
Yes.
But probably more to come.
Look, I'm seeing g4, g5 ideas to destabilize the knight. You need to work something on this side, right?
Exactly.
And what Black is going to try to do is, and look at the bar.
Didn't like your move, rook e8.
Wow.
A very natural move, right? You're trying to exchange the rooks. Apparently, knight g5 is already really bad. If you take, bishop takes g5, first of all, you cannot take because the rook takes c8.
And there's no f6 because that pawn is pinned.
That's it, game over.
Yeah, that's terrible.
It's actually game over. So knight g5, you have to go rook to e6 and give the exchange. There's some pitfalls in the position, so we'll see.
By the way, we have a move, bishop b7.
Bishop b7, okay.
Maybe knight e4, rook e4 Wesley has spotted that.
That's right. Well, yes.
Mishra
he has a sixth sense when it comes to this type of dangerous opportunities for his opponent. I know Wesley, I've prepared against Wesley for Fabiano many, many times. It's so difficult to get an advantage out of the opening against him.
Again, Mishra must win on demand to stay in the match as he lost the first game. Ray Robson and Sam Sevian drew their first game. Let's pick up game 2 of their match. And Ray on the white side of a French defense, a Steinitz French defense, all good. I noticed that some players, instead of f4, they like playing the move knight e2 in order to play c3, build up a big center. No, let's play the mainline classical Steinitz. No, now he went knight e2, just as I said that. Queen c1, bishop e7, c2, c3. So essentially for the better part of 100, I'm going to say 120 years, this position was considered as something that Black had to avoid. The reason is because White's central grip was such that it was literally suffocating the pieces. Whenever you get into these types of situations as Black, you have seen that Black has lashed out with moves like g5 and f7, f6, because if you just let White slowly complete his development, g2, g3.
Yeah, Black needs to disrupt that center.
Precisely.
Do something about it.
So Sam is saying, look, I know you've got a big central edge. Let me castle h2, h4. The way the players are playing, it feels like they're still in their prep, because f6, h5, h6, queen d2, queen a5, and we caught up to the players. Help me out here, Cristian. Are the players still in book theory?
Well, let's take a look. No. They're not in the book yet. They're not in the book anymore. And it does seem like White does have somewhat of an advantage, maybe just
After A2, A3, right?
Yeah, A3 with the idea to maybe take on C5 and B4 first. This is a very typical idea. And generally, what black does is C4 whenever white goes A3. But C4 right now, I mean,
that's a huge
you close
space.
things on this side, but what's happening on this side?
But I think I can capture on D4, right? The idea is because you cannot capture with the C pawn. There's bishop B4.
Okay.
No. I'll capture with the C pawn.
Oh, you won't. But why would you exchange the queens, right?
No, but bishop B4.
Knight C3?
Knight C3 shouldn't be too problematic. I don't really want to exchange the queens, though.
You don't want to exchange the queens?
No, I don't want to exchange the queens as white.
I'm thinking I'm getting a great ending, but okay.
You are. I mean, it's good. It's still better for white.
Right.
But this is just tremendous attack.
Okay.
You take, I take with the bishop. How do you continue?
Take on E5.
That's fine. F takes E5.
And you're good.
I'm ready to play B4 and bishop D3.
Give me 2 moves. Let me get 3 moves.
Yeah, get
bishop
your queen
D3,
on
bishop
the
C2,
diagonal.
queen D3. If I manage to do that, you're getting checkmated.
Right.
It's bad. It actually is pretty bad.
It's a big positional grip.
Big positional grip.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
Yes. So I see A3. I think
A5.
white is looking good.
Well, I mean, I'm flummoxed by this idea of just playing knight takes D4, knight takes D4. I mean, I'm wondering if Ray, I know it looks...
And it's not the only move. I mean, you can go even G4 if you really want to.
I'm sitting here, excuse me, I'm sitting here saying, I really like white's possibilities, and one possibility I'm really considering is capturing on C5. I'm making a purposeful trade of the pawn on I'm purposefully trading the E pawn for the C5 pawn. So imagine I capture...
I go queen C7.
Queen to C7. And imagine I play the move G2, G3 for just a second. So in my mind's eye, I would love for you to open up the G file. You're doing me a solid favor, right? And I'm thinking I'm going to castle, and I'm thinking I'm going to play bishop H3 and knight D4. So I'm just letting you know.
But I think I'm going to go A5.
A5.
Yes, because I want you to play B5. I'm inviting you to push the pawns forward.
Yes.
So they're slowly kind of going to fall apart.
Okay.
Knight D8.
Knight David 8. Okay. So let's go.
Okay.
We're going to have
queen C6.
Queen C6.
How are you going to defend that pawn?
Danger alerts everywhere. Okay, bishop to G2. I was a little bit worried about D4, and I'm eyeballing
Okay,
C4.
bishop captures C5.
Bishop takes C5. And now what can I do? I feel like I'm pressing down, but if I don't catch you, I just don't catch you. Okay, that didn't work. Apologies, that just didn't work. So I shouldn't have played the move B5. I guess I should play bishop H3.
So now you're attacking the pawn on E6.
That's a check that I have in mind, yes.
So I don't like it, but I do have to retreat, so knight D8.
Okay, so I saved a tempo there for what it's worth. Okay, I hate my king in the center. Let me castle. It's funny, isn't it? That don't you feel like your pieces are on the first and second, right? Oh, some kind of a Bobby Fischer random pieces on the first rank.
That's true, but also it feels like if I'm able to push something somewhere.
Okay.
Knight F6, targeting your pawn.
Oh, hold on, I go knight takes E5. Or you're ready to trade?
I'm ready to trade.
I'm not so sure. I'm a French defense player, and I don't like this. Where,
by the way, Hikaru and Leinier are speeding towards a draw.
in their classical game.
Yeah, I think white is controlling a lot of squares here.
Ray Robson may be enjoying the proceedings at the moment. But that started with a captures on c5. That's what Ray is thinking about. Ray is also thinking about the a2, a3 move. And finally, I still don't know what Sam is doing. Let's say I just play a move like g2, g3. Why is the queen
probably
so...
b5. I mean, he probably wants to go b5. I think so.
b5.
Yes.
I'm having heart palpitations. I almost feel like I'm winning a pawn by force. Aren't I?
Might be, yeah. Okay, so let's go f5.
f5.
I don't see any other. I mean, if I go knight b6, I really don't like that. Even though knight b6 maybe. Actually, let's go back. Knight b6.
Knight to b6, sorry.
Oh, that's a nice square on c4.
Yes.
By the way, g3 on the board and the computer doesn't like it.
And b3, I'm thinking to capture. The computer did not like...
Not because of b5,
the
though.
the computer did not like g3?
Not at all.
What does the computer now like?
C takes d4.
C takes d4?
C takes d4, yes.
Last time I think we were capturing with the knight.
Right, and this particular case might even be more important to capture with the knight, because if you capture with the pawn, bishop b4 might be coming in the position.
And again, that's the strangest thing. You guys are really excited by the move bishop b4, and I thought I had a perfectly decent answer with knight to c3, and I didn't understand.
F takes e5?
Take on e5, and I have to take with the knight, yes?
Yes, you do have to take with the knight. Then knight d takes e5.
Yeah.
Knight d takes e5,
Freeing some
f
squares
takes
for the
e5.
Bishop d7.
And now you get to complete your development. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, and if
With
you don't,
no
if you don't
real...
mate me, then I just have a better structure, right?
Yeah, with no real consequences. Bishop h3, rook f1. Okay, that's fair. That's logical. But
he needs to take on d4, it seems like.
He needs to capture on d4.
He needs to capture on d4, yes.
And just give me the main line, Cristian. Knight takes d4, knight e2 takes d4.
Right, you take on e5.
Pawn takes e5?
Pawn takes e5, yes.
I take on e6.
You might be in trouble if you do that. Rook f6.
Rook f6.
You're actually in very big trouble.
Am I really? Bishop h3.
You're lost. d4.
d4. I
Yeah,
no
now
longer
you cannot
have bishop
now you cannot take
b4.
because of bishop to b4.
I no longer have.
Wow, that's a very strong move, d4.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's the nature of the French nowadays. It looks ugly. I'm telling all my students, don't play the French. I don't want to suffer. I never liked suffering like that. I mean, if you do like to suffer, then play the French, sure. Yeah. But it seems like with the new engines, Black manages to get out with this like cagey moves, cagey ideas. Queen b6, queen a5, b5, b4. And it seems like it's a race. And if you don't know it, Ray Robson doesn't seem to remember exactly what he needs to do. Then you can get in trouble. g3 already, c takes d4 seems to be better for Black.
I remember the Alpha Zero program.
The revolution.
The revolution occurred in computer chess when Alpha Zero, from DeepMind and Google, played against itself. And it played millions of games against itself, and it was showing the results of the games. And it was like e4, and the French defense lasted for hours, and the Caro-Kann defense lasted for hours, and the Sicilian lasted for hours, and then the French was bad, and the Caro-Kann was bad, and then it just was e4, e5. Like those were the best defensive moves for Black after one e4. Alpha Zero played millions of games against himself. G2, G3, and how much time did Ray take on that move, by the way? Again, a move
I'm not sure, but he has 17 minutes now.
17 versus?
19.
19. All right, what else is...
Let's go back to the game of Hikaru.
Okay, that is
we have
actually
some developments
the classical
there,
game.
But it's probably going just to... some drawish. I mean, it is a drawish endgame. We have a same material rook endgame.
Okay, just a second. I have to do this.
But there are some tricks that black has to be a little maybe careful. Because last move, rook f8. Okay, let's go back where we finished.
Yeah, when we left it, we had this king. Aw. We were looking for a heroic king. King f4, good general leading his army into battle. Nope, king to d. And, okay, this ending slightly better for white. And you were about to say...
Just white is threatening now rook h8.
Yes, he is. Rook h8.
And after king g6.
Yes, for example, a4 question mark, rook h8, king g6.
The other rook to d6.
Hello.
And I want to trade one of the rooks and capture that pawn.
And yes, you do.
But maybe even this is a draw after some... Oh, but you have to be a little careful about some checkmating options. Let's say rook e2.
Yes.
I think black is still fine.
Is he, though?
Or are we going for those checkmating ideas? So rook a2?
Right. I was about to say, this is I would be very unhappy if I found myself in a position where my king constantly being harried.
And rook takes g3 is not a stalemate.
No, because
it looks like it, but that pawn will be able to walk.
To advance. Maybe it's still a draw, but this is on the precipice of something badly happening. So the current position, that is the threat that Leinier is facing. I think it would behoove Leinier to avoid that whole rook h8, rook takes h6 check business that we're looking at, and double the rooks, maybe on a good day start looking for some counterplay. And of course, in the champions bracket, in the champions bracket, they play 2 classical games, so they're going to come back tomorrow, colors reverse, and do it all again. So, okay, where would you like to take us, Kate?
So what about the Fabi's game? Let's stay in the champions bracket.
Okay, let's do that. We're going to go to Fabiano versus Levon. And again, that has been a strategical...
So Fabi did play the best move, by the way, king h1 was on the board.
Rook a5, reinforcing the pawn on d5. Queen f2, queen a6, g4.
Starting the attack on the king side.
Yeah, it seems to me like Levon understood the pawns are going f4, g4. At the same time, white is, he's exposing his king, g4. And Levon has said, I've been waiting for you to play this move so that I can play the move knight c5. Now, what is it that he has in mind? We take. What is Levon doing? He's looking at the rook on f1, and he's saying your queen is overloaded, right?
Exactly.
d4. Now, again, your judgment has to be so sensitized that, you are opening up this bishop. So bishop takes, rook takes, right? So if you take the rook, this one is hanging with check. So it's very unlikely you're going to take that rook. How does Fabi follow up in this position?
It's a very good question. So knight c5 feels like Levon is kind of getting a break. He wants to transfer that knight to d3 because that knight would be super active there.
That would be fantastic.
Let the knight go to d3. Keep going.
Let's question this one.
Let the knight go to d3.
Because this knight on f6 defends this pawn on d5.
So let's go to d3. Let's
queen e2.
Move the queen somewhere, and now our knight is attacked.
It stops you from playing knight h5.
So you have to go to e8, right?
You can't go to d7 because that blocks the rook. e8 is forced.
E8.
Let's keep going. f5.
f5. Again, you have to be constantly vigilant that I'm going to play a bad move, right? What's a bad move?
Queen d6.
Well, let's just play knight c7.
Okay.
Okay. You have to be constantly vigilant that knight takes e4, d takes e4, g6 doesn't suddenly grab you, right? Like, oh. So what would you like?
Because the bishop is developed and f7 is just targeted too much.
Exactly. Can I be, well, we'll let the historians decide if I was brave. f6. You want to take?
No, I think just playing bishop f8. I want you to take.
You got it.
Okay, now I'm going to capture with the bishop.
Okay, I gave you a warning a long time ago that I was going to open up the bishop on the long diagonal. By the way, in this particular iteration, I have rook takes as a very good discovery.
Yeah, that's the big problem, because otherwise I would just capture the knight with the pawn.
Exactly. I'm just
the knight c7 is just...
I put it on proof.
Yeah, of course.
Knight to c5. We've been looking at g5, knight d3, queen to e2, protecting the h5 square, forcing the knight to go to a lesser square, f5. And maybe you have to chill. You have to play a move like bishop f8 and just get out of the way of a move like f6.
But Fabi's burning a lot of his clock right now.
Is he?
17 minutes only against 43 minutes. Again, there's going to be more important.
Oh yeah, there's going to be a lot of decisions.
Yes.
Yeah.
So don't spend too much time on this one.
Exactly.
What he's thinking about is taking on c5 as well. I think
yes,
this is what
from the current position. Well, exactly. Taking on c5, d4, bishop takes d4, because you start to, again, whenever you're approaching these very sharp positions, you're looking at all the forcing moves first. You calculate captures, you calculate checks, and then if at the end of the day you say, oh, that's not in my favor, then you go back and say, okay, we eliminated the captures. And again, I would look at this and I would say to myself, I want nothing to do with this because my king is being exposed after queen takes f4. Okay, so I think we can eliminate captures on c5. Yeah.
Well, you can go maybe a rook to d1 right after d4. So take on c5, d4, and rook to d1. I think perhaps that's what he's looking at.
Another very forcing move. I think you have to capture on e3.
Capture on e3, capture on d8, and then at least be a pawn up for a little bit.
Yep.
Question is for how long?
Still queen f1.
Yeah, there's a check.
And bishop c7.
Bishop c7, you're trying to get to my king. Rook to f2 or knight e2. Let's say rook f2.
Yeah.
And now you have to go back, right?
Yeah, it's sort of like we're
all the way back to a6, I guess.
Oh no!
But I may also want to go just to d3. What's the problem with trading queens if I'm getting the pawn on c5?
Good question.
So let's take that.
The problem is, you take the pawn on c5. I might take the pawn on a4 as a.
But then rook c2. I mean, you have to be careful about my pawn. So rook takes c5. Now you even cannot capture that pawn on a4, right?
Why?
Not worried about knight e4? Okay.
At the moment,
knight e4 looks very dangerous.
Very dangerous.
Actually, I'm promoting the pawn. So yes.
Are you? Oh dear! If you're promoting the pawn,
knight takes f2.
Then I really messed it. I messed it up. Yeah.
And now d2.
But surely this is something that he's calculating right now.
Yeah. And you promote the pawn, and away we go. Wow.
Can we see once
very
again his
forcing,
clock?
very forcing position. Sorry, Cristian.
Can we see his clock? And I think we can only see that right there because on our main screen is wrong. It's 12 minutes and 30 seconds.
Compared to 47 minutes.
And
he's capturing the knight.
He took on c5.
He's going into those complications.
I thought g5 was safer. Let's just say a safer choice.
Yes.
And let the knight park itself on the d3 square. But now he must have something very, very specific in mind.
I think it's rook d1.
Rook d1. Just a thought. This pawn is a powerful passer. right?
Sure.
And we would absolutely, absolutely love to push it. The knight on c3 is kind of in the way. If I do something ridiculous, and I say, "Oh no, that the pawn is actually hanging," I don't have you. I was dreaming of c6 and c7.
You don't have that time.
You can just capture it. Oops, I don't have the time. You're right. And so instead, what did Fabi do?
Rook d1.
He did play rook d1. Okay, so are we going for the line we just looked at? Takes on e3, takes on d8?
I think that makes sense because you want to capture the light square bishop if you are black, so that pawn on c5 can be captured in the future.
And maybe it was the move rook f2 that was wrong. Maybe knight e2.
But then even some g5 stuff.
It's funny. A moment ago you were playing queen d3 to trade queens. now you could attack from a different angle with queen f3. But sorry, you were about to suggest g5?
g5, I want to put more pressure.
That makes perfect sense to me.
Speeding through that variation.
The players really are catching up to our analysis. That is for sure.
Queen takes c3, almost for sure will be played.
Now
I don't think you can leave that pawn on e3, right?
No.
You have to take that.
That yeah, especially with the queen landing. So this is the thing about today's elite players. They calculate the lines incredibly well. Like both of these players, you give them a position, they go all the way to the end. The question is, at the end of all of these moves, these forcing sequence, whose judgment is better?
Yeah, it's more accurate.
Exactly. Has
Actually,
Fabi...
he might be thinking about queen e2.
What?
He might be thinking about queen e2.
Has Fabi accurately judged the position
But
better?
after queen e2, I still play queen d3.
That's a good point.
e2,
yeah.
queen... Well, let's not just... Again, I'm thinking the moment you play rook takes c5, I'm dreaming of recapturing
But
the
if I take on
a4
e2
pawn.
now, what do you take back with?
I was going to recapture with the
Take on c5?
bishop. Yeah, and so we're here, right? It's weird. These two pawns, it's
No,
weird.
but here you have to be careful because
Bishop
I may
a5.
play even knight d5.
And then, yep, e2.
Those e-pawns are...
Yeah,
They're too close to promotion.
I thought queen
dangerous.
takes e3 was automatic, but Fabi is actually thinking.
And he has 11 minutes on his clock.
And he's
He's
played
capturing
queen
the
takes
pawn.
e3.
I mean, one thing that Levon accomplished in this game is to have a big time advantage. Like, what is it, like 35 minutes? Wow.
And Levon is thinking to himself, just a second, I'm going to play queen check. You're going to play king h2. And you're going to voluntarily play a position where it's clear white's king is more vulnerable than black's.
Should we go to Mishra versus Wesley? I'm hearing he might be up an exchange in that one and maybe creating some chances for himself.
Okay, Abhi is fighting for his life.
Wow, he is an exchange up.
He needs to win. He needs to win to keep the match going into overtime. When we left it, Abhi had really made a gambit of a pawn. What do we have? 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 6. So it's only a pawn for Wesley. Only one pawn.
I mean, black has that very nice passer on c4.
Yep.
That's also defended, so that's good.
That's a good.
Then the pawn on d4 is a target for the dark square bishop. The pawn on b4 maybe as well. So those are kind of the good things for black.
The bad thing?
Bad thing is that you don't have the rook.
He's exchanged down. But listing all those advantages felt really good until we got to the part that we're missing a rook.
If, let's say, I was thinking about a move like rook a3 here.
Okay.
And
Very
maybe that goes
logical.
immediately into trouble because a5.
you wanted to go queen h6 and double rooks.
Yeah, or even rook h3 just to develop that rook. But there is a5.
And if I do something like this, it's not necessarily checkmate. We can get our queen to h7,
but
it
bishop
doesn't,
g7.
it doesn't mean checkmate.
There's no checkmate.
Right. Oops. Nope. Not a big fan. So I'm not a fan of rook a3. Cristian, that you're getting excited over there. We've got some action going on.
No.
You're not?
I was just looking through this game.
Oh, it was just
trying
the
to
coffee
sort of
was
understand.
kicking.
By the way, queen takes e3 was played.
Yes.
Not queen to e2.
Yes, sir.
And the line that we were looking at, in fact, is pretty bad for black. Just to give you the engine rundown. Bishop to c7, rook to f2, queen to d3. But it's with very precise play. So we're going into this endgame. And now king to g2 seems to be the only move that's giving white a pretty significant advantage, in fact. You take on c5.
Right.
And now I go king f3.
Right.
And I will approach that pawn on d3. You will lose that pawn.
Okay.
So you don't have a big follow-up at this point. Like, how do you continue? This knight on f6, very bad piece.
A4 is a constant target.
This pawn on a4, big target.
Yeah.
Right? The pawn on d3 is going to fall. Like, that's not going to stay on the board. So what do you do? Bishop to a5, try to attack the knight on c3. I'll take that. Rook to c2, maybe bishop to b1 as well. You have to be extremely precise as white. But if you manage to keep the position and, not allow the pawn on d3 to promote,
then you can pick up a material.
You're going to have a significant advantage, yes. And perhaps this is what Fabiano calculated. The best move after queen to e3 seems to be bishop to e7. And once again, a single move gives white the advantage, and that is queen to e2 back.
That was not obvious.
No.
To offer a queen trade.
At all.
No.
At all. So you want to go into this endgame. Take, rook takes c5, and now king to g2. Again, you're playing against the weaknesses, right? You're saying that g5 is going to come. I'm going to take this pawn on e4. You have too many liabilities in the position, and right now I'm managing to solidify my advantage.
Thank you, Cristian. Just turning our attention to the game between Nasi and Natusha. These two ladies are in a situation that draw in the first game, and the winner of this game stays in the tournament. The player who loses, eliminated. B2, B4. It looks like, wait a minute, you're just giving me a pawn. Why can't, Nasi sets a very nice trap. These are the variations that you should have hardwired into your mind.
They're
Whenever
very
you
typical
see
in this English c4
yeah.
opening.
Whenever you see a king that hasn't castled and a bishop, you're instantly drawn to the double attack. And you do have knight c6, but I'm happy to give up my bishop in this case and win my bishop back. So that was a trap that Nasi had set. Tusa said, I have no interest in your v-pawn. Okay, and let's get going with the current position as we catch up with the ladies. And this, wow, they played a lot more moves than I have expected.
I mean, it's a rapid game. They have to play fast.
And with the move bishop b2, I think we finally have caught up with the players. I'm thinking
there is
balance.
one more game that is very interesting, by the way, and that is between Carissa and Tatev Abrahamyan, because Carissa is exchanged down.
Let's just catch up with the results first of
start
the elimination bracket. This is what happened in game one.
So the rapid game one, Sevian drew with Ray Robson, Wesley So won against Abhimanyu Mishra, Anna Zatonsky won against Talia Cervantes, and Atusa Prokashan drew with Nazi Paikidze.
And any tied matches of 1-1, we're going to see blitz matchup playoffs immediately following today. We will have two players will be eliminated. You had a game that you were just saying that caught your eye. Which one was that?
Yeah, Carissa, the seed number 1 in the women's section against Tatev Abrahamyan.
Let me go there and bring that up. Now, when we left it, I really liked what Tatev was doing. She's just played the move rook c8. obviously looking at exploiting this pin along at the c-file. B4, D4 on Tatev's agenda. F6.
No queen d2.
Carissa's not
Carissa
backing
is
down.
crashing through on the king side
She's
and
going.
sacrificing exchange. Yesterday she sacrificed 2 exchanges and it worked out.
She's going for the gusto. Okay, the last move of Carissa was she got her queen off of the c-file so that she's looking to play knight takes d5 and make a discovered attack against the queen. I just have to show this. So again, one of those don't do this at home moments. You get your feelings hurt.
Yeah.
That's a checkmate.
And it's a checkmate, right? It's not just
It's
fork
not
on the whole
check.
family, it's a checkmate.
That's a checkmate. Queen c2, queen g6, getting out of the discovered. On a good day, Tatev is looking to play the move rook c2 now that she's got that square covered. So Carissa sacrificed a pawn. She sacrificed an exchange. What she got?
I mean, it's
a very
that's
good
a
question.
problem because if you play something like
What
rook
did she get?
f1, just developing the rook, putting
Okay.
it on the file,
Yes.
just black wants to follow with that b4 move and activating the rook.
Absolutely.
It's extremely direct. So do we have something like knight e4 here, just using Levon's Aronian's idea? Okay, I capture on d7.
Queen d4. When do you play queen d4? You're going to play queen d4 at some moment. I just don't know what moment. I took another. I feel like a material. I'm really greedy today. I don't know what happened to me. Well, nothing changed. It's just my natural
So
disposition.
if I go rook f6 here,
Rook f6, rook c1, check. Just want to see what's going on.
I have to go something like king f2.
I got trouble. Whoa.
This is not looking good.
I don't know. It might be just e2 is hanging. I think there must be a simpler way.
If I go back anywhere with the knight, I allow that move rook c2.
Right.
I mean, e2 is hanging. Just
exactly.
Black is very active in that position.
I'm saying b4 might be winning the game, but just looking at this bishop on b2, I might be just tempted to say, you know what? I'm going to block the bishop. I'm going to play f6. I'm going to play knight e5, and when I'm good and ready, I'm going to play b4. This is an exchange and a pawn. I don't think Carissa's got anywhere near compensation. She's in some kind of fantasy land.
Tatev played a very strong move rook c8, followed by Carissa's f5 move, but she lost a lot of time. I think it was like a 20 minutes thing, and Tatev has now only 15 minutes, so that is something that Carissa can try to take advantage if she complicates the situation and Tatev doesn't have that much time on the clock.
Well, I can understand from Tatev's point of view. She's playing the #1 seed. Carissa's just played the brilliancy of the tournament against Talia in the second game. So she knows that Carissa, has been playing really, really well. So she's just double checking and saying, what do you got for the exchange?
Guys, Ray Robson.
Yep.
Is in pole position, take it home.
Is he?
Take it home and move forward in the elimination bracket. Send Sam Sevian back home.
Okay,
because there was a huge mistake by Sam.
We saw the move g3, c takes d4, c takes, and it's funny because I think we were looking at these positions with the bishop on b4, and I was saying, I don't see the problem. I rather liked Ray's position, but rook f3, that looks like an overreach.
Well, rook f3 is fine, but after a3, you do have to take on c3. You cannot allow that knight on c3, and this idea of bishop to f4 just simply trap the rook on f3. He played bishop
you
e7.
mean he
Huge
played
mistake.
bishop e7?
Huge mistake, because now after bishop f4, you're just simply not saving the rook on f3. You're going to be on exchange down.
Wow.
And by the way, if you don't play a3, if we go back, and if you try to lock the rook there immediately with bishop f4 right now, That's exactly what black wants, because now there is this rook takes c3.
It's
really
like,
strong tactics.
Be careful who you invite to dinner. You know, this is dinner. You're ready to trap the rook with, I don't know, king e2 or something. But dinner became, you became the prey. Rook takes
So
nice.
first,
a3.
Ray played a3 to force the bishop go away.
And now
bishop f4.
he's trapped. And he, Ray Robson, is planning bishop e2.
This was something missed by Sam, because right now he's burning through his whole clock.
And we
5
have
minutes
more
on the clock.
moves. Something else happened.
Did we? Let's catch up with the players. Bishop f4, queen b6, hoping in case of bishop e2 to play knight takes d4. Ooh, hello, hello, hello. And Ray's played rook to d1. At
Wait
first,
a minute.
I thought we were going to castle. Weren't we going to castle?
That's what I thought he's going to do as well.
He played rook d1, and
Maybe he didn't like some knight a5 and some opportunities. Yes, knight takes d4.
Wait a minute,
opportunity.
guys.
We have to take the knight, right?
Yes,
Okay,
bishop c5.
bishop
or
c5.
No, bishop c5
Because
or
I want to
queen
go
b2.
to f2.
Queen
Maybe
takes
take on b2. It's very tempting as well.
That's pawn number 2.
Probably queen b2 is knight takes d5 might be an issue.
Okay. So we do like bishop c5. I'm assuming we've got to come back with the queen.
You don't have a lot of squares.
I don't. Now, bishop f2, as tempting as it looks, I don't see the finish.
Where's the follow-up?
The rook is hanging.
Where is the light square bishop when we need it?
Yeah. Bishop g4 would be genius. It would be illegal,
Let's play
but
it
it would
slow.
be.
Let's go bishop d7.
It would be illegal, and that stops knight a4. So what have we got? We've got a piece for one pawn.
Yes, but that king on e1, that king in the center is just simply going to be there forever. Like,
Okay.
You're not going long castle. You're definitely not going short castle. And if you do that, bishop f2, bishop e3 is
Well, here,
So tell me,
is taking
tell me
bishop
queen.
f2, bishop e1,
bishop f2,
king f1, and bishop e1.
genius.
Because I want you to capture that bishop with king, and then queen f2 checkmate.
bishop d7 first, missing an opportunity perhaps.
Wow. Okay. Well, wait a minute. Bishop e2, knight takes d4 transposes, doesn't it? Bishop e2, knight takes d4.
Sure.
Queen takes.
I don't have to go
Bishop
bishop
c5. Oh, you don't. You could play
don't
bishop
think.
g2.
And to be honest, I'm not sure it transposes because bishop e2, knight takes d4.
Okay.
Let's keep going with that.
Okay. Queen takes d4.
d4, bishop c5, queen takes c5. I
I
have a lot of pieces.
Catching some pieces. So queen d2 would transpose into that
Right.
variation. This is a lovely variation, by the way. Right?
But again, it's
Oh, no, it's not.
actually like a lot of pieces for the queen as well. Yeah.
It's the same, huh?
Yeah.
Close to the same.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. So was knight takes...
Bishop e2 is on the board.
Bishop e2 on the board.
So was knight takes d4 required? I don't know. So Sam is going to be sacrificing material no matter what. Rook takes f4. Rook takes c. The one thing I wouldn't want to do as black, I wouldn't want to capture this knight. I feel that after b takes c3, the center is safe, and white has a free hand on the king side.
Yeah, and that diagonal after bishop d3.
Yeah.
Doubling on that diagonal.
Jump in on this one, Cristian. Has Sam tricked himself? Did he miss an opportunity with knight takes d4?
Not so much, not so much. I mean, the line that we in fact looked at, the one with the queen sacrifice, would have been just simply better for white.
Okay.
But
So,
it perhaps was a better opportunity in terms of practical play for Sam. Now he's just an exchange down.
okay.
Look, it's still not over.
Right.
There's some compensation.
There's practical problems to solve.
Your king is still weak. You cannot go castle. Short castle would fall after knight takes d4.
That's embarrassing, having put the king on the same diagonal as my queen.
So you still have some issues, right?
So,
in the position.
right. Bishop to g4, Kate?
Probably a very good move, yes.
Just pressing the e6 pawn, maybe threatening knight
that
takes
looks
d5.
nice.
There is knight a5 though. Knight a5, knight c4. One of the things that's so critical when you're in trouble is be calm. Be calm. Just think to yourself, okay, my opponent's gonna give me a chance. So I just have to be ready, right? The bishop moves to g4. Maybe I can essay a bishops of opposite color middle game position. If I get, look for active piece play, look for these moments where you can go rook takes f4 and bishop h4 checks. Do your best. Time. Oops.
And this looks like a draw.
Yeah, this one
Yeah.
we sort of understood a while ago.
King and pawn endgame, very, very, very standard drawing mechanism. Stay in front of the pawn. Don't run away
All
with
time.
Don't run away with your king. By the way, Hikaru's leaking classical chess rating points. This will be his third draw running. He drew his 2 games with Mishra that cost him 5 rating points.
Okay, this one is going to cost him 0.3.
Only.
It's not a big.
It's not a big deal.
Not a big loss.
Okay.
Leinier is pretty high rated as well.
Good point.
The thing is that
B4.
tomorrow he's going to be playing black against Leinier. And
Right.
Leinier will have that white color advantage.
So
Exactly.
what exactly is happening right now?
None of the players are looking at the board.
Why
Right.
don't they just go into the stalemate position and shake hands?
I think that they're. I think Hikaru may be calling the arbiter. Anyway, we do have a move for Ray.
I think Hikaru is just like
B2, B4.
thinking what happened, what went wrong in the game.
It's going to be a draw. Ray Robson versus Sam Sevian. Ray wants to castle. Ray wants to castle, defend his pawn on f4. The problem is knight takes d4 would be the answer to castles. So Ray played the move b2, b4. Now he's ready to castle. There's no bishop c5. Queen to d8. Ideas of bishop h4. No, says Ray Robson. I'm castling. What do you got for the exchange?
And I think with this b4 move that Ray played, that knight on c6 is not strong anymore. It doesn't have that knight a5 move and some annoying squares, knight c4, knight b3.
That's right.
So I think b4 eliminated some kind of counterplay on that black, on that queen side.
But I have to do something. So let's say I play a5, just for argument's sake.
I go forward.
And I'm dreaming of a present. Bishop takes a3.
Okay.
Go
So
forward.
now I'm gonna pause.
Because you're starting to see that I do have bishop b4. And again, I'm looking to be
But I'm
my
also
obstinate
thinking,
self.
like I may start to be looking at bishop d3 and queen g2. Like take that pawn, waste that time. And I want to start an attack on the king side.
Apologies, he did not play a5. Sam has played the move queen e8. And he is inviting f5.
Is breaking through right now.
Because knight takes d5, e6 takes f5, knight takes d5. So if we play bishop to g5,
on the board,
which has just been played, we'll move our queen out of pre, queen to d3, yeah. Clock times, if you don't mind, Kate?
Ray has 4 minutes and Sam
4.
has 2 minutes.
What? Alert, alert, call the media, New York Times. Ray has more time than his opponent. Now that, I'm surprised by. Ray has a winning position, flat out. He's an exchange up, he's material ahead, and there's just not a lot of counterplay.
I mean, Sam needs to figure out some kind of complications, what he can do, because Ray just wants to play rook f2, rook g2, or double the rooks on the f file.
As far as I'm concerned, Ray would love to play the move bishop to g4 and capture everything, just trade as much material as you can down the f file and on the e6 square. I'm not a fan. I think, Sam's losing the game, frankly, but knight e7.
So he's capturing on f5?
And we're capturing on d5, automatic. Knight takes d5. So from Ray's perspective, I mean, he's got two connected passed pawns in the center. All he has to do is make sure that his king doesn't come under duress. Let's say, I would love the opportunity to trade queens. Like anything that allows me to play queen g6, I would jump on that opportunity.
Knight to e7.
Knight to e7.
Trying to activate the light square bishop.
Maybe on a good day. Knight to e7. Okay. Do I like knight f4 or do I like knight c3?
What about knight c7?
Knight c7. That's a good move.
I don't know. Is this too aggressive or?
No. Frankly, that's a good move too. Because
okay, queen c8. What do you do?
You want to go right.
Queen, I think want to give check and then e6.
Queen c4, yeah, and then
you want to push him, baby.
But king h8.
King
h8.
You're
very
in.
Concrete. Very
okay.
Concrete.
King h8. Let's go.
Bishop c6.
Bishop c6.
Yes.
Oh. Because our knight is also trapped.
Ah.
That's why I'm worried.
Apologies. Apologies. Okay. Push him this way.
Push him this way. Okay.
d6.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
But in this particular position, after the move knight e7,
which was played,
knight to c3, somehow that just, you've got a knight on e7, I've got a pawn coming to d5. I'm controlling the move bishop to d7 to b5, and I just find myself drawn to this, d5, e6. Ray is thinking down, again, not too much time for these two players.
3 minutes for Ray, 1 minute for Sam Sevian right now.
Sam knows. He's just looking for cheapos. Kate, you've got some other positions that you were looking at?
There are other games that are very interesting, but I think this is the game we want to focus.
All right.
We're committed to this one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right now, because if we get a decisive result in this one, somebody goes home.
That's it.
So, right?
And it's such a wild position, right?
Truly.
You broke through, you have an exchange up, but that king on g1 is still with those two bishops cutting the board in half, especially dark square bishop, which doesn't have a counterpart. Well, this could become a bit dangerous for the white king as well.
Yeah, the king doesn't have much protection. But again, I'm thinking knight c3. I'm thinking knight c3 and just...
I like that move.
I like to keep the knight, because that knight is also like blocking the black queen.
Right, the knight
so
is
why
passive.
to allow the queen to be activated?
And we're keeping c4 check, queen c4 check, and e6 on our, and knight f4. He retreated the knight, but he went to f4. And the reason I didn't like that one is because I'm seeing possibilities of black getting light square.
Okay, so I take back.
Takes. Okay, should we start with g5, or is that asking too much?
g5? What?
Well, en passant, queen takes g5, king h2.
I would definitely take on g6, yes.
King h2, okay.
No, I think your king then becomes weak.
So
g8.
We occupy the center.
I like this much more, yes.
And is bishop b5 to be considered as well? Okay. Bishop b5.
Okay.
There's h5 hanging.
Wait. Go back.
Rook takes.
Okay, rook takes was not played immediately, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
What I was like,
what else could he possibly be imagining?
He was thinking about giving a check first, so that knight d5 is not possible. Maybe it would have been an interesting idea. None of that will happen.
None of that has happened. Bishop b5, possibly just...
Queen b3, though.
I was about to say moving the queen to a lesser square. Queen b3 is not a lesser square.
The question is, are you going to be able to create this blockade on the light squares?
Should I be playing queen e6? And
what about king h8, just to move away from that diagonal?
Good move.
Queen e7.
Queen d7.
He's going towards g5.
Queen e7. Okay. King H1. No, I don't like King H1. What am I saying? Why would I put my king on H1? King F1. I want to be able to meet Queen G5 with Rook G2, but I'm just not sure exactly how I should be best doing that. Okay, Queen B3. That gets out of a threat. For example, Queen B3, Queen G5, Rook G2. There's no Queen takes G2 and Knight F4 business because you're in a pin. So I'm thinking Ray wants to play Queen B3, and in case of Bishop E6, something like Bishop F3 or Bishop C4. Pardon me, Bishop C4. He's played, Queen F3? I'm going to refresh.
Yes.
And how much time is going on? I mean, the players are...
Ray has 35 seconds. And
Ray is down to these
Sam
last
like
30
50
seconds.
That's what I'm thinking. The players are really burning clock on...
Well, Ray was 3-1 in terms of minutes 5 minutes ago. Right now, he's down on time.
Which is his
He spent a lot of time on that Knight F4 move.
His natural state of affairs.
By the way, we had
do
a
have
result. Anna Zatonsky, she won against Talia Cervantes, which means she won the match, and she continues in the elimination bracket, while this is the end for Talia.
Talia, I think, never recovered from failing to win her first game against Carissa. She had checkmate on the board, and it just
that was the big question
hounded her.
for us also, right?
Yeah.
How are you going to recover? Because you're going to go back home, you're going to see that you had the opportunity of a lifetime to finish the top seed in mate in 3 moves.
Brilliant.
And then you lose that one, you lose the next one, you never recover psychologically.
Queen D7. It's all about the G file.
That's right.
Here, we're an exchange up, and whenever we have rooks, we're looking at the open files and half open files. How do we coordinate the rooks? And in this case, it's pretty darn obvious that we want to go King H2, Rook G1, Rook G6, and Rook G2.
By the way,
10
seconds.
10 seconds for Sam to find out something.
He's fishing.
Creating some complications, trying.
He's hoping to...
I like this move F4.
cheapo potential.
You're looking for something, right?
And we do have a draw.
And we see the stalemate and draw in the first game of match, Hikaru Nakamura and Leinier
Why
Dominguez.
was Hikaru so upset? He just like stormed out.
As he explained in an interview, he's just not having too much...
Whoa, Bishop takes D5.
Bishop
What is that?
takes D5. I thought we were going to see Rook G1.
No,
Bishop takes G5.
No, I'm not happy about
Queen
this move.
H3. Yeah,
Queen
this
to
is what he
H3,
said.
Queen to E7, keep the queens on the board.
Maybe Bishop E6, Queen to D5. You like Queen E7.
I like Queen
E7. Well, Queen E7, Rook G1. That's 100%.
You think so? Rook G1,
Oh gosh,
F3?
yes. Okay. Now something like Rook G6.
That's fine. Rook G6, Rook F4. I'm starting to look at my own chances as well. Bishop E6 first.
Oh, sorry. Now the players,
By the way, Sam made
they're
a
feeling
move
that
with 3 seconds on his clock.
They're feeling the heat of the clock.
5 seconds for
5
3?
seconds.
Make a move with 1 second on the clock.
1 second.
1 second.
Who's playing the black pieces? Ray Robson with
Sam
1 second.
Sam Sevian.
Wow.
Sam Sevian with 1 second. And Rook G1. Okay, that was always on Ray's agenda, was Rook G1. He's hoping for Queen E7 and a checkmate on the G7 pawn. F3.
Maybe we should see the full scope of their clocks right now so that we can read them in real time.
Okay, Queen back. How about Queen to G3? Idea of Rook takes F3. Ideas of Rook takes G7. He's done it.
Queen G3, Rook F5.
Rook F5, targeting your pawn on H5.
I can take on H6. I can just chill. I can be calm. I can take on F3.
Not so convinced about Rook takes
Me either. I'm not convinced about Rook F3 either.
By the way, it's Ray Robson with 5 seconds now. 3.
Make a move, King G1.
King G1.
Wait a minute. Bishop F7. No, Bishop F7, Rook takes
No,
G7.
Rook J7.
So let's take that pawn Do we take that pawn on h5?
If you take on h5, I take on f3
what
with
about
the queen.
f7? Let's go queen f7.
Queen f7 is reasonable. I do have rook f6 in some
Queen
ways.
f7 played.
Okay. Reasonable move. Okay, I think it's rook takes h6. I'm kind of at my wit's end. Rook
2
takes
seconds
h6.
for Ray.
2 seconds?
Wow.
Whoa. What is
f4.
queen f4?
He's looking at that queen d8, but now I go
Rook-
king h7.
King h7, I like that move. Just
Rook f4. Why is queen d8 check so powerful?
Rook
He's
f4
done
played.
it. That's not a big threat. I can deal with queen d8. He's done it, king h7. Ray
I'm starting to see Sam
is
winning this one,
slipping.
guys.
Ray is letting his advantage all but dissipate.
With elimination
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Queen e6.
on the table right now, what I think Ray should be doing is try to find the draw.
wait, is there bishop f4, bishop f5 now?
Yes.
Is that
It
just,
is, yes.
just getting a pawn on h5 and
Well, bishop f5 does allow e6. e6 with the tempo
4,
against
3,
the rook.
2.
Bishop d5.
Okay.
e6.
Queen f5.
Oh my goodness. Rook g4 check.
who is
Queen-
checkmating now?
Queen
Queen b1 is a big one as well. You can go
Queen
e7,
b1.
try to get another queen, but who's checkmating first?
I think it's black.
I think so too.
I think the initiative.
Queen e5.
Threatening checkmate. Threatening checkmate, but
But okay,
allowing
rook
queen
g4
b1.
or queen b1?
Queen b1 and no time on the clocks. The players are playing.
10 seconds right now for
Oh
Sam
no.
Sevian.
There's mate on
What is
g7.
it?
5 seconds, make a move.
Rook g4.
Rook g4. I like that move.
You like that move?
I like that move. I think it's a good move. I think it keeps the
King
balance.
h2?
King
King
h2, rook
h2?
h4.
Okay.
That's. I think this is just going to end in a perpetual now,
Wow.
which is kind of wild.
That is wild. Okay, we do have.
I can take on e6 at the right moment and try to say that maybe I should play for a win as black.
Queen a. Well, I'll go queen h3 check just to
Yeah,
ask
just
you.
first to see how you're
see,
gonna
see how you react to queen. If you play queen h2, yeah.
Bishop takes e6. Okay.
And Sam is saying, let me explore my winning chances. d5, what else?
He's
Ray
going
has
for
played it. But now we have bishop f5, and the h-pawn is
Well,
going
you
to be
should-
gobbled.
You should go for that. Queen to
2
h4.
seconds on the clock.
2
Wow.
seconds.
There
Why
was a
did he-
slow hesitation before Sam made the move and he
wait a
checked the
minute,
clock
rook
and
h2?
he saw 2 seconds.
What am I seeing? Rook
h2,
h2?
perhaps something like
F2.
bishop h3,
Or maybe f2 and perpetual.
queen h2. Okay. Now
What
I
is
can
going
take
on?
on d5. I can take on h2 and take on d5, but perhaps that endgame is not that
Wait,
easy.
3 seconds, 2 seconds.
Whoa!
1 second on the clock.
Played with 1
No,
second.
no kidding. 1 second?
Second time in this game.
Okay, I think
This should be
black
equal,
is
right?
not in trouble to lose after g6. After g6, the bishop has an anchor on c6, and I don't think he has...
Go g6 and go g6 fast, because rook d2, rook d6 might be a problem.
Yes.
And go fast because 5 seconds.
4,
3.
No.
That's fine as well.
g6 on the next turn. Rook d2 is automatic.
And now g6.
And Sam said, okay,
like, yes.
let's stop playing games here.
We're not
Let's
playing
just-
any more games.
Let's make a draw.
I'm
Let's
going g6.
Wow,
I'm exchanging
Sam
that
Sevian
pawn.
escaped in this game.
It
Big
was
time.
remarkable. I think knight f4 was the start of slippage for Ray Robson. I think if he had played knight c3, he would have cruised to victory. As is, what is Ray doing? King g4. Wow. And in the meanwhile, Mishra also needing to win. I think we can comfortably say this game is going to end in a draw.
I'm not so sure.
You think
Why are
Ray
we
could
so sure about
lose?
this?
I'm gonna switch to the game between Mishra and
And there also
Wesley.
is an exchange, similar endgame to this one.
Right.
I would say that one is much easier than this one. I think we
This
should
is
stay
an
with this
easy
one.
draw for Wesley. Let's just check this out. Clock times. What are Kate? Help me out.
Which
here.
game?
Sorry, in the game between Mishra and Wesley.
So 40 seconds for Mishra and 30 seconds for Wesley. Here it's Ray Robson with 19 seconds.
I see this is Ray and Sam, but I think that game between...
That one is an easy draw.
Yeah.
The Mishra Wesley is an easy draw.
This is a game that, if you told me that Peter's fiddler was black, I say, of course he is. It came out of a Grunfeld, and Peter loves being material down. So, and Wesley knows he's got a dead draw here.
So Wesley's going to be moving on, advancing, and Mishra seems to be getting eliminated.
By the way, I believe Nazi Pakiza, she won her second game against Atusa Purkashian, and she continues in the elimination bracket.
Our congratulations.
And Atusa is going home.
We're just looking at Wesley bringing his king over to the queen side so he can nurse the possibility of a3, a2. So king e4 by Mishra. We're expecting king b6 by Wesley, forcing the rook away, and then something like king b5, king b4, king b6, and the king is trying to escort the pawn. King c4, king b3 on Wesley's agenda. Mishra going back, and again, we're expecting king b4 so that you can play king b3.
But then white is going to go king c2 and king b1. And then activate the rook.
And then I
try to go after the pawns.
So we're looking at king, yes? King, rook check, yes?
Actually, just
king and something like go after the pawns.
Yes.
Yeah, something like this.
I don't even know if I need to do the check, but yes. Okay, so we see king d5.
Rook check.
And it is a draw. Ray Robson drew with Sam Sevian, so we will see playoffs.
And that will occur more or less when the classical games are done.
In about 50 minutes from now.
I think the intention there is to avoid a situation where two players are playing classical chess and other players are playing blitz. So the blitz playoff will occur immediately or thereabouts when the classical games are completed.
Abhimanyu staring elimination in the face right now. King to e4, trying his last grasps.
F5. I wanted to ask. The question there is...
You really like this move, F5?
I do.
I'm not a big fan of it.
I kind of do, actually, F5. Because I'm putting the pawns on the light square. Imagine I didn't have an A pawn. There's no A pawn on the board.
Even that is not that easy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
With all my pawns on light squares,
that is true.
It's very hard for your king ever to get to E6 and to win the game.
I think this is easy.
Yeah.
Whenever you go to F4, I'll give you a check.
On C1.
On C1.
That's right.
And unfortunately, with that pawn on A3, your rook is tied to the A file.
Exactly.
So just king G7, king G8 basically is a very easy way to do it.
Bishop C1 check, bishop C1 check, and bishop B2, a good way of marking time as well. I do believe this game is headed for a draw. If you don't mind, I'm going to go to the game of Tatev.
And Carissa.
And Carissa, because
this also the number one toward
the number one seed
had
sacrificed an exchange. She sacrificed a pawn. She immediately followed up with an exchange sacrifice, and we thought that Tatev was in pole position to win the game. What is the clock times?
5 minutes for Carissa and 7 minutes for Tatev.
So Tatev gave back a pawn. She sacrificed a pawn, and I am seeing ways for Carissa to make life unpleasant here. Bishop to e4.
But how
bishop
unpleasant
to h3?
It is? Because you are allowing me to get rook to c2. And bishop e6 is just a check. I don't mind hiding on that dark diagonal because there is a very nice pawn chain stopping that dark square white bishop.
So let's have a look-see. Sorry, what was the clock times?
So Carissa is a little less than 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 37 seconds.
And Tatev?
7 minutes.
That's a big time difference. You're making a good case that the rook on c8, pardon me, the rook on c2 is scary. Let me start with a3. So the idea is if you try to come to rook c2 immediately, I've got bishop e4 as a nasty surprise for you.
By the way, bishop h3 is on the board and we see the bar dropping. Engine did not like that.
Did not like my suggestion. Go to the corner. And we're going to keep an eye on this as we throw it to Eric Rosen, World Chess Hall of Fame with Nazi.
I'm joined by Nazi Piketty, who just defeated Atusa in the elimination bracket. How are you feeling, Nazi?
Amazing. No, I was not expecting it. Like this time control and rapid, everything happens so fast that you don't really have time to process that you're winning until it's absolutely over. So just now, last 5 minutes, I realized that I won.
And did you have a difficult time adjusting from yesterday, given you were just playing classical against Alice? How difficult was it to transition to rapid chess?
Well, actually, it wasn't hard to transition from classical to rapid. It's that yesterday I played playoff in blitz. And then from blitz to today rapid, like I realized in the beginning I was blitzing out moves. And then I'm looking at my clock like I have 25 minutes. Why am I blitzing?
That's true. It was such a crazy match yesterday. What did you do to recover after the tough defeat? Did you look at chess at all in the evening?
Not really. So I was very happy with my classical win against Alice. That was actually the first time ever I've beaten her in classical. I had like -5 score. So honestly, I was so happy about that that I didn't care that much that I lost the blitz. So yeah, I prepped the openings today just for the rapid and was hoping that I wouldn't get to blitz because I'm really not that good in blitz.
Gotcha. And you actually have a rest day tomorrow, given that there's no elimination bracket games tomorrow. So what are you going to do on your day off?
Yeah, it's so nice to have a rest day. If the weather's nice, because it changes here every second, I'll go to the zoo maybe, visit some animals.
Will you watch the games at all?
I'll check the results.
Okay, sounds good. And you know who you might be playing next, or?
Yeah, I'm playing whoever loses the match between Tatev and Carissa.
And do you have a preferred opponent?
Yeah, of course. I'd rather play Tatev than Carissa, but of course they're both very tough opponents.
Sounds good. So we're going to throw it back to the studio. Thanks for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Our congratulations to Nazi. I mean, it's very tough to process because at the moment, you know, you're on the precipice of defeat and suddenly, hey, I've got a free day and I've got an opponent to look forward to. The opponent to look forward to, Carissa versus Tatev. Big game. Bishop h3, the #1 seed in the ladies section. The silicon went down. Why did the engine despise the move Bishop h3? What was it that's wrong about this move?
I mean, I don't know exactly. I don't have the engine, but I don't see the threat of this move. And I feel like Black can continue improving his pieces. For example, Rook c2.
So Tatev should play Rook c2, and you're not worried about Queen a7. Let's go. Give me your bishop. Give me your knight. Give me a check.
Okay, but...
Yeah.
I thought I'm going to go with Queen to d3 because I also have some stuff happening, you know, on the
Queen
second
d3.
rank.
Munch.
Take that knight and Queen e2.
Oh, I thought you were going to take the bishop.
No.
Queen e3 check. Queen e2.
Well,
Threaten
that's
mate.
a forced checkmate too.
Threaten checkmate.
I'm the one giving the checkmate first.
How?
I'm not giving the checkmate first.
As Black.
As
Black, not white.
I was waiting for something absolute. And
unless you go to F8.
Tata said the same thing. I said, excuse me, I don't see what you've got.
But Yasser, let's show viewers your suggestions because I like your... So Queen a7.
Yes.
Queen d3, activating the queen and saying, you know what, I want to checkmate your king. And
Queen
after
D.
bishop captures the 7, Black doesn't have to play this Queen e2, although I think it is enough. We can capture the bishop, sacrifice and exchange. And when the queen recaptures, we have this very nice check, Queen e3, forcing the king to go to the corner, and now a 2-move checkmate.
Exactly. That was what I had seen. Yeah. So we think Tatev's in control. Rook c2. We're going to jump to the open section where our top, well, actually, Fabi is the number 2 seed coming into the competition here. Oh, this is Wesley's game. Sorry, I've got the wrong game on my analysis board. Fabi.
And we will keep an eye on it. And Eric is having Anna there. Eric, over to you.
I am joined by Anna Zlotonsky, who won a nice match today against Talia. How are you feeling, Anna?
Yeah, I feel fantastic and, of course, very happy. My previous American Cups were not so good, and very happy to win a match in Rapid 2-0. Very, very good result.
Were there any challenges today for you, given that you won both games? Were you feeling nervous at any point?
Yes, of course. When you're winning like first game, you're trying to play for draw, and I remember my husband told me, "Okay, please don't play for draw." And I didn't choose the most aggressive moves, but still I was like trying to go forward in this game. Even when sometimes I had like safe choices. Of course, if I would see perpetual check, I would give it, but I try to play, like thinking what is the best move in position, instead of thinking that I need a draw.
And I saw you played the London opening in the second game when you need a draw. Was that part of kind of your match strategy, is to be extra solid?
Yes, and we played, not this line, but similar in our last US Championship, and Talia got advantage from the openings, and I think she decided to repeat, but I played b6 move, which is very rare, I guess. And I got a decent position, and she played like really fast in the opening, and I got like really like minimum equalized my game, I think.
Now I want to get your thoughts about the match yesterday with Tatev. I know it wasn't the best for you, but what did you do to recover and just move on?
Okay, I try to spend less time on my preparation, fresh air. I know, like with Tatev, I got tired and I missed up like moves in the opening. It's was really sad. And by the end, I get like normal position. It's about equal. And then in tie pressure, I think she probably even had less time, or it was similar. Just blunder this bishop h6. I lost my focus by the end of the game. And I think sometimes it's better to have like fresh air before the game instead of preparing. Anyway, very often I wouldn't guess what they will play.
For sure. And you have the day off tomorrow. Any plans to get fresh air?
Yes, I will go. I love Science Center. This is my favorite place in park. I know like some players, they prefer visiting zoo, but I think I would go to Science Center. And it's an amazing place, and I think like for everyone who wants to take vacation, I invite to St. Louis. For those who love chess and families, there's so many things to do in the park, and it's just wonderful.
And it'll be good weather tomorrow too, so enjoy your day off. Thanks so much for joining us, and we'll send it back to the studio.
Thank you, Eric. Congratulations to Anna. We've been seeing the game between Mishra and Wesley, that draw, rook versus bishop ending. But this game between Carissa, Yip, and Tatev, again, Carissa coming in as the pre-tournament favorite by rating, #1 seed, U.S. Women's Champion. She's got the white pieces. She went bang, 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 sacrificed a pawn, sacrificed exchange. Aren't I lovely?
And right now she's only 1 minute on her clock.
And a bad position to go with her 1 minute.
Tatev is really pressing because, as you see, the bishop on h3 is under attack.
Yep.
And if you just move the bishop, like capture the knight or something, there can be checkmate.
Checkmate on the board.
So you can be thinking about putting the bishop on e6 to give a check, but then I move my king to g8, or pardon me, h8.
G7 or h8, but yes.
And now you still have to worry about that checkmate on h2. So you have to push the pawn.
h3, and again, extra material for Tatev, and safer king as well.
And we can start also trading at some moment, just rook e2 and go to an endgame, because Tatev has that exchange.
Yeah.
20 seconds.
20 seconds for Carissa.
Carissa needs to make a decision.
And that clock.
Queen e4.
Queen e. Whoa. So her idea is take my bishop, I take your rook. Take my bishop, I give you a check.
Intermediate move.
And then I'll recapture the rook.
Sneaky move by Carissa. What if I go rook d2? Would that be too much to try to sneak in via the d file?
Well, Kate just mentioned if I wanted to trade everything down, I could also play rook e2 and force the trade of rooks, and then play queen takes e2.
With that knight on a4,
it feels like this should be a pretty simple
guys, you know
ending.
What? Let's try to be a bit more greedy with our advantage.
For
Tatev. Rook
Tatev.
c8.
Queen is that the best strategy?
Rook ac8. Why not? Rook dc8, sorry.
Because again, we're threatening checkmate on h2. The knight is not hanging. We're just protecting the rook.
Correct.
I like that move.
Why not?
I do. I like that move a lot.
You give a check. You have to pretty much do the same thing. By the way, this one is over.
We have a draw here.
A draw in this one.
First game of the match. And they will come back tomorrow, and Levon is going to have white.
Yeah.
And maybe some chances missed by Fabi. Nevertheless, it was a very complicated game. And Levon always pressured on the clock.
No, the more I'm looking at it, I think rook on d8 to c8, your suggestion, just defend the rook. You've still got issues. How are you defending the bishop?
So let's see. Bishop to e6, followed by h3.
I'm almost
No, rook to e2.
Tatev is deciding to
Tatev wants to trade.
Simplify the stuff. For me, this is the most kind of practical decision.
It is. Whenever you're ahead in material, just trade, drag your opponent to their doom.
It's probably the right approach.
But there was something about the greed factor there of rook on d8 to c8 that I really liked.
Queen takes e2.
And she's going for the trades. But also there was, you were saying Carissa was down to 20 seconds? So so you want to take advantage of your opponent's clock and keep it complicated as well, right?
But I like the fact that this opens up a dilemma for Carissa. If you try
Queen b1.
And that was the dilemma I was trying to talk about. If you try to keep the queens on the board,
play Queen b1. There's no...
You're probably much worse.
Now I can again go rook c8. I'm going to give you that knight because I just want to go rook c2.
Why not? That's a good idea.
Wait a minute. There's no place on the planet that you could play. Wait a minute. No, you can't do this. Well, how do I answer Queen e3?
King h1 is forced.
And bishop d3.
Okay.
Followed
Queen
by bishop e4 check.
Queen d1.
Queen d1. Rook c8. Who said rook c8?
But why don't you go rook c8 immediately? Because just rook c8, rook c2.
I think we're spoiled for choice.
True that.
In this one. Rook c8, probably completely winning. Bishop d3, queen e3. All of them are completely winning.
Rook, queen b1. Wow,
I do like your idea of queen e3, just to push that king all the way to h1.
Put it in the corner.
Yes.
Yes, put it in the corner. King in the corner pocket.
Yes, I like that. From a practical perspective, I like queen e3.
Absolutely.
Though I'm sure rook c8 is completely devastating.
But again, spoiled for choice. Rook c8, so you can play rooks to c2, makes perfect sense as well.
Let's see what she chooses.
She's touching the
queen. Queen e3,
okay.
yes.
Queen, forcing the king to go to the corner.
And that's what she's done.
Bishop d3, follow it up, so that you always have this check and the potential trade of the bishops.
Absolutely.
Right? Now you cannot venture with
or you can start with rook c8 now.
Yes.
And then have bishop d3. No, but I like bishop d3, just not allowing the queen to go to f5 or something.
You remind me of the one-trick pony. you got rook c8, rook c2.
Bishop d3.
What the Dutch say, a fixed idea, but it's a good idea. Queen.
Let's see where she puts the queen.
d1. You know what I really like in these positions? Rook c8, so I can play rook c2.
Or what about just knight f8? I want to capture the pawn on d5.
Oh, now you're greedy for pawns. No, I loved your rook c8 to rook c2. I'm with you 100% there. Spoiled for choice. Spoiled for choice.
Bishop e2 is an idea as well.
Bishop e2.
To be honest, everything is an idea right now.
Yeah, it's all looking swimmingly good for Tatev.
I don't see a way that black can get any sort of counterplay right now. Bishop e2
on the board.
e2. Nice, nice. By the way, this is a forced mate in case of queen c2.
Yeah.
This is a forced checkmate.
Don't know on the second rank.
And mate. So you actually, Carissa has to keep the first rank protected.
Queen b1.
And she's got to go all the way back to this grim square, queen b1. Oof. Again, rook
Should
c8.
we finally go rook c8?
Well, that would make Kate happy.
I like bishop f3 now because we can trade the bishops, improve our queen, and then play rook c8.
By the way, I'm a pawn grubber. Bishop f3.
Oh, don't take the pawn.
Yes, trade bishops and play queen d2.
No, don't take the pawn. Just
don't take the pawn.
Just go for the mate.
Come on, just look at how visually good this looks. Queen takes
It's not about how it looks, how it feels.
How's it feel? That
capture
extra
that
pawn.
pawn.
And a moment ago, knight f8 was Kate's idea, and with an open d file, you betcha. But again.
And also the knight on a4. I mean, that's totally out of place. If that knight was on e6 or somewhere closer to the black king, it's a different story.
Carissa is wondering, where did it all go wrong? She sacrificed a pawn in exchange out of the opening. She never got full compensation, and the clock is her only ally.
She has now 2 minutes, and Tatev has 40 seconds.
But again, rook c8, bishop f3, just too many good options. She's played bishop f3, bishop g2. What else? What else is there? Nothing to do. And isn't there knight f8? Knight f8.
Abhimanyu is 8 moves away from being eliminated. They're playing the 50-move rule out in a rook versus bishop endgame.
Right.
Just to give you an
rook c8.
Good move.
Yes.
Good move. I like that.
Thank you.
Good move.
Getting that rook on an open file, the only open file in the position.
And at last, Tatev is ready to trade on a g2. Play queen e2 and rook c2. And by the way, that kind of shoulders the queen. The white queen will have...
That's a good move. I like it.
Yep.
It's a dominant move.
Yep.
It shows dominance.
And you can't do anything like improve your queen, queen f5, because you have to be worried about your back rank.
That's right.
Exactly.
You get mated.
Mate in one. How rude.
And right now, Carissa, only 1 minute and 30 seconds. Should we? Maybe not.
Well, this is number 1 seed. I mean,
she escaped once. So
yes, in
let's
the first
see how
match.
this is gonna continue.
By the way, for Tatev, winning with winning is great, always. But winning with the black pieces is an extra bonus, as all she'll need to do is draw tomorrow with the white to eliminate Carissa from the champions bracket
and be in the finals.
And since there's just a few moves to play in this one,
well, they have completed 50 moves. So
have they already?
At any point, Wesley can claim the draw.
Okay. And Wesley has done it right. Whenever you have a bishop and a king, you go to the corner with your king that is the opposite color of your bishop. If Wesley's king was on h8, he'd lose the game. Wesley's king is on a8, the game is a draw. Why isn't Wesley claiming a draw?
I think he's gaining some time and then he's going to check the monitor.
Because if you claim the draw and your claim is wrong, guess what? Your opponent is awarded an extra minute or 2. Big deal. Find out where you stand on the 50 move rule.
Bishop e5 or king a8, pretty much.
Mishra has 7 minutes. If you make a draw claim and give Mishra 9 minutes, is it any consequence? No.
After Atusa and Talia, Mishra will be the next player to go home.
Bishop e5. Okay, finally, there was a threat of checkmate in one. quickly. And
King A8, don't go to C8.
Exactly.
Or A7.
Wow, this is silly. I mean, just claim the draw.
By the way, I think Tatev is just going to play Rook C2, and we're going to see a resignation.
No way.
Well, the thing is, at some point, Chris Bird has to intervene, right? After 75.
I think the Rook C2 is on the board.
Yeah.
Now look at this position. There is a threat.
Checkmate.
Queen H2, checkmate.
Yeah.
And if you try to stop it with Queen G1, then I'm going to capture that bishop.
It's a nice finishing touch. Queen takes C2 is forced.
Tatev immediately play Queen takes C2.
But the problem is, again, the knight on A4 is just useless. The bishop on B2 is not doing anything.
And we've got.
But we are now going to see resignation. This is going to continue, I think.
Yeah.
For a
but
while.
not for long. Really, not for long.
I know you were you liked the Rook C2. Let's squeeze in an interview with Ray Robson and Leinier. Ray Rosen.
I am joined by Leinier Dominguez, who had a very solid game today against Hikaru. Your thoughts about the game, Leinier?
Yeah, very, solid game. I don't think much was happening. Not many chances really for any of us. So it's a pretty correct game, I suppose.
So as a viewer, I think the most interesting moment was towards the end. You guys had a completely drawn position, and then Hikaru stopped moving. Can you explain this?
I understood that he was very anxious following his wife's game, who was playing the tiebreak. So it was nice because we got some time to watch the really exciting part of the games that were going on. And it was all about this, I think.
Okay, fair enough. So you weren't annoyed at all that he's not moving in a
No, I understood that it's because of this, I think.
Gotcha. And can you talk a little bit about the excitement over the course of this event, especially with yesterday? You had a crazy Armageddon match against Wesley. Any thoughts about that?
Yeah, it was a difficult match for both, but I felt that I was playing well, even in the blitz. I got huge chances on game 2 of the blitz, but I didn't convert. But still, I felt that I had my chances, and finally, I managed to win the Armageddon after things went initially very well for me and then completely wrong. But yeah, anything really happens in the last seconds, and I was able to win. But yeah, I think it's very exciting. I enjoy also watching the games, not only playing, but I guess for the fans and for the spectators, it's really exciting to follow the tournament. For example, now this game between the second rabbit game between Ray and Sam was incredibly exciting to watch. A lot going on, very, very sharp position, and they had both less than 10 seconds. So I was, thanks to Hikaru, I was able to follow a little bit and have some fun.
Do you think that there's more excitement given the format where players have to switch from classical to blitz? Does that induce more blunders?
Yeah, I think in general, rapid and blitz, it's a bit more exciting probably than classical, because you get this time trouble very soon, and that's the part where I think, especially if the game is even and both players have chances, then that's where you get the most excitement.
Mm-hmm. And final question, what are you going to do to prepare tomorrow for your next game against Hikaru?
Just the same. I'll take it game by game. I have one more classical game tomorrow, so I'll just prepare and try to play well, and then see what happens.
All right, well, best of luck tomorrow. I'll let you go. Thanks for joining,
Thank
and
you.
We'll send it back to the studio.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you, Leinier. We have the game between Alice Lee and Arena Crush still going on. They're in the classical game
so far.
And Alice is basically holding on.
Mm-hmm.
She's trying her best. She's got the worst the worst minor piece, how to say, weakness on C6, weakness on E3, but Arena has, how do you say, the sunny side. I mean, it's a draw or
It's a complete draw.
Is it a complete draw?
It must be.
But black is the one who can
I would
be
prefer
trying
to play.
G5,
Of
A5.
course,
There
yeah.
are some pushes I can be considering as black.
Exactly.
There's something, yes, but I don't think it's enough.
Right.
Because I have the pressure on C file as well. Like you have the breaks, of course. You have potentially G5, A5 as well at the right moment.
Right.
You have ways in which you can change the nature of this position.
Exactly. So from Arena's point of view, once again, she's managed to get Alice into from the opening, I want to say, she's managed to show that, you know, you're young, you're up and coming, but I still know more about chess. I've outplayed you to this point. H4.
And we have Eric, who has Abhimanyu Mishra. Eric, over to you.
Yeah, I'm joined by Abhimanyu Mishra, who had a tough event, just got knocked out. What are your feelings right now, Abhimanyu?
It was a very, very nice event to play. This first match against Naka I also had was very, very close in the splits game, to almost knocking him out. And okay, somehow in the last couple seconds, I wasn't able to deliver, and I ended up hanging a fork and losing. Today's match was also quite interesting. This first game, okay, you played this knight of bishop e3, and it was, for a very long time, it was always a bit unpleasant, but within, let's say, defendable territory. And eventually, we got to this very interesting queen ending. I think king h4 was the final mistake. And at first, it didn't look so obvious after king h4, king g2, but it's like, it's very strange because like almost every active square you can go to with the queen loses by the same queen h1, queen h3 mechanism.
It seemed very difficult to defend, yeah.
And yeah, then the second game, this was one idea that I had been preparing for a while. This Ride Lopez bishop b5. I've actually never played bishop b5 ever in my life before this game.
Really? Okay.
And I got a good position, and I have a feeling I was probably winning somewhere. But again, it was quite complicated how to make progress. And in the end, okay, I tried for 170 moves or whatever, but I wasn't able to get the win.
Well, your games were super exciting to watch from a viewer's perspective. What preparation did you do coming into this event to prepare for the best players in the country and the world?
Yeah, I knew that this event would be very tough, and my goal was try to get past at least like one round, and I came quite close to that. The main preparation I did was, okay, I was doing some, let's say, opponent preparation, like, for example, this game with bishop, like this Ride Lopez c3, and so on. Other than that, I've been working on my middle game and end game, just solving a lot of tactics and a lot of exercises in general to get in good form.
Nice. And are there any major lessons you'll take away from this event, or anything you'll do different for next time?
Yeah, definitely. Even in the two classical games that I ended up drawing, I was lost in both of them, and I think one thing I need to do is I need to somehow defend a bit better. Because one pattern that I've noticed in the last few events is that, let's say I play for a very long time and the position is defendable but unpleasant. After let's say after 3-4 hours, I start making mistakes, and this eventually, most of the time, is where my downfall occurs.
And what events do you have coming up after this?
After this, I'll be playing the Spring Chess Classic, and I have a couple more lined up after that.
Very nice. Well, wish you the best of luck. Thanks so much for joining, and we'll send it back to the studio.
16-year-old Mishra, you know, you need these opportunities of playing the best players in the world and feeling like you can compete. Yeah. He competed incredibly well.
Incredible first match with Hikaru, even this second.
Fabulous, and much success in the upcoming classic here in St. Louis. Again, Arena, I mean, it's for choice. She's the one who has the breaks. She's just played the move Rook e4, e6, and basically saying, okay, I have this pawn on c6 to defend. Arena saying, I'm nursing the idea of playing g5 in the future. I'm nursing the idea of playing a5 in the future.
Because now both rooks are defending c6, so the queen is kind of able to move around.
Right. Okay, we can start with queen h5, queen g4 ideas. And let's have a quick look.
Okay, but so Arena has less than a minute, 50 seconds on the clock right now.
Uh-huh.
For how long do you play this position with so little time? Like at some point you start risking, just from a practical perspective.
True that. I'll
Because
risk.
tomorrow you're gonna play white in the classical game, so you can be thinking maybe draw is enough.
What do you think of this ending? Queen h5, queen e2. I'm going to try to tempt you into trading queens. I think rook g3 is a very good move, by the way. But I'm thinking that if I can get you to trade, then I've got ideas of marching my king triumphantly to the f5 square.
I thought more about playing a5, to be honest. I wanted to focus on the queen side.
Ooh.
By the way, h5.
Okay, that is
unexpected because
a commitment I would not have made.
There are not going to be any g5 breaks,
Yeah.
and the queen is not going to get to the king side that easily.
That means there's only a5 in the position.
That clears things up.
Yeah, it really, really does. That basically says I'm locking the position down for a draw.
Might as well do it as well. Go rook f3, put the pawn on g3, get that bishop on the e1, a5 diagonal to defend against any sort of a5s.
So do you think she was worried about white pushing h5?
No, I think it was just the clock.
She was ready.
I think if she had 10 more minutes on the clock.
But if you are not worried about h5, you just don't consider playing yourself h5.
We'll keep an eye on this one as we throw it back to Eric with a very happy Tatev. Over to you, Eric.
I'm joined by Tatev Abrahamyan, who had a very strong game today against Carissa, winning in nice fashion. How do you feel, Tatev?
Oh, I feel great. Winning with black pieces, kind of unexpected coming into the round.
Is this your first time defeating Carissa? I can't remember the history between you two.
No, I beat her in 2019, and I think I lost to her maybe 2 or 3 times after that. Last US Championship was a bit tragic, but...
Does it feel good getting revenge after losing to her in the US Championship?
Oh yeah, definitely. And she's also very confident when she starts winning, so she becomes very dangerous. So it feels very good to be able to stop her.
Now, what did you do to prepare against Carissa? I asked you yesterday if you'd be prompting ChatGPT again. Did you actually?
ChatGPT gave me a little hint. I didn't check too many things because she can be a bit random. So I didn't really actually predict that she would play this. She started with c4, which I wasn't expecting at all. I don't actually know what she was trying to avoid or where she was trying to lure me into, but I think I had a pretty comfortable opening. I thought being sharp would be more important than getting the trying to predict the opening at least.
For sure. Did you feel nervous at all throughout the game, given Carissa's kind of bloodthirsty attitude in her chess games, or were you able to keep your calm?
A little bit, because she started hugging me, but then I just told myself like I shouldn't believe her, because sometimes I feel like there are players who were attacking players, or especially if they're on the streak, then everyone starts to believe them, right? They like sacrifice them. It's like, okay, it must be good. And I was like, okay, no, I have to trust myself and not just believe what she's doing. Then she started attacking me, and then I just thought, why should I get attacked? All my pieces are good, my king is pretty safe, like why should I get checkmated? And then she immediately sacrificed her exchange, and I was like, okay. Let's see what you have. If you want to checkmate, I know she can checkmate me. I know she can beat me, but show it.
Yeah, it's important to show confidence. And tomorrow you have the white pieces. A draw will help you move on through the champions bracket. What's your math strategy going into tomorrow?
I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. I'm up a
That's
point.
fair.
How do I make a draw tomorrow?
Do what works. Best of luck tomorrow. Let you get some rest, and we'll send it back to the studio.
And our congratulations to Tatev. A big, big victory with the black pieces, takes down the #1.
And a very smooth game with black pieces.
Impressive, impressive. We're going to try sneaking a break?
Yes,
Kate? Is that
and
the plan?
Cristian is going to be talking to Carissa.
Well done.
Enjoy the
interview.
Thank
you. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
Carissa, this is the first time you're participating at the American Cup. Obviously, you've faced these players so many times. How are you feeling about your first edition?
Well, I'm feeling a little nervous as usual, but also I think pretty good. It's always a lot of fun to play in St. Louis. And again, like you mentioned, I've played against all these players so many times for so many years. It's nice to see familiar faces. I mean, my first round opponent is Talia. and she and I go way back. So it'll be good to see her, just to see how she's doing, and then face her over the board too.
And this is sort of new for you as well because of the format. It's a double elimination, you have an extra life. Are you thinking about that when it comes to taking more risks potentially? Or how do you strategize this format?
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's an element in my preparation for the tournament as well. Won't get too into that. But just in terms of strategy, I think I've already mentioned this. But my playstyle is always very like going for the win. And sometimes I take big risks to do that. Occasionally it doesn't really work out in my favor. And the thing is, like, a loss just has so many more worse consequences in a situation like this than a draw. So I think for the most part, I'm gonna try to rein that part of my chess in. And yeah, that's mostly how elimination has been affecting me and my thinking for this event.
Are you feeling more safe having an extra life, or you don't even want to mess with that extra life? You want to stay in the champions bracket?
I'm not even touching that extra life. Hopefully. I mean, I figure we'll deal with it if that happens, but I'm trying to stay in the champions bracket all the way.
Now, speaking of the format and the potential of having Rapid Blitz and Classical, potentially Armageddon as well, which one of these time formats do you feel the strongest in?
I honestly feel pretty good in all 3 formats. I'm hoping that I won't have to go to tie breaks, but if I do, then I feel pretty good in Rapid. I feel pretty good in Blitz. I don't have too much experience in Armageddon, but we'll take that as it comes.
Now, speaking of Talia, you mentioned she will be your first round opponent. She's also a student. How do you combine, obviously, life at Stanford, which is already extremely demanding, with playing in such a competitive field?
I don't do a great job managing my academics with chess. Being able to have like sufficient time to train, study, prepare for such tournaments is pretty difficult. So I'm actually taking some time off school, moving to St. Louis, and just trying to focus on my career full time.
Well, let's actually speak about that. How did you come to that conclusion and that decision? It's a big life-altering, potentially, decision.
Well, it's kind of a variety of things. I think the most evident was that I had like a series of very good tournaments, the Olympiad, US Women's, and it was difficult to kind of work properly on these tournaments and to be able to put in like a sufficient amount of work, I felt, but also with like my sort of limited preparation, I still did really well. And I was just thinking, like, if I could have more time to really invest myself in chess, then why not see where that goes? So that was kind of what spurred my decision. Also, I think taking, some time off from school, especially at Stanford, is like very commonplace thing to do. So it's definitely something I can afford in my academic schooling. And yeah.
Where do you feel that's going to go? This extra year to focus only on chess?
Well, I'm hoping to get the Grandmaster title, and I'll kind of see where it goes from there, but that's kind of my short-term goal.
And how about the $100,000 Cairns trophy and prize? Are you competing for that? Is that in the back of your mind as well?
Definitely. It's a big incentive, and I think it's amazing that they kind of implemented this. I think first announced it last year. But I think for me, becoming GM is not so much about the prize, but it's like a source of it's like a personal thing for me. Like when I started playing chess, I was 7, and I remember I was just like, one day I'm going to be a Grandmaster. I have to. And I think to kind of not give my all to that would be a disservice to my 7-year-old self.
And why St. Louis? Why did you decide to move to pursue those type of goals in St. Louis?
I mean, St. Louis is the center of chess in the U.S., right? There's so many great players. I think there are a lot of resources here that are available to me, and it's just the place to be if I really want to focus on chess full time, 100%.
Well, Carissa, good luck at the American Cup, and we'll see you in the next few days.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm International Master Eric Rosen, and I'm going to be doing in-person commentary for the American Cup at the St. Louis Chess Club, so feel free to come and join me here along with the Grandmaster in residence. We'll be taking on questions and watching the top players across the country battle it out for a lot of prize money, so hope to see you here.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Do you want to know more about great female players in chess history? Throughout all of March, the World Chess Hall of Fame is offering free pamphlets to guests exploring the rich history of women in chess. Learn about legendary greats like Vera Menchik and Nona Gaprichta-Vili, modern stars like Irina Krush and Carissa Yip, and so many more. This Women's History Month, discover the real queens of the game at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Welcome back everyone to day 3 of the American Cup. We have only one game remaining, so let's take a look at the results and the brackets.
First with the results, we do have some eliminated players.
So we have Sevian drew with Robson twice, so they are going to be playing playoff very, very soon. Wesley So defeated Abhimanyu Mishra, so Abhimanyu Mishra is completely eliminated from that tournament. Anna Zatonsky won against Talia Cervantes, that means Talia is also out. And Atusa Purkashian lost to Nazi Paikidze, and Atusa is out of the tournament as well.
Exactly. And
the classical game, the first game, yes. So we see there is a draw between Hikaru, Nakamura and Leinier, Dominguez. The same about Fabiano, Caruana and Levon, Aronian. And Tatev Abrahamyan, she defeated the top seed Carissa with black pieces. And Alice Lee against Irina Krush, that's the last game that is still going on.
When we had left it, I had thought the position was a dead draw until we saw this move A3, A4 by Alice, which was just, I think Alice was trying to take advantage of Irina's clock, and she was just lost. Bishop F8, Rook B3 takes, Rook back, A3, completely winning. Queen takes A3, and now there was a winning move right here.
Rook B7? No?
No.
A5.
A5.
I see it now, because you cannot capture with the pawn because that is pinned.
Right.
And the rook is up for grabs on b1.
Yep.
So you may be thinking you have to capture with the queen because there is a lot of pressure on that b4. And rook a7, that queen is completely trapped.
And that would have been a win.
And that's lost because after this move a5, if we take a look at it,
yep,
there's just too much pressure on that b4 move. So you have to play something like maybe bishop e1 just to defend it. But then I can take and then put all the pieces into a pin.
And that would have been winning for Irina. She has missed that opportunity. She's played instead queen b5 check, king g1, and this was maybe the move she had missed. Just simply rook a1, moving away. I'm willing to trade the b4 pawn for the a6 pawn. Again, Irina a little bit the time factor, time trouble is a factor. She's down to what
15 seconds right
on
now.
On her clock. She's been playing on increment for a very long time. That move, queen to b5, was played fast. Perhaps at that point she should have stopped and thought about the best path forward. But right now, queen to c4, queen a5, queen b5 has been a repetition we've been seeing for a few moves already.
Exactly. Queen c4 by Arena. I've been expecting that Arena would have played rook a8 and said, hey, I'm about to take your pawn on b4. What are you going to do about it, Alice?
But now you don't have that queen a5 move?
I do have rook to c1.
Rook to c1.
Rook to c1, queen to b5, and now you can go back to a1.
Rook c1, queen b5 on the board.
Back rook to a1. No reason for Alice to drop below 2 minutes. Keep the pressure on the clock. It saved you once. You might as well repeat that.
Could she play rook a2? No, e3. The pawn on e3 is also up for grabs, right?
Right. So with a rook on f2. Oh, she's going rook to c2. Okay.
c2. That's a surprise move. What
but
is
you know,
she?
Who's playing for a win?
I don't know what's going on.
Because in this situation, what if I play a5?
No, a5, queen takes a5.
But rook takes e3. How are the trades? Who's benefiting there?
Should be fine. For both. It just stays.
I think Arena is actually just reaching for her rook. I think she's about to play rook a.
Rook e6.
Rook e6. No, can't guess the move. Sorry.
By the way, we can be trying to play king f2 here as Alice.
Yeah.
And then thinking about trapping the queen with rook c5.
Be careful. Be careful. Yeah, king f2. I like that move.
I must say, I'm absolutely mystified and confused. Who is playing for the win? If I play the move rook a8, just help me out here. What happens after rook a8?
Queen a5.
Queen a5. Queen takes, yeah. Queen a5. Okay, fair enough. Rook
and
f2.
I think she's reaching. Yes, king f2. And now the trick is, if black is not careful, rook c5, and the queen is trapped.
I guess rook c5 is quite telegraphed.
You want to move back to make sure the queen has a spot to retreat to.
Right?
Yes, of course. She sees it.
Bad form by Arena. Rook b8, question mark. Why? Don't put your pieces where they can be attacked. But White has a dark squared bishop. It's ridiculous, of course.
How do you attack that rook?
But it's that, no. That's, you're thinking about it in the wrong way. You play rook b7.
No.
Yes.
No, because you want to go on the e file, and she doesn't want to go on e7, because that would cut the action of the bishop on f8. I think that's what she wants.
You think, okay, so, okay, I'm scratching my head, I'm confused. My whole life, you put your pieces where
you've been lied to your whole life, yes.
Where you can't be attacked. Anatoly Karpov taught us, you protect your pieces.
You should listen to Nimzovich.
I'm tasered. You guys.
You should read my system. Yes, sir. It's your favorite book.
It's terrifying.
And I think we may see a repetition now, because this is an offer for Alice to continue now moving back rook to c1, and for Irina to just move back to rook. So Irina wants to see if Alice is going for this quiet draw offer or not.
Well, the move a4 by Alice was, of course, an attempt to lose the game. Mm-hmm. But also it was an attempt to take advantage of Irina's clock. Now, I don't see...
They have the same time right now.
But I don't see Alice acquiescing to the draw, because she's already demonstrated that she wants to continue the game. And she does. Queen c3. Again, a kind of telegraph move, rook a5.
Again, I have no idea who's playing for a win.
I am flummoxed as well.
You can take on b4, and that, I'm sure, will be a draw as well.
Well, then you can...
Even though that's probably the way you lose, actually. Now that I think
guys,
about it.
what if I Bishop takes b4.
No, that's the way to lose.
Queen takes b4 and queen d3. No, that's not
queen
working.
c3.
Queen c3.
Or queen d2. Yeah, that endgame actually would be problematic for black if you take on b4.
Rook b8. So in case of rook a5, she was just making room for the queen. Queen back to b7.
But that's maybe a small accomplishment. Just the queen is forced to go back.
Yeah. By the way, for those of you joining us late, just like 5 moves before this position, Irina had just a winning move. She failed to spot it in a bit of a time trouble, and she is being forced backwards on the back foot.
And now I like queen d3 for Alice because we are eyeing on that pawn on a6 and wanting Irina to maybe go more passively or capture that pawn on b4 and have a little more favorable endgame for us as white. A little more because it's probably still around equality. But it's white. It's clear white is the one who is pushing now.
And in the meanwhile, in the elimination bracket, we've got playoffs coming up. Sam Sevian, Wesley So.
With Ray Robson.
Pardon me, Sam Sevian, Ray Robson coming up. Expecting queen d3,
and
rook
they're
a8.
going to start playing as soon as this game finishes.
Rook a8. So bishop takes b4. I think white would be slightly better after bishop takes b4. I play rook a8 and put my, I don't know why Irina put her queen on b6. I don't understand anything.
But after rook a8, if I put the other rook to a2.
You're right. So rook a8.
Rook a2.
Rook a2. Let's say just, where do I want to go? Queen d8? Give me this pawn.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to go maybe king f3 or g3. G3.
Your turn.
Let's go g3.
G3. G3. And so am I worried about rook takes a6? I don't think I am.
I think you should be.
Somehow it feels like Alice is starting to be better. Can we see the live position right now?
Yeah, of course. Sorry.
We're just going that direction. Yasser is now thinking maybe queen d5 because we want to win as white the pawn on a6.
Well, how do you defend it as black right now?
That's a great question.
It's sort of a serious question, and you have 22 seconds to find a way.
She's
so
done
queen d8 on the board.
What did you do, by the way?
I went g3, but we can also do king f3 just to have it defended by the bishop. I don't know what Alice wants to do more.
I like g3. It's solid. g3 is solid.
Hold on, guys. One at a time. What would you like to look at?
G3 now instead of king f3. G3.
Okay, sorry. G2,
well, I think we're going to get an answer.
G3,
yes.
In this
That's
position.
What she
Okay. So bishop e7, rook a6 is your idea, yes?
We always thought it was Irina Krush was pushing in that position, but now it's different.
Queen e8, perhaps?
Okay, now I can go queen d3.
Right, queen to d3.
I'm going to continue defending that pawn on e3 and eyeing on that pawn on a6.
Queen b8. Hold on, what did she do? She went queen e7, sorry. Let me just refresh the board, apologies. Okay, g3 was Alice's choice. Right, we weren't sure I wasn't sure if taking on a6 was a threat or not, because there's always the c5 business, right? c6, c5, your queen would be under attack.
Yeah, and e3 is going to be hanging right now.
Exactly.
So I want to play just queen d3, keep that pressure, and put the queen, yeah, I think that's, yeah, queen d3 on the board.
Queen to d3 on the board.
So how do you defend right now? Queen b7, is that it, or?
Queen b7,
Where's the
rook
defense?
a6.
Sorry, what?
Queen b7, rook takes a6. I don't see how I defended the pawn.
Because then I'm going to capture with queen, force or offer a queen trade.
Right.
It's looking like you're getting that
I
pawn.
think Irina has
Nice.
really
10 seconds for
played it.
Irina. This is starting to become serious.
Yeah, definitely. She's just been outplayed.
5 seconds.
Rook to e8, bishop to d2.
So now that pawn on a6 is definitely going to be lost.
That is correct.
There's nothing to do about
That is
it.
correct.
So the counterplay could be something like bishop g7, rook e4, trying to sacrifice.
Irina
on d4.
is
I'm not sure I see the
really,
counterplay anymore. I think Irina is
I
getting
think
much
she's
worse.
she's just completely misplayed it. As she had an advantage.
She had a winning advantage.
And then she had a winning advantage. Now she's just losing. Rook takes a6.
Rook takes a6, bishop takes b4.
No, there's
there's a queen
There's
on
a
his
queen.
side.
Oh
The
my
queen
God,
is
this is
in
an
the
extra
way.
pawn.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
This is not looking great right now.
No.
No, I thought she wanted to go that rook e4 and bishop g7. This way. Okay, so we need to move the queen so the bishop can target the pawn on b4.
So queen e8.
So queen e8, for example. But
this
in 4
is
seconds.
But this is not. This is playing for a loss. I mean, it's
Queen
not
b7.
playing for a draw. It's like, what are we doing? My goodness, I
Well, at
can't
this point-
believe that Irina's played this so badly.
You
She's
have to.
mangled an advantage. Then she
She had a
was
winning
mangled-
advantage
winning-
with a5 move.
No, she was better coming into this ending. And then a4 was a terrible move by Alice that was losing. She missed it, and then it was back to being a draw, and now she's been completely outplayed. Alice has won a pawn, and well, I thought Alice was about to play rook a4, just defending the pawn on b4. She's played rook a7. Is queen b5? Well, it's an extra pawn for white. That's for sure.
Anywhere else do you go with the queen? Yeah, queen b5.
It's
offering
not.
a trade.
Yeah.
And allowing the white rook to just be on the 7th rank.
Well, there goes the queens. Queen takes, rook takes. It's not easy for Alice, but she's the one
Now
with the
rook
extra
to
pawn,
a4.
and she'll bring her king over to the queen side and try her best to make something. By the way, there
we
is
can play rook c7 also, because you're not allowed to capture the pawn on b4. In fact, when you capture that, you're going to get checkmated. We're going to capture that bishop and then back rank checkmate.
rook c7 on the board, just as you prescribed it. So
Now, do
if
not
I
touch
capture,
that pawn on b4, because if you do, I'm going to capture that bishop
You're mated.
and mate it on the back rank.
hate that.
Okay.
Hate that. So
The gates are closing in right now on Irina's chances. This one is looking
she's
dead lost to
played
me.
it- Yeah, she's
Because
played
now
it
I want
so-
to put the other rook to the back rank, rook a8, and that's
Rook a8, rook c8,
that's just horrible
rook
position.
a7. I feel something has to give at this point. By the way,
Even
rook
rook
a6, rook
a6.
takes c6 also. Why not? Take a pawn.
Yeah, this has gone horribly, horribly wrong.
I think this is just
for
over,
Irina.
guys. There is no counterplay. You simply don't have any counterplay. You're not touching that pawn on b4. Bishop b7. I think she realizes that. Bishop b7, rook a6. Just pick up the pawn on c6.
I liked what you were saying a moment ago too about just tying black up. Rook check and rook c6, rook c8.
But then I go rook b6, and at least I'm defending that pawn. After rook a6, you just lose that pawn.
True.
And it's
no
very
defending it.
direct, because you still cannot capture the pawn on b4, And once we trade the rooks, there's another pawn on the king side suddenly hanging on that 6th rank.
So rook a6, king f7.
Rook a6 on the board.
King f7.
Rook takes c6.
And then we trade, and I take on b4. Is that completely dead?
I mean, to be honest, I don't know if I need to capture on c6 immediately, or if I start with king d2, king d3, king e2, king d3. You don't have much moves to make as black.
Well, we'll find out, because king f6, king f7 is on the board.
I think like Alice can know, okay, let's improve our king e2.
Yep.
I can capture the pawn anytime I want, and I'm happy if you're going to move the king anywhere.
Let's see. King to e2. Do you go king f6 now?
Not much else to do, frankly.
In fact, you don't have moves.
If you go king f6, I'm going to capture with that rook on the c7, forcing a trade.
And that's a check.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's too much. There has to be something here.
Or
first of all, you can go rook c2. Yeah, rook c2.
Oh, rook c2, rook b2. Yeah. We can just guard that pawn, because your rook is going to be pinned. That's a nice move.
Rook c2 or rook c1 just finishes the game.
Then I'm just going to improve my king and then activate the rook back.
This looks like it's curtains.
And 10 seconds for Irina.
Running out of moves. Rook to b8. Okay.
Again, Irina's only hope is that Alice misplays this, captures on c6 at a moment that allows bishop takes b4.
King d3.
King d3. And Alice is looking to play king to c2.
She can even go king c3.
And allow bishop takes b4 check?
There's no bishop. Takes b4. King c3, king b3, but yeah, king c2, king b3 is the cleaner version.
Exactly.
Looking bad. Looking bad for Irina right now.
And 8 seconds on her clock.
And all she can do is sit and wait. Rook to b5.
Rook to b5.
Rook b5, rook b8, those are her only two moves.
King c2 is Alice's go-to mechanism. King c2 to b3 to a4, and then there is no moves. Then there are no moves, and rook takes c6 will finally just net a second extra pawn. Yeah, this is resigns.
There is
just
okay,
losing.
so one more trick. Not resigns yet. Rook b8. What do you do? Fast.
I'll fall for it. King b3.
c5.
Rook takes e6.
c4 check.
King b5.
King a4, you mean?
King a4, sorry. Take the rook, b5. But that's not what I really wanted, though, was it?
That's probably good enough.
Yeah, but
I think b5 you have to be careful, because then it's rook a8 check.
So just for what we were talking about is king b3, c5. So the idea is that after rook takes, c4 check is an important intermezzo.
So
maybe we shouldn't put the king on
triangulation
b3
method. I'm going to go king b2 first. Force the rook to b5, because you simply don't have any other moves.
Exactly.
And now I go king b3.
And now you get to get your setup with king b3 and king a4.
After c4, yes.
I think king b4 dodges the last trick that Irina
king
has.
b2.
King b2, pardon
It's
me.
a nice move. It's a nice move if she finds it. I'm sure she's looking at it.
Alice played this endgame very accurately. I mean, okay, I'm not counting that a4, but after she started to have this pressure, I think rook c7, rook a6, king e2, those were very accurate moves.
Very accurately. I thought, seriously, when we took a break, I thought, oh my gosh, Irina.
And king b2 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Alice.
Very precise.
Blundered the position away. Oh my. King b2. Good move by Alice. And Irina keeps going down to seconds on her clock, but it's not the clock that's the problem. The position just has I mean, Alice is just planning to play king a3, defend her pawn, and then capture this pawn on c6, and that will be a 2-pawn advantage, which will be enough to cinch the game.
So now she's going to go king b3.
No trickies with bishop takes c6. No, I can't. The bishop is pinned.
Pinned.
Ah, sorry. King a3. Okay. At long last, Alice is ready to play king a4 and rook takes c6.
I mean, we don't even need rook a4, right? We can just capture the pawn on c6.
Good enough. As Lev Polygaevsky once told me, you are true.
Wow, this game went very badly for Irina. Wow.
Wow. So Irina Krush got really badly outplayed in an endgame that she stood better, then she was winning, and then just Alice just played really, really well. And
time to pick up that pawn.
Time to pick up the pawn.
Or do we go king a4 first? Maybe, you know what?
I like king a4.
I think I like king a4 too. Yes.
I like king a4, just asking a question. If you put your rook back on b5, you're doing me a great favor.
I think it's time to pick up the pawn with the right rook. The rook from a6.
Does it make a difference? I mean, it's reached that point where Alice has so many positional advantages now.
But king a4 is also very tempting. No.
Okay,
time to take the pawn.
Time to take the pawn.
With this rook, so the bishop is on d2 defending both pawns well.
Yeah.
And we have an endgame with 2 extra pawns for Alice Lee.
From being a pawn up to being 2 pawns down.
Crazy.
What a swing.
Really, really shocking. King b2.
Not allowing the rook to come to a1. I like this move.
Do you? I would have played king to b3.
No, I don't want to allow you any
rook a1,
any hopes.
rook c1. Rook a1, rook c1.
It's a hope.
But I was
of course.
White can slowly continue. I'm going to put my bishop on c3, then the king on b3, guarding all the squares on that a file.
And yeah, my favorite living condition is being a pawn up. So when I get 2 pawns up, you know, that's it. Then I just feel like there's no hope.
Yeah, that's a problem. Black doesn't have any targets here. Irina
There's
can
no
just
play.
Yeah, just wait. Rook b8. We are expecting king b3.
One sole threat in the position, capturing the pawn, defend the pawn. King b3. I mean, in time, we're going to be playing b4, b5, and with our king on b3, we will then follow it up with bishop b4 and then just escort the b pawn to coronation. And Irina, just what did I do wrong? She played the endgame so passively.
And now we may be thinking about rook a6, then king a4.
She moved her queen between b5 and c4 just numerous times. She could have put her rook on a7 at any time she wanted and played for a5. It was a very strange play. Very unexpected.
There was some overthinking because she didn't want to repeat. She wanted to play for a win, but then suddenly it was Alice who was playing for the win.
I didn't know who was playing for a win at a certain moment. It was very confusing. Rook b7.
No, I think we're going to
b7,
see
now
rook
get
a6, right?
On a6, king on a4, and
Yep.
start pushing the pawn. And Irina realizes that right now something went terribly wrong.
Terrible. Yeah, she's not even looking at the board. No. It's sort of like she's just carrying the baggage of the previous 5 moves,
it's
10
just
moves.
A realization, right? I mean, you had a winning position. She probably understands that she had a winning position at some point.
Certainly.
And then to mess that one up, a position that looked pretty much unlosable.
Yeah.
That's a word.
It happened in 2024. She had really, really good positions against Alice and slipped up at the very end, ended up losing the game in a blitz playoff.
Yes. That's one thing that she needs to work for tomorrow's match. Do not allow yourself to get down to your last few seconds against Alice. Alice, this is something that she does very well.
She's a gamer. Yeah.
Guys, 5
she plays
seconds
against
on
her
the
opponent's clock very well.
Yeah.
Played with 3 seconds on the clock. Rook to b8.
In pure Ray Robson style, you can do it with 2 seconds and 1 second. You know.
Well, I don't think it's. She already knows this one is probably over. Like, there's not many ways in which you can swing this one in your favor.
Exactly. And again, Arena just not looking at the board. She just does not want to see the board. The simplest, play
Rook
king,
A5,
Rook
yes,
A5.
Of course.
Give me the pawn.
Yes.
King E6, B5.
Yes.
Threatening bishop to B4, bishop to C5. You go bishop to D8. I will go rook check.
She's going for it.
Yep. That's the simplest. And by playing it in this method, you get to play king A4 on your next turn. Remember, you're in check. You don't have time to take the pawn. I get to play bishop to B4 shortly thereafter. Easy, easy win. 2 pawn advantage means there's several ways of victory, several paths to victory. B5.
Yeah, this looks very nice. This is just...
Push.
I mean, there's no reason for Alice to rush too much.
Exactly.
She has 2 minutes, so she wants to just double check. That's the plan she's going for.
Right.
But it does look pretty straightforward.
Wow, just, I mean, the turnaround, it's kind of left me in shock, actually. And certainly Arena as well is in a bit of a shock, as it really, really, at the time that she was losing the A6 pawn, it didn't think it was that bad. But then when Rook C7 appeared on the board, it was like, oh my gosh, I'm losing not just the A6 pawn, I'm losing the base pawn on C6, and then the B pawn is a passer. And there you have it, B5. Again,
it's very difficult. There's just nothing to complicate things. Like the king side is completely closed, the center is completely closed.
Right. And again, for those of you joining us late, immediately following this classical game, we will have a playoff blitz match between Ray Robson and Sam Sevian. We had 4 players in the elimination bracket playing, but we've already had 3 winners. Bishop D8, Rook A6 check, and you know Alice is pre-moved King A6, King A4, pardon me. Yeah. She is pre-moved King A4.
King A4. There's a B6 coming as well if you try to get fancy with Rook to C8.
Exactly.
That pawn is getting very close to promotion.
Very close. King A4 and intending... It's actually very strange. The whole game, this bishop has been passive, simply defending a weakness on E3, defending a weakness on B4. Suddenly, the moment the bishop gets active, bishop to B4, bishop to C5, it will be, you know, a triumphant, dominating light square, dark square bishop.
Or even going for a trade, just bishop A5, just forcing the other bishop away, or go into a winning rook endgame.
Yep. Arena just looking away from the board. I don't want to see what I've done.
I think she's just reviewing what went wrong in that
Sure. We've all been there.
kind of time scramble.
I know exactly that feeling of
The good
like,
thing is that she has the white pieces tomorrow.
yeah,
and
to
there's
make the
definitely-
comeback.
Look, if you need to make a comeback, you want to have the white pieces.
Absolutely.
Right.
Winning on
it's a
demand
much
with
easier
black.
task.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll leave that for Hikaru Nakamura, what he did against Mishra. winning with black on demand, that's harsh.
King A4?
Yes, on the board. I think.
Rook to C8. No.
And I like what you said, B6.
You can go B6. I guess you can even start with bishop A5 just to
Bishop A5 again.
propose that bishop trade.
Yep. That was
Maybe
what-
she'll take it.
That's what Kate wanted to do as well. I mean,
I think
bishop
bishop
trade
A5 is nice. Yes.
Yeah, because the rook and pawn ending, there's nothing to discuss.
Maybe we should put the position.
Yes, rook C8 on the board. We could play B6 and essentially win the piece, but Kate says, why not just go into rook and pawn endgame?
I like
trade the
bishop A5.
bishops.
I like bishop A5.
I do too. I do too.
But knowing
Alice,
she's generally very forceful. Whenever she sees an opportunity to be forceful, she usually takes it. And B6 is a forceful opportunity right now.
sad to say, both look very forceful to me. To my eyes, bishop A5 forcing a trade, or B6 winning a piece.
Let's see what she goes for.
Drum roll.
B6, right?
Maybe rook A7 check.
Maybe she wants to give a check.
Whenever we give a chess player a choice of A or B.
Rook D6. Well,
wow,
C.
that was a D. I thought we were going to see rook A7 check. Rook D6. Okay,
that's actually
not bad.
Quite clever.
That's the bishop is hanging.
I mean, what's better than having 2 extra pawns?
3.
Yes.
3 extra pawns is much better, way better, and that's actually a very clever move too. I mean, you can't play rook C2 without allowing the trade of bishops.
And Irina Crush again, 5 seconds only to make a move.
Rook check by Irina.
King B3.
Forced.
And now how do you defend the pawn on D5?
I don't.
You don't.
You don't. Yes. That's the problem. Rook B8, rook takes D5. And that is 3 pawns.
Bishop E7.
Is there a check on A3 that's somehow disturbing?
I don't think it's very disturbing. Like you
No.
can just simply take. Oh, she was like, nope. You know what? I'm gonna go rook A6.
She's really looking at.
She wants to play B6 without the bishop on D8.
Yeah.
And also there is no counterplay on the C file.
No,
So-
no counterplay on the C file. And again, she might be just thinking also bishop B4, and I'm nursing the B pawn home. So nice play.
Rook B8,
Nice play
B6.
by Alice.
Many
But
ways.
I like the fact that we were looking at two choices: B6 and bishop
King A4.
A5. I like what Alexander Halifman said about Anatoly Karpov and Garry Kasparov. When you give them a choice, they always come up with an alternative to the choices that they've been presented with. And Alice's move, rook D6, was certainly a case.
So I guess now rook C6, and she wants to cover with bishop A5.
Rook check, bishop A5. Makes sense.
No counterplay whatsoever.
Yeah, she's not really giving her anything.
Nope.
It's crafty. That was crafty.
Definitely.
And if you go bishop D8, then both rook A6 work.
Or B6.
Or
even.
B6.
Yeah, and then I'm definitely in this moment forcing a trade of something.
Yeah.
And she's just done that, and I think Irina's
B6 is coming. No way to stop it. I think it's finally over.
Irina has to resign now. no counterplay, and she
you
just
saw
got
that.
kudos to Alice. She just outplayed Irina from a position where
Starting rook c7, just perfect moves.
yeah,
it was purely a psychological situation, I feel. Like she was always making her moves fast, and Irina played about 20 moves with a couple of seconds on her clock.
yeah, always
And at some
playing
point,
on the increment.
she just made a mistake, allowed the tripling on the A file, and that
You get
pawn
tired.
was lost. That's it.
You get tired under the constant
And we
pressure.
see a resignation.
Irina Krush.
What a victory.
Loses the first game with the black pieces. Ooh. As defending champion, Alice Lee says, okay, that was a good day.
Unexpectedly, right? Because
Very
again, the middle game
unexpectedly.
did not look that well for Alice.
Indeed, I thought that the opening and late middle game definitely favored Irina Krush as we get prepared for a playoff. Who is going to be eliminated? Will it be Ray Robson? Will it be Sam Sevian? Who will continue in this competition? Refresh everybody's, what are the format, the rules for the playoffs?
Yeah, so for the playoffs,
Okay.
we will have 2 games of blitz match. So 3 minutes plus 2-second increment. The colors will be determined by lot. Now, if players are still tight, there will be another match of 2 games of blitz, 3 minutes plus 2-second increment, but the colors will be reversed. And then if there is tie again, there will be Armageddon. 3 minutes for white, 2 minutes for black, and 2 seconds increment for move 1, and black has the draws.
Putting you on the spot, are we going to see an Armageddon in this one?
I don't think so.
And how about you, Cristian? Putting you on the spot.
No
Are we
Armageddon.
no Armageddon.
No.
What, I have to be right again?
Sure.
I predicted only one Armageddon thus far. You know what? I'm going to predict a second Armageddon.
So yesterday we had
okay,
one
okay.
Armageddon out of 5 matches.
Correct.
And today it's going to be 100%, 1 out of 1. Okay.
Well, I mean, these two players are very, very equally matched. We saw that, and Sam bamboozled Ray in that one game that
But their
that
play
was a
is
draw.
just too dynamic to go to Armageddon. That's
That's
the
the
way I
problem.
see it. That's the way I see it. I mean,
Yeah.
if you would have asked me Wesley versus Leinier, is that going to Armageddon? Yes.
Because they're so solid.
Their general style of play.
Yeah.
These two players, I mean, you know, something has to give at some point, right? And there's
Exactly.
4 games of blitz.
And they're coming
There should be some
up.
separation.
They're coming up.
Here we go.
No, I definitely do agree that that you guys probably called it the right. That let me see how come I'm not.
If there is anybody that comes up with a bit of a psychological edge in this one, I feel it should be Sam Sevian.
Okay.
Because he was the one that defended in the last game. He was completely lost
Yes.
after the opening. After
Yes.
he got that rook pretty much trapped on f3.
Right. No,
And then
Ray-
he bounced back. He was never better in that one. Even when he was coming back, Ray kept it close.
I'm not sure.
He was never better.
He was never better. I didn't like
We
his
thought at
decision
some
to trade
moment-
queens.
Yeah, the bishop could be strong.
But
Exactly.
he wasn't better. Objectively, he wasn't.
Wow, but that clock was what a factor as we're getting ready for this playoff. Who do you see as the favorite?
You know, I feel like Ray has a lot of practice in these tournaments. He played the
Yes.
Champions Showdown, and he plays a lot of blitz games in his classical matches where he makes moves with 2 seconds on the clock. So I feel like this time control favors Ray.
Okay, well, we are about to go. I do not have the hurricane. At the very last second, the game just popped up on the link, and we have a Joko piano. Will we see? No, bishop c5. No Hungarian defense with the bishop on e7. And
So
I
A4,
feel
that's
like
what we saw
Sam is being true.
today in some of the matches.
Exactly. And bishop comes back to e7. Knight d2. We were seeing knight f1, knight e3. So the players are playing as they played in the previous game, where when Ray played the move h6, Sam voluntarily captured on f6, and again, in a game that was played earlier today.
So the Ray is thinking very early on in the opening. Queen b6.
Queen b, Queen B3?
Pardon. Not allowing bishop E6.
That looks so artificial. Queen B3?
It does, but it's asking a very pertinent question. How do you finish your development? Do you go B6? That would create a lot of weaknesses on the light squares.
No, I don't think so. Funnily enough,
Queen
I would
E8.
play Queen E8 with the idea knight to D8.
Well, he played
knight
it.
to E6.
He played it. Castle. Once you play the move knight to D8, I go D4.
By the way, I would have also tossed in H6, I think, before
I'm
playing
wondering,
Queen E8.
H6, just decide where you want to go with the bishop. Most likely H4, but...
Yeah. The reason, just a moment ago, why I would have played H6 is if you do go to H4 with the bishop, which is very logical, I would play knight F and take with the queen, and then I'm not losing a tempo
yes, that
over
is a possibility.
Over
but
the
Ray
current position.
did play H6 after the castle. They traded rook E1.
G6. Well, it seems like everybody's favorite position is going,
but Black still has to figure out what to do with the light square bishop on C8.
Is going to reappear on the board. Again, earlier in the tournament, it was Sam planting his knight on E3, so it was knight on E3 versus the bishop on G7. And sorry, Kate, you were about to say.
I'm saying that Black has still issue with that pawn on B7.
Yep.
So we'll have to figure out whether to play B6 or knight D8, so he can develop that bishop on C8.
Yes, I'm favoring the knight D8, knight E6. Why? Because in my mind, the F4 square is a good anchor square.
But I might also decide to ignore it. What if I go bishop G4 here?
That's a very good move. I thought the knight was going to E. Why did is Sam thinking he's going to take on B7? No, I guess he's thinking bishop G4, queen takes B7. I don't say it's a good idea, but he seemed to be saying, "Come on,
so
Ray."
I thought destroying the king side and then rook B8.
Right.
Okay, king H8. Black is also preparing potentially to play F5. D4.
Okay, D4, now or never.
I like this move.
Well, it's bishop G4. That's the crux.
He'll take that. I think he's just going to take on B7.
And after I take on F3?
Take on F3.
Rook B8?
Take on C7.
And then you have bishop B5.
I'll take on D6 as well if you let me. I'll take all of those pawns.
It'll be a vacuum cleaner.
If you keep chasing my queen, I'll take everything I can.
Munching as many pawns.
Okay, so is it time to go knight D8? It looks a little awkward.
Well, the move king H8.
Take on D4.
Kind of
Oh, now I can go knight B4.
Yes.
You certainly can. But then I go E5 and I break in the center. Bishop to
okay,
G4, finally.
Here he's done it. Oh. Almost in
but
this.
But now it wouldn't work, right?
Right. In this iteration, it's defended.
Queen to D8, looking at bishop takes F3, knight takes D4. That's a big threat in the position.
Absolutely. Bishop takes F3 on the agenda, on Ray's agenda. Okay.
Also,
time for E5. Let's go E5.
For E5.
I like E5. Bishop takes C6. He says no.
Okay.
Let me
pair of bishops
mess up
for
your
black.
pawn structure.
I like now rook B8 and C5.
Not so easy. Rook B8, queen C2.
I'm never a big fan of this two knights versus
and
two
C5.
bishops. It always feels like the
either.
bishops are getting the better of the two knights.
Right?
Yes.
Always. Always.
Especially when they're getting open like this one.
Okay. For me, takes on F3 is a way of playing for draw.
Bishop
but
D7.
Bishop D7 is the way to play very ambitiously and say, okay, I want to play with the two bishops.
He's going to try to put that pawn on B3. The pawn from B2 is going to go to B3 and try to set up this type of blockade. Rook to B4, B3.
Yep. Rook to B4, B3.
Queen to B8 is the question. No, rook to E8.
Putting pressure on that pawn on E4. And also finishing development.
You cannot touch the pawn on a5 because you lose the knight on d4. So don't even think about that.
Although I would think about it only because the king is somehow on the diagonal, right? If I could go. No. E5?
E5.
That's what I was saying.
I like that move.
Well, E5, I've got knight C6.
If you take with the pawn, open up the d file.
Knight C6.
Knight C6 is coming. Okay.
By the way, what's
But what if
the
I go-
clock times?
15 seconds for Ray.
Ooh, and
I think queen
it's a nervous
h4.
moment. It's a nervous moment.
Queen
Queen to
c8.
c8.
Queen, bishop takes h.
So
What is
looking
Ray
at that
doing?
h3 square.
What is Ray
that
doing?
pawn.
I think
Is
that's
that
a good
a-
move.
Well, you cannot capture on d6.
Because
I capture your rook, and then the knight on d4 is hanging.
Oh,
That's a good move.
Brilliant.
Good move.
So I'm just moving away. I'm thinking maybe I can, on h3 that pawn, I can one day maybe capture.
Can I capture on a5?
You certainly
Knight
can.
takes a5.
You certainly can. That's a trade of pawns. So knight takes e5, I take on e5.
But bishop captures
But then
e5.
I've got c6. I've got the c6 square. That's a rook hanging on b4. So I'm thinking knight takes a5 by Sam with the intention of playing knight to c6. This is getting super, super double
30
edged.
seconds for Sam, only 10 seconds for Ray.
Knight takes a5.
Queen d2.
Queen
Keeping the tension alive.
d2.
If you take on e5 with the pawn, now knight to c2.
H6
Knight c2.
And there's
That's an exchange.
Yeah, but it's two pawns, and
That's
it's still
exactly
the two
what
bishops.
Ray thinks about the position, even though I'm going to pick up that pawn on a5.
Yes, rook takes and
Ray
bishop
has only
takes.
5 seconds on the clock.
5 seconds. Rook takes a5. Bishop, rook c5. Knight e3. Two
Bishop
pawns.
E6 back.
I think that I would prefer to play black.
No.
Yes.
I would prefer to play white for sure.
No. I would prefer
Really?
to play black.
I mean, I'm going to pick up that pawn on c7.
Not so easy. Not so easy.
Queen c3. Why is it?
I'm
Or
going
queen
triple.
c2?
Queen c2. Oh, that's even faster. Queen d8.
Oh yes. Here we go.
I don't think I ever lose 4 versus 3 with two bishops.
That seems to be what he thinks as well.
I don't think
Ray is playing on increment. 5
But
seconds
I was
only.
thinking with the queens on the board. So put a queen on the board for black, and I would prefer, I could go queen to f4, h4. Okay. It's all about the clock. Tell me about the clock.
Ray is playing on increment, and Sam very
Also
closely.
plays on increment.
Everybody plays on increment.
5 seconds against 3 seconds. Knight to a4. The knight is going towards c5.
The knight wants to land on g5, I would say.
I'm liking Ray's chance. Sam's chances in this one, guys.
I'm not sure.
I feel something is going to happen. 2 seconds, 1
Ray
second.
playing with one.
Oh, he lost a bishop.
That's what I'm saying. Something is going to happen. That knight is tricky.
Oh, those tricky knights.
That knight is
playing
tricky.
with those 2 seconds increment. This is
was
just
not enough.
Wow,
Oh
that
my
was brutal.
goodness. Ray Robson blunders his bishop and boom, instantly Sam just took the bishop.
It was already getting... f5 was not a good move. I really don't like the move f5. You're weakening your structure too much.
Explain that to me. Let's just see that because you just moved the bishop to a4. I think it's a bishop to b5.
everything is
So
fine.
everything is fine. The knight.
Get that knight to c7. Really crafty way of increasing
Everything
pressure.
is still,
Attack that knight on
everything
d5.
is still fine.
Keep looking at the clock. 5 seconds for Sam Sevian right now as well.
Now go bishop a4. What's the problem? Bishop a4. Bishop, come on, Ray.
1 second on the clock.
No, Ray, not
Wow.
b5.
And he's just like, what just happened?
Wow. That is a very disconsolate handshake if I've ever seen one. Blunders. You get into time trouble.
Blunders.
Makes fools of all of us.
But again, it was all about the time management. I feel Ray is just simply too slow. He's relying a bit too much on those instincts in the last couple of seconds. And in this case, his instincts failed him. We do have Eric with Alice Lee, who is extremely happy for sure. Eric, take it away.
I am joined by Alice Lee, who was able to grind down Irina Krush in the classical game today. How are you feeling about the game, Alice?
Yeah, I feel really good. I'm also I was like shaking a lot after the game. It was like definitely a really nerve-wracking game, but I'm happy that I was able to not lose.
And there was a point in the game where it seemed like maybe you were worse or it's equal, very close position. Was there a point where you just realized that you could actually win this?
I felt like I was defending the whole time. I would have been quite happy with the draw. I think once I started like targeting her a6 pawn, then I thought like I was in good shape.
And you've had good success over Irina in recent times. What do you think is the cause for that? Is it just more confidence or something else?
Definitely confidence and being able to like have beaten her before, because previously I had such a bad record, but now I think I've kind of like turned it around, and that's definitely really important for me.
Gotcha. Now, Irina has been a dominant force in U.S. women's chess for a long time. Was she a role model of yours growing up? And did you have any other chess role models?
Yeah, actually, like a lot of the players in this tournament, I watched all the games and I looked up to growing up. Irina was definitely one of the biggest. Also, I looked up to like Carissa a lot. So yeah.
Nice. And I want to ask you about your prediction for this match, the final match of today between Ray Robson and Sam Sevian. We just saw Ray blunder a bishop in one move. Do you think he'll fight back?
I guess he's white the next game, yeah. So I think it'll be a draw the next game and Sam will win.
Fair enough. Well, best of luck tomorrow. Let you go, and we'll send it back to the studio.
Thank you.
All right, thanks so much.
A great rival, I want to say, Irina Krush. But we've just seen something that's kind of left us in a stunned amazement. 2,700 rated Ray Robson just blundered a piece in one move. You just don't see the guys do that. That's just not what...
We've seen it every single day.
It happened twice yesterday.
Rub it in. Rub it
Abhimanyu
in.
yesterday.
Oh,
sure
never. It never, ever happens. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it.
Time trouble makes a fool of all of us, especially when you're playing against the Knights. The Knights are really jumpy.
We are in game 2 of the first elimination match.
Ray Robson has to win in order to keep his chances to stay in the tournament.
How do we call that? Is that a Vienna with knight to c3? I guess somewhat of a Vienna.
Yes, yes.
Knight c3 and f4. Okay.
Yes.
Throwing the gauntlet. No more.
Look, you got to win.
Italians. No more Rui Lopez. Let's get out of theory as fast as possible.
And f4. Second. Sorry, I don't have updated move, but
maybe
F2,
we can
F4.
just see the bird's eye view. It seems like we're lagging behind a bit on the actual board.
F4, d6 on the board, and now it looks like
F3.
bishop b3. Bishop b3, and what has...
No, there's a bishop on c5, so...
Oh, just a second.
Now we have the moves. You can refresh it.
I'll just refresh. Okay, so let's just see how we got here. Gotcha.
But
okay,
guys,
bishop b3.
I mean,
bishop, yes.
Sam Sevian is down a minute on the clock already. And this is what, move 7?
He's been surprised. It's that simple. He got surprised by the entire choice of the Vienna and the Vienna with f4.
Yes.
A lot of
most
times.
aggressive.
Yeah.
Why not? I like it. Knight takes b3, a takes b3. The thing is, Ray Robson is making really fast moves and really precise moves.
Well, I think Ray has suffered enough being in time trouble, not only in this event, but yeah. He said the only reason I lost that previous game is because I was playing on increment, as it's been the case throughout the tournament.
He doesn't want to live like that anymore.
No.
Changing his life choices.
Exactly. Exactly. Change of lifestyle. h7, h6, by the way, was the idea to prevent bishop g5. I'm thinking h2, h3, just to prevent bishop to g4 would have been a very reasonable choice.
Knight ge2, because I'm still, blocking kind of the diagonal A if I want a long castle and attack you, or I'm thinking about playing d4.
But aren't you encouraging bishop g4?
And it happened, but I moved my queen to g3.
I take on e2 and I go knight h5. And I've got a very easy life. Anytime, we know that Ray needs pieces on the board. right?
That's
Anytime
right.
you let me trade everything off, you can't win. Allowing bishop g4 was not a good, wise decision. Okay, queen check, and I think Sam is now very, very pleased with the outcome of the opening.
And there are some tricks now. For example, if Ray plays g3,
yeah, very logical move.
very logical. I'm gonna retreat queen f6,
and
then threatening with some g5 and the pawn on b2, but also
Agreed.
g5, putting more pressure on that knight that is pinned.
That's a very, very good point. G3, queen f6 with a double threat.
And remember, Ray has to win in this position in order to keep his chances to continue in the playoff.
Must-win situation.
It's not nice, but I would recommend queen g3 for Ray.
King
d2.
Go. I like it. I love it.
I like it. I love it.
Well, the thing is, if you go queen f6 now, I'm going to go c3.
Okay. By the way, Sam says, I don't want to see the
C3,
knight.
Here we go.
I don't want to see the knight landing on d5. And
Short castle.
King c2, castle
d4,
by hand.
yes. Keep pushing that bishop back.
King c2.
Bishop b6. And
b4.
Are we going for it?
g4.
g4?
g3 and g4. g3 and then g4.
Or g3 and h4, g4.
Correct.
Just
keep going. Keep going. Keep pushing.
The kitchen sink.
To be honest, how do you defend against that?
I mean, I'm gonna go queen f6 now.
Okay, h4. Queen e7.
Queen e7.
Queen e7.
Oh, maybe he's thinking about playing f5.
Careful, careful. Alert,
but there's
alert.
queen g5. Check. Be careful.
I understand.
Too.
So let's
King
go h4.
c2. h4. Rook e1. Rook f1. Rook f1?
But rook f1 is pretty much
That's
the only move that actually allows f5.
That was like the strangest move. I was thinking rook e1.
We've been
just
trying to avoid this f5. He's going for it.
F5. He gave rook f1 was lackadaisical.
Pretty much the only move that allows f5.
That-
h4 did not allow
H4, rook
f5.
e1. Oh my goodness.
Maybe he's like, I'm gonna go rook e1 and I want that file to be
He
open.
probably wants to do that, but it feels like you're simplifying the position. You're allowing the simplification of the position
Again.
too
That's
much.
true, but there can be some tricks, since I'm controlling or having rooks, not controlling necessarily both files.
So what we're looking at
So
is
rook e1,
rook e1, take on e4.
rook captures.
Rook
Queen
takes-
h5. Okay,
something
he's going
different.
for something completely different.
So he's angling for knight g6.
By the way, do not capture now the pawn
Why
with
not?
a queen, because I'm gonna trap it. Rook e1.
Queen takes e4, rook e1 is embarrassing.
Queen f7 was played.
That is a nasty. I mean,
Good
I've
defensive
got.
find.
Hold on, knight g6.
Knight g6.
Oh, b3 is hanging. Alert! Alert!
That's right.
Alert!
That's right.
Danger! Will
That's a problem. I mean, I don't
Will
want to go
Robson-
queen d1. That's the pawn on e4 is hanging as well.
Can I take?
Knight g6.
Knight g6.
He's going for it. Okay, we're gonna see.
Wait a
Queen
minute.
takes b3. Okay,
Rook to b1. Just a
So-
simple. rook
Both
to
players
b1.
have 36 seconds.
Ray's looking at knight e7 check as well as knight takes f8, and finally he's just thinking, "Hey, on a good day, I'm gonna play rook takes f5. What do you got?
Why not? I
What do you
like
got?
this transition, especially with the low time, 18 seconds right now, and running down for Sam Sevian. Rook f7.
That prevents knight e7, but it doesn't stop rook takes f5.
Where do you put that rook? He wanted to go to e8.
Oh, this
Knight
is
h8.
no.
Knight h8. Probably.
Rook f8.
Just rook f8. Yes.
But it's a visual.
Rook takes f5 also works.
Rook takes a 5 too, yeah.
It's a visual.
Ray has 20 seconds on his clock.
Oh my goodness. E4 pawn is hanging. King d3. King d3.
Queen
No.
f3.
Queen f3.
I'm thinking about
10
queen
seconds
f3.
for Ray.
Rook.
Whoa.
Oh, he's hanging.
What?
He hung his b2 pawn.
What?
We got a
No
check.
way.
We got a perpetual check.
No checks. Queen b5, rook
Oh.
takes b5. There's no checks.
Apologies. Apologies. You're absolutely right. I just.
Bishop takes
Wow.
Wow.
What a shot.
What a shot indeed.
Do not
No
take on
second.
f7. C takes d4. But now, isn't there a perpetual?
It should be. You can't cross the e file. I got rook takes e4 check.
Well, he crosses the e file. Queen to c2.
Oh, but this is gonna
King e3, rook takes c4,
Checkmate.
it's over.
It's checkmate.
It's over.
And Sam
Sevian
Sevian
moves on.
has qualified to the next round.
What a game.
And Ray is out of the tournament.
How's that
Wow.
prediction, Yasser?
Not looking good. I didn't, I didn't expect, Ray got himself into
But like bishop takes
pickle.
d4, that's a really powerful move.
Super.
I'm sorry?
Bishop takes d4 is a very powerful
Oh,
move.
Look
yes.
how happy he is.
What a shock. And
Look how
a
happy
really,
he is.
really impressive victory. Our congratulations to Sam
He's
Sevian.
pouring his emotions right now. I mean, that was a tough match.
You know, it was strange.
Absolutely.
Nasi came in and in her interview said, I'm still processing that I won. I'm still processing the playoff. I was really stunned by the exit of Ray Robson. Let's take a look at the results. Kate, do the honors.
Fascinating matches. So here in the playoffs, Sam Sevian won against Ray Robson 2-0.
Ray blundered a piece in the first game, put himself in really, really bad
Risked
situation.
everything in the second game, but it didn't work out.
In the
and the
champions.
matches, yes, in the classical game, Hikaru Nakamura drew against Leinier Dominguez, Fabiano Caruana drew with Levon Aronian, Tatev Abrahamyan won against Carissa, and Alice Lee won against Irina Crush.
Convincing win by Tatev, by the way. That is not an accident or something like that. Tatev won very, very dominating, and Alice Lee was taking a lot of risks. Maybe she was lost at one moment, but Irina missed her opportunity, got outplayed.
And
Wow.
tomorrow these players will play opposite colors and another classical chess.
Exactly. Sum it up for us. Tell us what you think about this day 3. Very
Well, first
dramatic.
and foremost, I'm very, very impressed with the way Tatev has conducted that attack. She never let go of the advantage after she got it. And it wasn't easy because that bishop on b2, x-raying around the king on g8. I mean, it definitely did not look easy, but she made it look easy. And finally, you know, Carissa's luck is running out, at least for one game.
Right.
Tomorrow with the black pieces, she will be needing to take a lot of risks. And of course, what an incredible match we had between these two, Robson and Sam Sevian. And I told you at the beginning of this blitz situation, Sam Sevian had the upper hand psychologically. He just escaped. He's like happy. I was eliminated. I was
course.
-3 in that position,
Right.
for Ray Robson. So definitely feeling good about himself. Let's speak with him right now.
I'm joined by Sam Sevian, who just knocked out Ray Robson in the elimination bracket. How are you feeling, Sam?
Yeah, definitely relieved. I mean, that was an insane match. I mean, first game, second game, we both had 1 second so many times.
What was the feeling when you won the first splits game with him just dropping a bishop in one move? It's not something you see too often at the Grandmaster level. But
Oh, of course, very happy, but that position is so hard to defend with black and blitz. I'm just going to keep attacking g6, his weaknesses.
Gotcha. And do you know who you're going to play next? I was told you play the loser between Fabiano and Aronian.
It's Leinier and
Or
Hikaru.
Leinier,
Yeah.
Leinier or Hikaru. Okay, so do you have a preferred opponent that you play next round?
Not really. I mean, I'm happy to have a rest day now.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you've come to St. Louis so many times over the years for these events, and you have a day off tomorrow. Is there any favorite thing that you do in St. Louis that's not chess?
I mean, with the day off, if the weather's nice, I might go to the zoo tomorrow. So I'll definitely go to Forest Park and walk around.
Nice. I was interviewing Nazi earlier, and she said she's going to the zoo. And that's one nice thing about being in the elimination bracket. You get some extra time. Will you watch the games tomorrow as well?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a little bit.
Okay. And final question, because of course there's a women's section too. Do you have a favorite for the women's competition to win the event?
Probably Alice. I mean, we were waiting for like 40 minutes for them to finish, and
I heard.
her technique was very good. So
It was, yeah. So anyway, I'll let you go. Thanks for joining, and we'll send it back to the studio.
After waiting 40 minutes for Alice to finish, she became a favorite of Sam. Brackets.
Yes. So
Let's-
what we can see tomorrow?
Brackets first.
So Tatev Abrahamyan is going to have white against Carissa, and Irina Crush is in also must-win situation, and she's going to have white against Alice Lee.
In the Opens Champions Bracket?
In the open section.
Oh, sorry, the
elimination. So here
apologies.
we have Anna Zatonsky, who won against Talia Cervantes, and she's having a day off tomorrow, as well as Nazi Paikidze, who defeated Atusa Purkashian.
They will be facing each other in 2 days' time. And now, finally, in the Opens bracket.
In the open section. So here we have Leinier Dominguez, who will be playing white against Hikaru Nakamura, and Levon Aronian playing white against Fabiano Caruana.
And in the elimination bracket?
Here it is Sevian, who will have a day off, as well as Wesley So.
Fantastic. And let's review our predictions. I think I'm happy. Irina,
I'm happy. I'm happy too.
Sure. Let's remind you.
Oh, this one.
Yes. Feeling bad about that one.
That's a good one for me. I barely escaped today.
Irina, come on. And tomorrow, Fabi will be playing against Levon.
Only Eric is not happy here. We are all still alive with our predictions.
Very good. Thank you
Eric
for participating.
Friends, that's his mistake.
And tomorrow's schedule. What's going on tomorrow?
So tomorrow the Champions Bracket is going to be having the second classical game, and if there's a tie in the match, we will see playoffs. The Elimination Bracket is having a rest day.
It's all about the Champions Bracket for tomorrow. And, well,
what a day.
What a day. It all came to a very fast close. Thank you for joining us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.